Are you ready for it? I'm a real tough kid. I can handle my shit. They said fake it, gotta fake it till you make it, and I did.
I'm just a terrible person, I guess.
Lights, camera, bitch. Even when you wanna die. Breaking down, I hit the floor. All the pieces of me shattered as the crowd was chanting more. With a broken heart.
Well, hello everybody. How are we doing this evening? I hope you can hear me. If you can hear me, throw some tomatoes in the chat for me, please. I'd love that. I'm trying to make sure I throw out. You know what I need? What I need is my own Mr. E. That's what I need. I need a media and content coordinator person, thingamabopper, or somebody to do all of my blasting across the discords and the advertisements and all of those fun little things. I see some tomatoes from Mama Tomato. Hi, Mom. I love my mama. You know, your mom is the best thing in the whole wide world since sliced bread. Actually, I will say I had my little birthday day with the kiddos Tuesday, but I was actually sick. I've been kind of fighting this horrible bug since Sunday, and Tuesday I had plans to do dinner with the kids and all of those fun things and yada yada yada, blah blah blah, party 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 with the kiddos, and because all Tuesday I took the day off. I woke up, I was sick as a dog. I stayed in bed all day, of course, got them off to school and all those fun things. And they got home from school and they're like, Mom, what time are we going out to dinner? And I'm sitting there thinking, ooh, I don't want to go anywhere. I'm like sick. And uh, so I actually, we ordered in and we got to sit on the couch and eat dinner, like it was a big deal because we got to sit on the couch and eat dinner and watch Shrek. We watched Shrek, and it was the most adorable thing in the whole wide world. And I thought to myself later, I thought, my goodness, as a mom, this is actually the best thing a mom could ask for is for a day in with your kids. Every day we're shuffling around. We always have somewhere we have to be. Go, go, go. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Skedaddle, blah, blah, blah. All of those things. And so God said, Sarah, sit down, sit your little butt down, and just watch a movie with your kiddos. Yeah, this is Ryan and Andrew's fault why I chose Shrek to watch for my birthday. I swear to God, it was Ryan and Andrew's fault because I sat there and I kept thinking, I'm like, somebody had it wrong in there. Like, how is Andrew saying that the villain of the movie, which is Lord Farquaad, who's shorter than I am, I couldn't believe that he actually didn't villainize him, right? He was saying actually he was kind of the good guy, you know? And I was like, I gotta watch this movie, but I need a reason to watch this movie. So, and it happened to be the Bratty Tomatoes' favorite movie when she was little. And then, addition to that, my youngest actually I think we first tried to watch it with him when he was maybe like 4 or 5 or something. He was really little, and he was so mad that we were gonna watch that movie that he actually threw one of his toys at the TV, broke the whole damn thing, and so Shrek was a curse. So I said, "You know what? It's been a few years. I think I can make him do it." So we sat, we enjoyed the movie Shrek together, and I was thinking of the all of the debate arguments, and I'm like, "Nope, nope, nope." So if if I can drum up some time, that's a big if, because my time is already like "Deeky, deeky, deeky." I think I actually would like to do a video essay on Andrew and Ryan's debate debacle about Shrek and actually give examples why they're both fucking wrong. Shrek was a good guy, Farquaad was an asshole, and yeah, so I have to humdrum up some time magically out of my butt because I don't have a lot of time to squeeze, okay? So, I think a good and actually, I will say the soy pill was my inspiration for doing a video essay. I just watched shout out to Soy Pill. I just watched his video essay on, Matt Walsh, Matt I can't even say all of my accents from every place I've ever lived just mixed up in one word. Matt Walsh. Walsh. His video essay on Matt Walsh was actually really good. It was very well done. And in that, I just watched Shrek and I had this whole concept in my brain of like, why are they both wrong? And then after watching Soy Pill's video essay, I thought, man, I should do a video essay on the real Shrek and why Andrew and Ryan are both wrong. So lots of thought processes there. I do want to say, my guest for the evening is running a little behind. Okay. We're giving grace on this one. He was flying, traveling. And of course, as we all know, Murphy's Law, when you actually have to get somewhere after your flight, everything that will go wrong can go wrong and absolutely does go wrong. So he's running a little behind. We're granting grace. So you're stuck with me until he arrives. I hope that's okay with you. Warsh, mouth warsh, Matt warsh. I totally butchered that. Yeah, Ryan, you know what? I might actually willingly debate. What I need to do is I need to go back and watch the debate. I remember a big bulk of it, right? About the whole Shrek concept. And I think I was so stunned that we were actually debating about toxic masculinity in the movie Shrek because I'm sitting there thinking, I'm like, it was just a fun movie, Jesus. But then after watching it and then looking back and I realized like there's a lot more propaganda in here than I imagined. But it is still a cute little love story that actually turned out the right way it was supposed to. And I think that's precious. But I think a video essay needs to happen. I'm not a video essay person. It's not my style, but I did do the fun little news from the manosphere things. So I know I can humdrum up a good script. It's just it's a whole new style and it's the time. The time is the thing that I don't have. Anyways, I think I need to start considering the idea of somebody who actually can make videos, do videos, clips, something of that nature. I definitely need clips. God, there's so many great clips on this show, left, right, and center. Every show where there's always a moment of like, oh my God, that's hilarious. But my brain is so focused on the show and everything else that I have a hard time. Um, Thinking like, "Oh, I should write that down." No, I just don't. It's just out of my brain. So here's what I'm gonna put out into the universe. I need I need I need somebody who can help me with like the marketing aspect. I need more social media presence. I've been trying to do that myself and trying to think about doing all of those things, you know. I also need somebody to help Um, pulling clips, and more clips. I don't necessarily want a bunch of shorts, but I wouldn't mind some nice clips to add to the channel. And then also, um, I do need help from my Discord. Somebody mentioned it the other day about how because when you get into my Discord, I'm the person that lets you in, right? And somebody said like, "Sarah, like why are your mods not doing this?" And I don't even think I gave them access to do it. I think because I've kind of been a little scarred. Naomi, you volunteered. That's it. You're done. We'll do a phone call. We'll figure it out. You are now the grantor of all coming into the Discord once we get you in your orientation. It's pretty easy. When somebody enters the dirt patch, you change them and you say, you're in, and then they're in. There's a little bit of vetting I do, minimally, but we can run through that. But I think here's one thing. I'm going to say this. I'm not upset that the channel is growing the way it is. I mean, look at there's 150 of you watching, and I remember when we would have like 20 watching, 40 watching. And I remember thinking to myself, wow, there's 60 people watching, and we've doubled our live stream numbers and we haven't even like kicked off yet. Like this is just the start of the show, and I remember thinking like, wow, like, this is fun. This is cool. If we just have fun with it, we'll see what happens, and now it's actually getting to that point where uh, you have to start thinking mentally, like you have to mentally start thinking globally, not locally. And that's something that you would do, like if you work for a small firm, like at what point do you hit that breaker of we need to expand? Um, and I need to expand, meaning I need more help. So I definitely need I need some help with clips. I need some help with obviously Naomi's got Discord. She is now officially the new kick-ass rocker in there. And she's been a great wrench here, of course. And Uncle Guns, are you in Discord? Is Uncle Guns here? Uncle Guns, sound off if you're in here. I know you had the pin with the win, of course. Um, but I need ways to get a hold of you. I need you in my Discord. Or access to you on some other level. I don't know, smoke signals, send pigeons, owls, whatever, something. Uh, see, and just like that, somebody joined the server, right? And I do this during the show. Even it'll notify me saying somebody's here, and then I go in, and most of the time I know who it is, and I click, I edit, and now you're in, and then I'm gonna write, and I'm gonna say you're in just like that. It's super easy. Um, but I don't know where to start on, getting helpers, or are there volunteers who want to help? I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of a little in my head on it. So maybe I'll wrap myself around it eventually, but I definitely want to I here's what I'll say. Let's start here with something easy. If everyone who loves the show and loves watching goes and finds one debate, and you watch one debate, and you send me like timestamps of like this was really hilarious, or this was super great, or this was the best argument, or this got really contentious, there's whatever, and you send me like a 10-minute timestamp, you've just done half my work. And then all I have to do is actually pull the clip and create the video, and that's the easier part. The hardest part is going through, digging, and finding it. That's what I need. That's that will help, and that will ease my load because I've been putting a lot of pressure on myself, saying that I need to get this out, I need to get this out. It's the time consumption that really eats me alive, and I don't want to falter on delivering content to you And I think we would actually have a better shot at expanding the channel even more if we started getting those shorter video clips. So, yeah. And I'm sorry, I have not really been watching the chat. I apologize. I was on a woman prattle, well owned, well deserved. So let's start here. CSS Element, I believe he got his membership on the last show. Congratulations to you. Welcome to the club. T.O., a member for 5 months, says, sent by Fatty. Hi, Sarah. Hi, T.O. I know you've been here a while. Love you, T.O. Did we get a raid? Is that what happened? Or what? And then T.O. gifting 5 Raging Tomato memberships. So congratulations to all of you lucky lottery winners. And just another little update on the gauntlet. Now, the gauntlet will require way less uh, maintenance because the gauntlet is just the panel overflow. It's just the drama streams. It's just anything that's panel verse, and that's all that's going to be. Is just that. But the main focal point is Raging Tomato because everything starts here, everything kicks off here, and this is where we want people to really dive in. The hard part is just the hard part is just like harnessing the audience. You know, we can harness a bigger audience by utilizing the shorter clips. It's hard to expect people to look at a video and say, "Oh my God, this is 5 hours long. Why would I watch this?" Right? Whereas when we can, if we can harness something shorter to get like a bigger audience, I think that will help. So I love all of you. Oh, are there sorry. I'm not paying it. Okay, look. If you have a serious offer, you know where to find me. Okay? You've got X, you can communicate with me there. You've got Instagram, you can communicate with me there, and you've got Discord. Don't be afraid to say, "Hey Sarah, it's me. I wanted to do X, Y, and Z," right? But I think the best way we could do this where you can help without we don't have to worry about like send me this video, send me that. We don't have to worry about any of that. If you just give me timestamps and which video it came from, and I can take care of the rest. That's all I need. That's all I need. That will ease my load and mentally stabilize me up there. I don't know how else to say that. It's just a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot to think about. But again, I never expected any of this. I didn't expect us to grow. I didn't expect us to have a very large audience. We have our toes dipped in so many different puddles of water across YouTube and so many different communities that you all have rallied here. You all have rallied here to, because you found us from someone else. That's where we are the center of the spider web, and I love that piece of it. So, yeah. But if I do a lot of work to provide for you guys. So if you could give one thing back and help us kick off some video clips, if everybody could just think about it this way, if everybody does a little, one person being me doesn't have to do a lot. So if you could help, it is very awesome. I'm so excited. If you can't help, that's okay too. I understand everybody has time that is precious to them too. But if you're gonna watch a show. Maybe you're on a replay gang mode and you're like, "Oh, I wanna go watch that debate. I haven't watched it yet." All you gotta do is during that time, write down some timestamps and email or don't email, message them, DM, whatever, and just say, "This was hilarious. I need, like, a good solid 10 minutes." Anywhere between, like, 10 to 15 minutes is the happy place, okay? 12 and it's perfect. But yeah, so if anybody's willing to do that, I love you. I'd be forever grateful. And I'll put your name credit in the video and everything. because you get credit for calling that one out. No, I don't. I never like, I don't get to sit and talk to you guys anymore. I really don't. I don't get this time with you as much because think about it, Moderator Monday, it's I just come on, I introduce the show and the debate goes off. Sometimes I can like hit you up in the chat. And then the open panel starts and life happens, we all move on. Um, but I stopped doing the sip and streams. That was getting a little heavy on me, I think, because then I always lose the next day because I'm like just tired. Um, but yeah, so I don't get to talk to you a lot. I don't get to do this, so I'm gonna do this. Is that okay? Is that okay, sarcastic saint? You all right with that? I hope so. I really hope so. Yeah, I miss the chill streams too, but and that will be the direction of the gauntlet. That's where we will eventually be able to kind of continue over there. Um, w like, I want to do one kind of like one project at a time, right? But we're gonna start building the panel verse space on the gauntlet, and then eventually we'll be able to kick off chill streams over there. That will be like the weekends if I don't put a debate on a weekend, which we've been filling most of the weekends with a debate. Then we'll just go into an open panel chill stream or topic or whatever. So there's a lot of motions going all at once. There's a lot of ball juggling up in the air kind of thing. And I'm just waiting for all of the dust to kind of settle. And lots of it, it doesn't help when my personal life just kind of always gets busy around certain times, being sports season. So I expect the summertime should peel down a little bit, and my time will be able to be more accessible to do more stuff. Ah, well, I just need to communicate with you, Guns. That's all. I just need to communicate with you. That's it. Um, but I don't know. I don't like the AI thing. I know I could go based off of analytics. Like I could look at the chat rate based on a show, and that could kind of pinpoint something that's more contentious. And I believe that's probably what AI does, based because it algorithmically looks at the chat and looks at the chat rate and like the most viewership and all that. But that doesn't always mean it was actually the best part. So, um, and I don't know. I feel like having AI do that could end up causing double work for me, if that makes sense, because now I have to review it, and if it's not worth anything, then I have to garbage it and then try again, and that was time that was wasted. Where I mean, I could still have that same issue with something else. If somebody else sends me timestamps and they're like, this one was funny, and I look at it and I'm like, nah, I don't like that one. Same thing. So I don't know. Anyways, but I would greatly appreciate any assistance out there, and anybody who um, wants to watch one show, right? One show. If ever, I mean, there's and it's specifically Mod Monday and Throwdown Thursdays. That's it. All of the members only tabs, like you don't have to worry about those right now. It's the debates that I really want to sail out there. Like I want it to just go and sail into the wind. And I want to be able to upload it to Twitter. I want to be able to pull clips for Insta and stuff like that. And I think that would be a big help. So if everybody watching, there's 130 of you, if everybody watching picks one show and watches it, and you just send me maybe like 4 or 5 different timestamps, and then I can kind of pick out of those, it makes it a little bit easier. But yeah, yeah. Or if you're just watching a rerun, that'd be great. Anyways, other news, other news. Mod Monday, we originally had, this coming Monday for Cinco de Mayo, we had Misfit Patriot, Sean, I forget his last name, Sean something, Wick TV, and Pisco's Hour set for debate on how is Trump the greatest threat to freedom of speech. However, we are pushing that to the following Monday, 5/12. So make sure if you had your eye on that, you go hit the notification bell. It got pushed out another week. And in that placement, we are now going to do Cinco de Mayo, and we'll do a holiday special, which I like. Usually, there's always one Monday a month that has a holiday in it, and I usually like to do open panel and something different, usually. And so for Cinco de Mayo, I would like to do shifting topics where you guys provide all of the topics that you want to hear, and I'll go through and sift through them and pick some, and then um, we will go into open panel, and the topics will they'll be shifting throughout the evening, so you never know what you're going to get. If you would like to put in a topic for that, something that would be interesting to you to hear. I don't care if it's cats versus dogs or hot dogs versus hamburgers, something fun like that. Whatever you want to do, um, there's two ways you can submit your idea. It could be either on in Discord on the Moderator Monday sign up sheet. There's a thread going on in there with ideas, or there's a community post on the channel that you could go drop a comment in there, and I'm going to rally them all up. Okay. So just so you're all aware of that. Ivory Fool getting his membership. Welcome back, my friend. Ivory Fool has been a recent panelist, and I'm actually more interested to bring you on for some more debates, Ivory. I think I'm very interested in your thought process. You're a very active listener, and it doesn't sound like you're not like shoving shit down people's throats all day, but you're actually having the conversation, and I like that. And Ivory Fool throws a big five. Any aspirations to make politics better, or are you mostly seeking to entertain? I love your content because it brings the left and right together. Thank you. Um, I don't have any agendas to push. Um, I let I think that's what keeps me neutral in that aspect is I don't give a shit, right? If you guys change things, do something great for the world, solve world hunger, that's great. If I can be a platform for you to utilize as a tool to do that, that's even better. That's the mutually beneficial relationship that we will have. You as the debater and me as the platform for you to spread your word. I provide a place for you to do that, and the people for you to go back and forth with, right? So that's where I stand as far as making things better. Um, yeah, I didn't come to the internet to change anybody's mind, but I'll provide the place for you to do so. And yes, of course, to entertain our wonderful viewers, and I hope you're entertained. Are you not entertained? So I hope at the end of the day you do find very least your entertainment here. I think I keep we keep it pretty heavy in terms of climactic events. There's always something. There's always a spurg or somebody yelling at each other. What whatever. It gets all over the place, and I have a big appreciation for that. So as long as we can keep the people entertained, and if you can utilize and tap into that entertainment factor and find your way to make the world a better place with it, and so be it. Bane Bear coming in with a big 10 says, keep crushing it, Sarah. Much loved and mad respect. Hope your week ends nicely. Be well. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. We are still waiting on our guest. So I guess this is a good time. If you have questions, now I'm paying attention to the chat. I apologize. Was there anything important that I missed? Um, I don't know. I mean, I will say, yeah, if you have questions or something or wanna say something, now I'm paying attention. But I Oh, that's so smart. There you go, Guns. See, that's why we have Uncle Guns here. He's smarter than me. He keeps Oh, here we go. I forgot to do this. Let's see. You are going to send a super chat because I said so. How do you like them apples? As I place my heel on your neck and gently press down. Um, okay. Um, okay. Hi, Lauren. Hi, Romano. Hi, everyone. Anyways, but yeah, I didn't expect the channel to do as well as it's doing. I didn't expect any of this. I really just thought this was going to be a hobby. Of course, like once things happened to my daughter, my goal and motivation changed significantly. I became way hungrier to make it work, right? I had a lot of motivation behind me to make things work. It had to work because if it didn't work, then my daughter was the one who would, you know, have to suffer from that. Um, so I've, just worked my ass off left and right to make sure. Let's see, hold on. How do I edit? There we go. I feel like I've worked my ass off to make it work because I had to. It's funny how much more motivated you can be when when it comes to your kid. It just makes everything different, and so that's kind of been my motivation and what I've wanted to do. But I didn't expect it to operate to this degree, to the point where it's like, no, I need somebody to do things, things and stuff. Anyways, powdered donut. Hi, Flow State. Flow State's been like my he's been a big helper. I will say, being able to bounce thoughts back and forth. So shout out to Flow State, Powdered Dusty, Powdered Tomato, Raging Dusty, Flowmato. But it's been very helpful, to keep kind of to keep myself grounded and being able to bounce stuff going on in the space, debates, thought processes, people, whatever. And he's got a pretty good grasp on stuff, so that's been a um, big help to me. Yeah, yes, that this is true, Naomi. This is very true. He sees how plentiful you are in chat and how helpful you are, and he wanted one for himself, so he said, "Bring Naomi over, make her watch, so that I can wrench her up." Anyways, let's see. Has my guest written anything else? The Well, it should be popping on any minute now. I almost want to open up the panel, but I wanna make sure that Kings and Dreams has his time, uh, you know, without any interference from you guys, because I know how y'all be. And Kings and Dreams, actually, when I originally started playing around on YouTube, what, like maybe 3 years ago, I was just a panelist. I didn't have a channel. I wasn't doing anything. I was just here to be a guest and have some fun. So did I miss another one? Did you put a Q in it? Did you put a Q in front of it, like Uncle Gun said to do? I don't see any. I don't see any. This is all I Yeah, I jumped in on some of these panels, but I hear no endorsements for me. All right, everybody go check out Sarcastic Saint, the lovely panelist who jumps in every once in a while. Anyways, so uh, Kings and Dreams was one of the original people who would ask me to be a guest on his show. So we went over, had some interesting conversations, had a lot of fun. And so he reached out to me recently saying, Sarah, we got to do another show together. And I said, okay, let's do it. It wasn't even a thought process. It was like, give me your topic. Let's do a Throwdown Thursday and have some fun. And aw, hold on. Hold on. No, wait, where'd it go? Just saw it here. Where's the other one? Is it further up, further down? This one. I'll put timestamps into the comments. Now that, ladies and gentlemen, that is true love. Thank you, Catherine. Hey, if you want to do that, Siege did them for me a couple times, but he likes to go back and forth on whose team he's on. Sometimes he just kind of follows the crowd, and so he did it for like 2 or 3 shows, and then he was told not to like me, so he didn't like me, and then now he likes me again. I don't know, but yeah, putting the timestamps and comments is a huge help. I'll even pin it. And yeah, and Naomi likes to tell you all what to do, and she gets the horse video. Everybody else, close your eyes. Naomi paid for the horse video. Only she gets the horse video. Everyone else, close your eyes. Close your eyes right now. You're not allowed to watch.
This message is sponsored in part by...
There you go. Yeah, and you keep sending donos, then I keep playing horse videos. Or the ballerinas. I like the ballerinas too, but they are a little trashy. But I just like the idea that they're ballerinas. That is not an overstep. Anybody can put timestamps in comments. Just don't be like weird with the timestamps, like actually give brief little like, such and such and such and such speed date, topic, topic name, or, subject that they're talking about, or crazy spurred moment, stuff like that. You want the fireman? I'll give you the fireman. Little Miss Kissy Cat, I'll give you the fireman. You deserve the fireman just the same way that Naomi deserves the horse. Here's for our little Kissy Cat.
Tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves,
This message is sponsored in part by...
And I played a video of sexy fireman, and this lovely gentleman shows up. Kings and Dreams, how the hell are you?
Well, let me tell you. First of all, thank you for having me, but I am not doing a show the same day I'm traveling back. I tried to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It did not work, and I'm sorry.
Oh, well, next time we will make sure we schedule you differently so that we don't have traveling in the same. I'm getting feedback on your end. Do you have headphones then? Yeah.
No,
Like,
no, I'm just using my mic.
It might be like an echo.
No.
Maybe turn the volume down slightly on your speakers.
Okay.
Maybe that'll help.
All right.
If not, I'm going to hear myself all night, and it's going to be weird. I mean, okay. I love to hear myself talk, but not after I've already said it. And while you're adjusting that, a Bane Bear sends in another 5 for Dr. Bills. If you don't donate right now, you're all bitches. With Scroogey, Grinchy, Waces? What are Waces?
All right. Let's try this again. Check. How we doing?
Check. It's faintly there. There.
Let me try to bounce out and bounce and come back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115
Okay.
All right, let me see.
Bum, bum, ba, bum, ba, bum, ba, bum, ba, bum. I don't hear it now. Oh, I'm big again. I love tech issues. I hope you guys are ready to see a show tonight. Kings and Dreams. We had it out, man. We had such a good time. And also the Andrew show. He was another original who had me as a guest a long time ago. And let me tell you what, between these two, I don't know where I had the most fun at, but definitely lots of fun to be had nonetheless. All right, let's give it a shot. I'm just going to keep talking and then see if I can hear myself. Nope, all good.
All right,
Well,
perfect.
kind of. Ah, there it is again. Oh, well.
Oh,
I'm
so-
going to move along with it. I'm just going to accept it and embrace it. The only thing that might happen later is it might be the projection of the voice because I hear it on the higher, like when I talk a little bit louder.
yeah.
That's where I hear it the most. So later when the panel gets opened up and people start talking loud, it might actually start to bother other people. But I think if you just turn your speakers down or if you have a headset, that might help. But otherwise, we're going to move the hell on.
I don't have a headset, but I just turned my okay. I just turned my speaker down a little bit more.
Okay, we'll see if that works.
Okay.
All right. Dating apps and social media create incels.
Yes.
Tell me all about it. Let's kick it off.
Well, so when growing up, like when I was growing up, there were like interactions with between men and women, face to face, right? You would ask somebody to the date, prom, whatever the case is, right? And so
Mhm.
now with social media and dating apps, you have the ability to not really have that face to face interaction. And I think that with the face to face interaction, you have to respond to a person in real time, right? So someone sends you a text, you could think about it, you could respond, right? But if you're having conversation with someone right away, you have to respond right away. So I think that that's one thing. The second thing is that with social media and with dating apps, it makes people more accessible. So let's say someone from Iowa can get in contact with someone from New Jersey. So let me kind of drive my point home a little bit more. So now you have like famous people, athletes, things of that sort. So they can see a girl on a woman on Instagram or TikTok, right, and just
Mhm.
shoot their shot, right, and so they have that advantage, right, because they're famous, and so now the average guys, if you will, it really lessens their chances because now it's like, oh, I can have an NFL player, NBA player, hockey player, baseball player, whatever type of musician, such and such, and they can just slide into a woman's DMs, and it's like, what can I really do about that? You know what I mean? So I think that those are two main things where I would say that um, that kind of is driving the incel nature. So the first part, just to kind of circle back, so the first part is more or less the face-to-face interaction.
Mhm.
So there's a lot less of that, and then the second thing is that um, average guys, it's now a challenge. It's even more of a challenge for them.
All right, so let's start with the face-to-face versus like, and you're referring to online dating in terms of the communication between the two people for the
Right.
first part. Okay, so I mean, I wouldn't imagine the first bit of getting to knowing somebody. To me, I wouldn't want to spend all of my time texting back and forth anyways. Like I remember doing the dating apps and it was like a little banter back and forth, okay, cool. You know, you want to grab a coffee tomorrow, you know, because I'm not going to waste my time text
Mhm.
because you can't get a vibe I mean, you can kind of figure out if you're at least somewhat there, right? And you have time to think about it. Of course,
Right.
that helps, but then you just go straight into meeting in person. Then you have the face to face, the physical, the chemistry, all of those things, and you spent $5 on a coffee and wasted an hour of your life. It's no big deal. And then going forward, that's when you start like amping up your if you choose like, okay, I want to date further with you,
Mhm.
you know, then you say, let's go grab dinner, let's go grab drinks, do this and do that. And then that's when your communications would build up naturally. But to me, if anybody is you and I know that most people are guilty of this because it is 2025. We're all guilty of, you know, utilizing texting as a bigger relationship builder than face to face or on the phone. Me, it's not my style. If somebody wants to build a relationship on text, I'm already checking out, right? If you can't call and talk to me, like we could actually get this conversation finished and done way
Mhm.
faster than just texting back and forth all day.
Right.
So, you know, I think that's where we've become too much of a right here right now kind of community, so you're just texting each other all day, sending random stuff, or building a relationship like what do you like to do on the weekends, you know, all of that should be in person anyways.
Right.
So I think that's more of a flaw of society and how we've become like I remember when text messages you only had like I don't know 25 characters, you know.
Right. Yep.
You know, and it was, like, short and sweet, like, "On my way," you know, and it
Right.
or, you know, "Can't talk," you know, something like that, and then you'd have to wait till 9 o'clock because that's when calling was free,
Right.
right? So everybody made their phone calls after 9 o'clock, and that's when you had the bigger conversation, but I remember when texting was not part of like, you weren't having arguments in text, you weren't starting or ending relationships in text. Like that wasn't a thing. Now it's totally natural to
Right.
just tell somebody, I don't want to see you anymore, or it's a cop out and it's disgusting. Um,
Right. So,
I don't know. Go
oh,
ahead.
sorry. Go ahead.
No, no. Did you? I didn't know if you had anything to kick back on that.
Yeah. Well, so I agree with you because I know we're not like too far off in age. So when you mention like the free calls after 9 o'clock and all of that, and then and I remember they had like the two-way pagers, right? And as you mentioned, it was pretty much like one-liners, 5 minutes
Hmm.
away down the street. It wasn't this elongated conversation where it was like back and forth. It was just you just wanted to say something really quick, get it out the way, and then you move on. Um,
Hmm.
and so another thing is that when you say like having the conversation face to face, I was looking at CNN, and they had an article where they said that guys, I believe is between the ages of 18 and 18, are not sexually active, and part of the reason is because of this, of this texting back and forth, and there's not more of a organic conversation like how you and I are talking right now.
Hmm.
The younger guys, they're really just going through text, and then like if a girl isn't interested in them, or it could be vice versa, but usually ghosting is such a thing now. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So you have that part of it as well.
I feel like ghosting was already a thing, though. You just don't answer the phone, right? Like,
Well,
or
yeah.
I mean,
No,
I don't think ghosting is necessarily new. It's just more apparent, you know, because it's in your face. If you were texting each other every day or so on and so forth, like you go from everything to nothing in a day. Whereas before, if you went on a couple dates and then you just didn't get a phone call, it's like, well, he didn't call, whatever, you know.
right,
So I think that it's just way more apparent now. And that's another reason why I think texting to build the relationship is even more dangerous because it's gonna hurt even more pulling everything away. And I mean, you shouldn't be talking every day in the beginning like that anyways, at least not on text. It's just I don't know. I think everybody's done dating wrong. You shouldn't be like all up their ass right in the beginning. Think about
Well,
it. Like would you get like even getting to know a friend, would you just like randomly start talking all day every day with a random stranger that you just met at the bar?
well, is this is a female friend, someone I'm attracted to? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
a
Oh,
guy friend. You just met
oh,
a like, let's say you know, joined a softball team and you started playing softball with a bunch of other dudes, and it's a like drinking and playing softball, right? No big deal. And
oh,
you
okay,
meet it and
okay.
you meet a dude and you're like, "Yeah, we get along. We're pretty cool." Are you gonna start texting him every day like, "Good morning. Hey, what's up? How's your day?" You know, like, would you
Well,
do that?
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not texting any grown man and say, "Hey, good morning." I mean,
Exactly.
to each their own, but you
But
know,
but but even
yeah,
even at that, you wouldn't text all day every day.
yeah, no,
Even
yeah, no,
girls,
I
if
understand
I
I understand what you're
yeah.
saying. Yeah, that was more or less kind of like a tongue in cheek comment I was saying to you just now. But
Mhm,
I think you know, I think as you mentioned, ghosting has definitely become more prevalent, I would say, right?
mhm,
And I think kind of going into like the second thing, as I was saying, where you have for guys, it's really, you know, it's really been a challenging for the average guys because, you know, whether we're talking about someone famous or you know, more of like your higher value guys, they have more pick of the litter. So right, so it's essentially like the top, you know, the top 10%, 1% guy is having really the litter, and then you have someone that's kind of in the middle of the pack, right? And it's like now it's hard for him to get a date or even laid.
Well, isn't that victimization though? Like, "Oh, man, I don't work out. I sit at home all day. I have no ambition to, you know, do better in my job, and I expect all of the women to want me." Like, and then if they don't want me, I just blame it on the guys who are out there kicking ass and taking names. Like, wouldn't
Well,
that be like,
yeah.
"Oh, woe is me." That's a crybaby thing. So
Well,
is that I mean, can we really blame that on technology? Because the top 10% of dudes that are getting it are still face the same issue with technology, right?
what I would say is this, right? So, you know, and that's a good response, and I do think part of the incelic nature, victim shaming, oh woe is me, but the other part of it is that let's say, okay, you know, let's say that you do have an average guy, and you know he's trying to, you know, he's trying to do better at work, and you know, he's in decent shape or whatever, you know, he goes out and you know goes out, does things right. But the thing is that you have the top 1% guy, and it's like, well, damn, you know, as much as I try, this isn't really working for me like that.
Hmm. I mean, if you either do or you don't. I mean, trying is effort, right? But you either do or you don't. Um, and I'll say if for instance, we see all of the stories of like people who were overweight and then they, you know, and they were really depressed, down on themselves, they got dumped or they couldn't get girls or guys, whatever, which way. And life sucked for them. And then you see this their like Phoenix story, Rise of the Phoenix kind of story where they started hitting the gym, doing all these things, and then now people just fall all over them, you know. And that's part of like if you want to be the top 10%, the top 1%, whatever, you have to do things that those top 1% or 10 percenters do,
Mhm.
right? You have to go out there and show people why you're worthy of, you know, being the hot thing on the market or whatever the case may be.
Well, so I think and I think that like overall, I understand what you're saying, but I do think that with social media and dating apps, it's I know you say you either do or you don't, but I would say it's not so simple, right? See, me as a guy, like I see guys, they get rejected like a lot, and they're middle of the pack, average guys. And I understand what you're saying, like you're trying to elevate yourself, but like there are guys that are just that top of the top, and it's like you know guys that are trying to do better and they just can't get there just because this dude is just top percent. Okay, perfect case in point, right? So you know there's a girl, well, woman. So there's a woman who like I would casually, hook up with from time to time, right?
Mhm.
Um, and so like I went on her Instagram one time, and the rapper Rick Ross like liked a couple of her pictures, and you know what I mean. And what I'm saying is like you have these top 1% guys, and they can just go and just shoot a girl a DM, and that's that, right? I'm talking about
Mhm.
TikTok, Instagram, and all that. Then not only that, so let's go with like the dating apps. So with the dating app, there's an article that came out. I want to say a few months, like at the top of this year, and they essentially were saying that the data that they show is that the top 90%, I'm sorry, the top 10% guys are getting swipes from 90% of the women.
Mhm. So
So yeah, so from a male's perspective, that's why I was saying like I understand like you're saying like gotta do better, but it's like damn if you do, damn if you don't. So I
well,
I, I don't think it's as black and white as you say.
I think it is. I think you're the one making it very black and white. You either are the top 1% or you're not, right? So let's put it in this perspective. You and I are both this could be weird to say. You and I are both seniors in high school. We're both men, okay? Pretend I'm a dude for a day. Um we're both football stars,
Yep.
okay?
Mhm.
And we both show up to practice. We put all that effort into it. Where there's
Mhm.
no difference in the way we show up, and we work our asses off night, day, morning, everything, whatever. Um, you just have way more talent than I do.
Yeah.
Doesn't change the difference in how much I try, doesn't change what I'm doing. So it's our senior year and the recruiters are here. I guess our junior year you'd be getting recruited, but
Right,
let's
right, right.
pretend senior year we're getting recruited and the recruiters are eyeballing you left, right, and center. And it's top tier, top notch. You're gonna go to Notre Dame, play football on a full scholarship, full ride. They're even paying you just to show up and come check out the school, right? They're putting money in your pockets, all those nice things, and you're just getting it all handed to you. um and me, I'm getting nothing. I like might get looked at by a community college, or maybe there's a hunky dory college down the street that's like, hey, we'll give you a quarter of the cost of tuition. We'll put a quarter of the cost towards tuition if you come play
Yeah.
for us, right? And
Yep.
I'm just not getting a whole lot of hits. I'm just kind of getting whatever.
Mhm.
Does that change? I could sit here and say it's not fair. I tried just as hard as Kings and Dreams did. I
Right.
tried. Why is
Mhm.
he getting the top 1% of schools looking at him and paying him to come out and go to his school or to go to their school and all these things? And I'm only getting like the local community college. I could sit here and cry about it all fucking day. It doesn't change anything. You just happen to have the talent. Right? Now, I could beat myself up on that and I could sit there and whine and blame you and say, "You're too damn good, Kings and Dreams. Why are you such a good football player? I hate you. You took my opportunities."
Mhm.
But the reality behind it is that opportunity belonged to you regardless. There's nothing I can do to change that.
Right.
So what can I do? I can either, take heed and say, maybe football's just not my thing. Maybe try a different sport. or maybe I can just maybe hire somebody to help me in the ways where I am lacking the bigger talent and abilities, skills, whatever it is,
Hmm.
but it doesn't mean that I'm not trying, but that doesn't mean also that it's your fault or I should be blaming you or saying, why is everybody looking at Kings and Dreams? Those colleges, it's not right. They should be looking at me. Right.
Right.
So that is what I'm hearing from you regarding the dating apps is that top tier of men who are like super gorgeous to look at. Half of them are bots anyways, but they're super gorgeous to look at and every girl swipes on him and ooh, he's so hot. And then all of the guys that are, eh, they swipe left and say forever bye-bye. And if those men want to sit there and cry about it all day, well then sit there and cry about it or go find another avenue.
Right. See, and I completely agree with everything that you just said, right? But the thing is that right with incels, this is a part of what incels do. They have that victim mentality. That's
Mhm.
what I'm trying to explain to you. Like
Mhm.
everything what you just said is right. Like you can't blame Kings and Dreams because all of the schools are looking at me. I'm getting the NIL deals and all of that stuff, right? Understood. What I'm saying is that incel nature, they have that victim mentality. You know what I mean? Like I'm sure that you've heard of like doomers, like that's
Mhm.
essentially what incels are. Like they're doomers. So that's what I was trying to explain to you. Like it's like, oh, the woe is me. So
Mhm.
they have that
Then
that mentality.
then why would we blame the dating apps or even more so why would we be upset that the women are choosing the top 10% or one is it 1 or 10%? I keep getting it wrong.
We'll top 1 and 10%. But so to further add context, I'm not upset. I'm not upset. What I'm saying is that guys should not be upset.
Mhm. Okay.
Should not be upset because you know the only thing that you can do as a guy is try to do better, right? And if it's not working for you, then you cannot be a doomer. I don't
Mhm.
blame the dating apps, but the dating apps showed the data that the average guys are just, you know, it's just not happening. It's just not happening for them.
Well, there's always single moms. They can hit up the single moms. We're recreational use only anyways. Well,
Ah.
be all right.
Oh man, that was funny. That was
But I don't know if I mean because you're kind of gearing it in the direction that the dating apps have created this environment, right? Whoa, hold on, child.
all right. Well, I will continue talking and until Sarah gets back. But yeah, so I don't want to say that the dating apps have necessarily been the creator, but I do think it is one of the catalysts because of how people have so much access to people, right? So with dating apps, with social media, it's very easy for someone to communicate. I mean, even communicating with people in other countries, right? You know what I mean? So I think that's that's the information of what I'm trying to convey. I don't think that social media has necessarily been the only thing, but I do think that social media and dating apps have been prevalent in the incels, and I think that with the incels, they have that victim mentality, right? And so it's important to. Oh, you're on mute.
Sorry. No, I'm off now. I'm off mute now.
Oh, okay, yeah. No,
Whew,
no, it's all good.
the
It's all
shit
good.
out of me. My son just like came barging into the studio room like the world was ending. I'm like, whoa,
Yeah. No, it's all good.
whoa.
It's all good.
Oh.
I,
Okay, so you're not blaming the apps, but you still kind of gave the premise that the dating apps are creating an environment that will kind of create the incel. I think what was your premise here? Let me look
Yes,
that
that's
up.
correct.
Yeah, dating
That's
apps and social media create incels. I
right.
I actually disagree. I think I mean, I think the social media can be a piece of it, but I think culturally, a lot of people are just being raised to be little bitches. I mean, quite honestly, if I could say it frankly, I
Yeah,
mean, and I'm dead serious. I think that, like, especially because we used to look at the incel attitude a lot and kind of the things surrounding it and the woe is me, doomers and gloomers, and
right,
ooh, like that's because you're just raised to be a little bitch. You're just whining and crying, like, oh my God, like the world isn't working for me. It's so not fair. Guess what? Life's not fucking fair. Get up and do something about it. I
right,
mean, as many situations in my life that I've been in where I'm like, oh shit, that sucks. Like things just happen. And what do? You get up, you move along, and you keep on trucking. I
right,
mean, I could have said, woe was me many, 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 many years ago. And instead I just said, okay, this sucks, but how do I fix it?
right,
So the what I would say culturally, societally, the true issue for incels is that they just don't know how to stop crying about it and being little bitches, and they can't
yeah,
just get up and fix. They don't want to fix. They want the world to hand it to them on a silver platter, and that's just not how it works. If you want something, you go out and you get it. If you want to be ripped, if you want to be the chud of the party, like I'm totally the chud, you got to go and hit the gym 5 days a week, 6 days a week, 3, I mean shit, at least try 3 days a week. If
right,
you want to be the big hot shot on Wall Street, then you actually have to go to school and learn economics and statistics and all that fun shit and trading and blah blah blah. And you got to actually be good at it, and know what you're doing. And practice makes perfect, or at least perfect practice makes perfect. That was what a coach told me a long time ago. I mean, you got to pick your poison, but you yourself have to do the work. You can't just sit there and cry that girls don't like me because I'm not a Chad, or 90% of the women only swipe right on 10% of the women. Big fucking deal. You want to be the part of the 10%, then go make yourself part of the 10%. And if you're ugly, sorry, shit happens. I can't help you there.
right. Now,
I
now,
really can't help
now,
you
let
there.
me ask you a question. Do you think now, do you think that with social media and dating apps, do you think that do you think that that has made a good portion of men nowadays socially awkward?
Hmm. I mean, I think social media, texting, no, like again, people build end-to-end relationships via text. I
Yeah,
think that is part. I think that's part of the "I want it now" culture.
the microwave
Um,
age.
the what?
Microwave age.
I would even go later than that because I mean, I think we're just so used to if you break it, you don't have to fix it. You just buy a new one. Um, eh, uh, I think that the uh, I have the world at my fingertips, literally with a phone, right? So if I want to figure something out, I can just Google it. If I want food, I can order it right now. If I don't have to get up and go get it.
Mm,
If I want, if I want a date, I can open up, a dating app and idealistically have a date tonight. If I want to order a shirt, if I want to get a shirt, like buy a shirt, I don't have to wait till tomorrow when they open. I can just go online right now and insta click, and now it'll be on its way.
right.
And if you have the Amazon Prime, it can be here by the morning when I wake up. So I think that we have developed this insta life where everything's just right there and right now. So we have a lack of appreciation for actually waiting for things or
Mm,
going and earning things, or even at that, credit cards, right? I don't have to wait and save up for something. I just use a credit card, right? Like we're in that space where I mean, there's so many times I've been online where something will pop up and be like, "Hey, you don't have to pay for this right now. We'll give you this amount for, with this like 20% interest rate. And you can have it right now, but you can wait and give us these like $8 payments a month. And I'm like, what the who does this shit? Right. So everything is have it now, pay for it later. You don't have to save up, you don't have to wait for it, you don't have to like earn it. There's nothing, you either have it or you don't.
Right.
And that's that 10% versus the 90% concept of like, well, those guys just have it. No, those guys probably actually go to the gym. They actually worked on themselves. They actually did stuff. Now there is that factor where they were, naturally born beautiful men, and they're very active and their bodies are naturally okay looking. I get it. That's built in. I can understand that. But overall, if you want it, you still got to go out and earn it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's true. I just you make some valid points as far as where we have pretty much everything at our fingertips, right? So we have the access, as you mentioned. We have Amazon Prime. There's this thing called Afterpay. You can get it now, pay later. You know what I mean? Or you could pay it down. You know what I mean? So you do have that. I would say I would say that you know at least for me, like I prefer the era of where I grew up in, because in order for me to ask you know a girl out on a date, I actually had to speak to her. I actually had to engage in conversation. It
Mhm.
wasn't just where I just send a DM and say, "Hey, you want to go out Friday?" No, I actually had to talk to her and say, "Hey, Sarah, I think you're very attractive. You want to go out? You want to do something face to face?" And I think that, at least for me, the way I look at things is that I think things were a lot better then than they are now. And I think that the fact that we have so much access to everything, it's one of those things where it's I don't want to say gift and a curse. I don't want to sound like that, but it's more or less like where you get so much access for everything. And I think me growing up, like, the work and the engaging in conversation and actually speaking with someone, like how you mentioned, you don't really text like that, you know what I mean? So you're more engaging in conversation. So I think that that's a very important thing.
Mhm. Well, that requires time and effort.
Yes.
And that's the whole piece
Yeah.
of what I'm saying is, oh, I'm getting another feedback here. Is that if everything's insta click, right?
Yeah.
Even dating is insta click. I should be able to swipe right, and then that person should just message me, and then boom, there you go. I have a date. Like in the concept behind it is operating in that way. So when somebody doesn't see those results, then
Hmm.
it's like, well, why isn't it why is it I should just swipe right and this should just work. And
Yeah.
then what you're seeing come from that are temper tantrums of
Mm.
little toddler bitches who didn't get their way. They didn't get what they expected in the time frame that they expected it.
Mhm.
And now they're bitching and moaning and then like, woe is me. Mommy, the girl didn't swipe right on me and she didn't message me back and she didn't go out on a date on me and my breath stinks and I'm like 300 pounds overweight and I don't have a job, but damn it, I deserve it. This should happen.
Yeah.
That's what you're seeing. That's exactly what you're seeing.
Yeah.
Or if you're like socially awkward, I think that we have more people that are socially awkward because they don't know how to talk to each other in person.
Right, and that's one of the and that's one of the points that I was saying, is that everything, as you mentioned, you could just send a message or a DM. And growing up, like, you had to engage in conversations with people. It wasn't, as you mentioned, it was like the one liners, or I'm 5 minutes away, or where are you, or
Mhm.
down the street. Okay, cool. Now people don't know how to talk to people, right? And
Mhm.
what what I'm noticing is a lot of like the younger guys, um, they really don't know how to talk to women. I even watch, like when you're watching like someone like these, when you're watching like someone like these dating shows, or you know, talking about dating like on YouTube, and then you see some of the guys on the comments, and you're like, wow, like this is really bad. This is really like Doom Central, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think we are too much on like cyberly connected. We're spending too much time online or watching things or playing games or whatever the case. We're not doing enough time around people. You know what? My biggest thing, and here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and drop the link for open panels so that we can get. There's a lot of thoughts going on in the chat. I'd
Okay.
like for all these big bald people to come spit their shit on open panel
Sure.
and see what they have to say there. But I think that we're not bored enough. We're like too stimulated. We have too much going on. We're always moving or we're always watching. There's always you can't. I mean, like you can't like. I mean, we used to have like magazines in the bathroom, right? Like
Yeah.
you don't need any of that anymore. You could
No, no.
you could
Yeah,
Facebook
that's
scroll, you could watch YouTube, you could do something, right? Even if you're just sitting there waiting at a doctor's office. Oh my God, I was sitting in a doctor's office and somebody was actually sitting there watching a movie with no earphones on, none of that going on. And I'm like, we're sitting here listening to this guy watch a movie, and it had some kind of sex scene going on. And I'm like, dude, what the like, what is wrong with you? You
true.
know, like be bored. And people,
Yeah.
I mean, this is where we lose a lot of creativity. This is where AI actually might need to jump in and save us because we're losing creativity because we're not bored. Think about kids actually looking out the windows and asking, "What's that? What's this? Where are we?" And that's your exploration is boredom. And we're not bored enough. This is probably why we're not having enough babies. This is probably why we're not, interacting in relationships as often. Why we're not like going to like if somebody knocks on my door in the middle of the day, I think something's wrong. Like either that's a cop coming to tell me that somebody's dead or some horrible news or it's a solicitor because nobody in the right mind would just come knock on my door. But
Right.
before like you banked on that. You loved it when people knocked on your door or whatever. So we're
Right.
just not bored enough and that's why we're not socially active and engaging. And that's why we're not uh like it's easier just to watch something online.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, it's true. I think we're too I think that we're too overly stimulated, and there's always, there's always something to do. There's always something to watch. There's always something to listen to. You know, there's always something. And I think that we we need to turn our brain off, so to speak, sometimes. And just really like kind of decompress.
Mhm. I mean, yeah, naturally, yeah. But then, so where do you what would your solution be for and I'll wait. I've got two backstage. I'll wait for a couple more to pile in, and then we'll kick off open panel. All of you shit talkers in the chat better get Ryan. Better get your butts up here. Um, So, what would your solution be for? I mean, I think they're just being little whiny bitches, and they need to get up off the couch and go do something.
Yeah.
What is your solution for the incels? In terms of, having bad experiences on dating apps, social media leading to this, whiny little bitch mode, or, I mean, what would you say their solution is?
That's a good question. Well, what I would say is probably less social media, less dating apps, and let's try to get more, and I know the why, but I'm trying to think of the how, right?
Hmm.
So I think that there has to be more engagement and conversation face to face. I think that that's a big part of it, right? And um, a lot of times where like I'll see two people in the same room and they're texting. Why the hell are you texting each other and you guys are in the same room, right? You know. So as I mentioned, I know the why, but I have to think about the how. The how. So let me get back to you on that.
Well, I mean, would it we can't just blame the internet. We can't just blame social media. We can't just blame the dating apps.
Yeah.
I would think in my mind, I would actually blame the individual for not kind of putting in their own efforts. You know,
Hmm.
I feel like there's a bigger accountability, or at least a lack thereof, in this nature. I think also more young men need stronger fathers to teach them better, and teach them how to not be whiny little bitches. But I also think that uh, it's feminine. It's really feminine
Hmm.
to I mean, I could imagine women saying like, "Ugh, he only likes the pretty girls, you know, he only likes girls with big boobs, or like he only likes this, he only likes that." Like I could see women saying stuff like that,
Hmm.
but like for a man to do it, I just think that's all feely and emotional and whiny. Men should be problem solvers, not makers.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I know you're about to open up the panel, and
Mhm.
so my question to you is, um, do you think that with there being lack of strong male leadership has been one of the main catalysts for the incel nature?
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, I think there's and you could see the difference most of the time. It's not always 100%, right? Nothing is 100%, but you could
Right.
see the difference. Like I could tell you like a man who either had a father figure or a good father in his life. I won't negate, because I know that there are some young men who grow up maybe with a single mom or whatever, dad died or dad left or whatever, but had a really strong father figure in his life, like like a role model.
Hmm.
I think more men are lacking role models. We're looking to they're idolizing the wrong people or the wrong things, and I think that that plays a very big role in what they exemplify in that fact.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. That's a really good point. I think that I think that when it comes to the lack of strong male leadership, you know, you really have, you really have, some of these guys. And I actually did a live stream last week, and um I was discussing where guys could be, you know, like two red pills. And what I mean by that is like there's some extremists and manosphere content, right? And I
Mhm.
don't mean like extremists like in that type of way, but like I think some of the talking points for some guys, for some men, will kind of ignites rather this incel, some of the incel nature.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, I think a strong role model should not be someone you see on TV. It shouldn't be
Yes,
someone you
I,
see
I
on the
agree.
internet. I think it should be, maybe there's a good teacher at your school, a good coach. Maybe you work at a local whatever, and have a boss who's just, really takes you under their wing or something like that. A big brother, uncle, so on and so forth. I don't think your role model should be somebody you can't talk to. You should be able to talk to them and interact with them. And you know, for me, I think every time that like the things that I like to work on for myself, for instance, like patience is one of the biggest things that I always try to work on in myself is patience. Because I have fucking none for any of you tards. But I always find somebody who does have patience, and I see what they do and how they do it, and I try to kind of like pull that in and see how I can apply that to my life. You know, and I can engage with them and interact and all of those things and really kind of see how they are. And that kind of bleeds into how I want to be. So for men, I think if you have a positive male role model around you, um, and somebody you can look up to and engage with, like that's where you can ask those questions or go to for advice, you know, and you can trust that they are teaching you the right way or so on and so forth. So I think there's a difference. Let's open up the panel and have some fun. And Solo, I see you back there. If you can just do a little brief cam up and give me a peace sign, that'd be helpful. If not, I'll have to wait to bring you on here in a second. But let's kick some ass and take some names.
Fucking love that intro.
I know, isn't that so badass? I love it too. It's my favorite thing in the whole wide world. I worked so hard making that too. And if you wouldn't believe it, I found wonderful that was a clip that I found on YouTube, but I had to add in a few flares and fun things, and then I made the song on Suno, of course. But oh my god, it gets me going. It's like, ooh, we about to fight. Anyways, and let me do this. We're gonna have to do a screen because dipshits don't want to freaking do what I tell them to do. Solo, unmute yourself and talk to me, my friend.
Hello. Hello, how are you doing? It's a gorgeous evening tonight. I hope you're doing well.
I'm doing well. What is 7 plus 8?
7 plus 8 would be 15, and 15 in English.
Oh, very nice. Where did you, how did you find this show?
I typed in quotation mark, open panel, quotation mark, and hit enter.
Sus fuck cunt.
What?
I said that's sus as fuck cunt.
I know. I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, that's actually
Dude,
more sketchy.
That's not sus, dude. What are you talking about? That's exactly how I found it.
Sus.
Say something an AI would not say.
I have no idea.
Do what you need to do.
Intelligence, I don't know what it wouldn't say. I mean, I played with it. One time I got artificial intelligence to actually crack a joke.
Oh.
Just do your normal thing, Sarah. Ask him if he's gonna prawn bomb, and
I don't porn bomb.
Do
Listen,
your thing.
I've never porn bombed anyone. I think anyone that porn bombed
Good.
should be dead.
Artificial intelligence isn't funny.
Yeah, that's right there.
Well, turn your camera on real quick. Nobody can see you. Only me. And just give me a peace sign.
I am too beautiful to turn my camera on. If you can't respect that, then you know what?
Right now, only she can see you. She's got a screen up. None of us can see you. Only she can see you, and she don't take screenshots of people. She's a real cool person, right? And so she just wants to see that you're a person, and then you can turn it right back off. That's all she's saying.
I don't need
Sorry,
to.
Sarah, I don't mean to. I'm just trying to help.
I am a person. I live in Southeast Texas. I'm the realest ninja on YouTube.
An AI bot would say that.
Look,
I don't need to.
No, he
listen,
used the code.
Everybody shut up.
Sorry,
Everybody
sorry.
shut up. I don't need to see your face. I just need to see a peace sign or a fuck you, middle finger, something.
Okay, look, that's my custom avatar. I have it in many colors.
All right. Well, I don't feel like taking any chances tonight, so it's just not. It's just too sus when people do that, and they're not willing to like. Everybody who comes on here, I kindly request, unless that they've already been here before, I kindly request just quick little cam up backstage, show me 2 fingers, unless somebody else on panel can vouch for you. And I will say, when somebody specifically types in open panel and is looking for a panel to hop on, and that's how they found you, that to me says like you're looking for trouble. So I'm not going to take the chance this evening because I would like to have a good show. But I'll tell you what, if you decide that you would like to, cam up backstage, show me the middle finger and say, fuck you, then I'll roll with that. But outside of that, we're not going to play around. That's too much of fuck around and find out for me to care for it this evening. I've worked too hard. Anyways, all right. Hi, Spicoli.
Let me know when I can go. I've got a little something to say.
Well, why don't you go ahead and go? You always have a limited time when you're here anyways.
First of all, I liked having what's his name on, Kingdom Come or whatever his name was. He made some good points. I want to elaborate though. I just heard this statistic. An average guy has to swipe right 200 times on a woman. He's got to swipe right 200 times just to get 5 women to even respond to him. And then out of the 5 that respond, he might get 1 to go out with him. And that's not even a guaranteed fuck you fuck. So he's got to, so in other words, for a dude to actually get laid, he probably has to swipe on 1,000 women just to go out with probably 5 and maybe 1 will fuck them. So women don't have that. So it's going to create a lot of incels. It's going to create a lot of, what it does is this, these dating sites overinflate women's egos and underinflates men's egos. They make women seem more important than they really are. And they take away men's confidence. So what it does is we're forgetting the average chick weighs 171 goddamn fucking pounds. The average chick who weighs 171 pounds is in no situation to turn her nose down on any man, let alone 80% of all men, when she's fat as fuck. So guys, don't put up with this bullshit.
Can I mute Spicoli with my voice? I have a question.
Simping for fat chicks. Stop simping for fat chicks, okay? And stay off these fucking dating apps, for Christ's sakes. Dating apps will just lower your T levels. They're the worst thing in the world for you guys. Just deal with women in real life. But the dating apps, it's just a loser's battle. I'm telling you, you want to swipe? Wait, guys, on a dating app, you're going to have to swipe 1,000 times to fuck a chick. Can you imagine that? Swiping 1,000 times to fuck a chick? It's not worth it. Who's got that kind of time or effort? You got to swipe 1,000 times to get 25 chicks who respond to you. Out of the 25, 5 will date you and maybe 1 will fuck you. So it's like a 1? It's not even a 1% chance. You've got like a 10% chance of getting laid out there on a dating app. It doesn't make any sense when a woman has a 90% chance of getting fucked on a dating app. It's completely off balance. Any dude who's on a dating app deserves to get his confidence beat into the fucking ground. And any woman who's on a dating app and she's 171 pounds, if she thinks her big fat ass is a 10, keep thinking it. She's going to be paying her bills. No man. I don't know any guy that pays. I don't know any man that pays the bills for fat chicks. No. Do you pay Dunk? Do you pay the bills for fat chicks? No, we don't pay fat chicks bills. We only pay hot chicks bills. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, that's not true at all. Do you think that that's the beginning into the end of the conversation? Just wait. No, but what you just said there. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Tenth. Go ahead.
Well, I just want to know, do you think that that's the beginning and the end of the conversation? Because it seems like you put it forth that way.
What? You talking to me?
Oh my God!
Who are
Never
you talking
mind. Go ahead, sir. I can't.
So Spicoli, number
What?
one, you're saying that women should be women just get more ass than men, right? Is that what you're saying? And you're
But
saying
what I'm saying is,
hold on.
what I'm saying is, wait, Sarah. Wait, a 200-pound chick can get fucked easier than a Chad can. I'm telling you, a 200-pound chick can get laid easier than a dude who's in the top 10%. It's that we know how easy it is for women to get laid. All they got to do is go outside and a guy will approach. All the chick has to do is walk up to a guy and say, "Hey, you want to fuck me?" And if she's hot, the guy will probably want to fuck her. It doesn't work that way for guys. For guys to get laid, even for a Chad, it's harder for a Chad to get laid than it is for a 171-pound woman to get laid. We all know it. You know what, Sarah? Why don't you need to start being more empathetic to these young incels? And here's the trouble, guys.
Why is hold on. Spicoli, your mic is.
Am I the only one hearing that feedback?
Yeah, Spicoli.
Yeah, I can hear it too.
Oh, okay.
Try again, Spicoli. Well, while he's thinking about that, Mark97 comes in with a big 10 and says, dating is garbage. Arranged marriage is the best option.
True.
I'm not opposed to arranged marriage. I think his shit wasn't working or something. It was either his Wi-Fi connection or something. But yeah, I'm not opposed to arranged marriage, and I think if any family wants to follow that tradition and the kid, I say kid, but obviously they're an adult, but the child is not opposed to it, then go for it. I think.
Doesn't it have the highest rates of success too?
Yeah. I'm not opposed to it, and I think if you grow up in that culture, it's established and it's normal. You kind of know going into it, and it's more susceptible. Or
Sarah,
you're more accommodating. Go ahead.
Well, Sarah, as the person who spend like 45 minutes on your show talking about why we need to go back to traditionalism, I don't know if arranged marriages is possible in this day and age. I mean, if it is, then great. There's definitely, as Abe said, a lot of success there, but I don't know if it's possible.
I think arranged marriage is much better for men than it is for women.
Yeah.
Just psychologically.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
I think it's probably harder on the women because we're more inclined to think of are we compatible? Do I like him? Do I love him? Is it this? Is it that? Like, we're a little more complex thinking in that aspect. Whereas for a man, it's kind of like, well, does she give me blowjobs, and do I have a meal in front of me, and will she have children for me? Like, okay, sounds great.
I mean, I'm coming at it from the angle that, like, I think to fix this, men need to commit more and women need to commit less. Like, they need to. I think it'd be better if men tried harder and women tried to make it work less. I think that would be.
Wait a minute.
Ivory, I got something to say about
Ivory.
This is what both you guys are gonna, this like sort of TradCon thing. Like, I get it, I understand it. But one of the things is like, if you tell a guy he's got to come with more, if you tell a guy that he hasn't done good enough, and like a lot of us, we spent our teens and 20s masturbating, eating bad foods, not doing a lot of things correctly. Like, that is still, like, one of the things to be known is that is still good enough. Like, just come with what you got, like that's like, if I was your dating coach, I would tell you that, like, you're not going to change overnight. Why would you want to, right? Your personality is the thing that gets you through. Does that make sense?
And Ivory, I just want to say, you're saying that men should commit more and women commit less. Like, yeah. That's crazy talk. Like, you want women to do less.
And can you elaborate a little more, Ivory, on what do you mean by women should commit less? Men committing more makes sense in my head, how you're saying that. But for women, what do you mean by that?
Well, I think the better way to say this, like, they should try less hard to make it work with guys that do not care about them. and that like are not
stop chasing.
Yeah, that's already the case, though,
This
right?
is,
I mean, that's why 80% of divorces are initiated by women. So
right, and that I think it needs to like get. I think it needs to even.
You want more of that?
increase.
So you want 90%. You want 90 or 95%.
I think he's saying I think he's saying she wouldn't end up in that position anyways if she wasn't chasing a dude who she obviously was not compatible with. And I will agree with you. Women are very. I just had a conversation today with someone who a man who was telling me that a woman has been like he like fucked around with her like 5 months ago, and she kept texting every now and then trying to hang out, and he kept saying like, I don't want a relationship, and she of course kept bugging him, and then she's finally like, I need closure, can I come over? And he's like, okay, if that gives you closure, fine, come over. And but I was telling him, I said, in her mind, it's not closure, it's her trying to like fuck you one last time and hope that you'll be, like magically have this moment of, oh my god, I'm so in love with you, how do I not know this? And that's what that is. That's exactly what that is. And unfortunately, we get into these positions where we chase somebody because they don't want us, and we like, oh, I can change him, I can fix him, I can make it work, and it's the we don't take you for face value at what you're telling us.
If I could just point out,
playing games, but
that's
like,
so real. Yeah.
But I'm not encouraging women to like toy around with men, but more so like really make sure that someone's committed to you, and then if they are, then that's good.
So,
you're saying that you're.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to chime in really quickly.
Go ahead, King.
So do you think? That with these women, they should have a father figure part of that vetting process? Because I do think not all women, but a good portion of women, when they're left to their own devices, like as Sarah just mentioned, right? This woman is chasing this guy who clearly has stated that he's not interested in her, and what happens is that she's going to keep trying to angle him, into liking her. But men, we know that's not how we work. We either like you or we don't.
Women should have. I think it might be good. I was going to say, women. What you're getting at is women should have a caliber of a man for a father that they can compare mates to in the future.
Yes,
that's
correct.
Really what it comes down to.
And also like just having other people to like verify what you're seeing is accurate. And like I think there's also like a gender role thing there where it doesn't really need to be the father. It just needs to be someone that is like embodying the male gender role. So it could even be another woman.
I think it does.
But why?
Because there's certain aspects that a father provides that a mother can't. Plain simple.
Yeah.
Well, I think what Ivory's saying is that
Hold on. Let Ivory finish, and then Ryan.
Someone that fulfills a male gender role. So it doesn't need to be the father, basically. But it's probably not going to be the mother, but it might be. Like maybe the
like
father fulfilling the
a
female
male
gender role.
A male father, like a father figure.
Yeah.
Just to hammer that home.
But that could also be like a friend.
Yeah,
just to hammer that home, I think when you say like no, like there's things that the father fulfills that like what Ivory's saying is that like, if somebody is fulfilling those things, like he's specifically identifying if someone's fulfilling those specific roles, like then that is a good replace or a good supplementation at least.
Yeah, but unless she's like living with this guy and like they has a day in day out experience with it, like it's not really the same, right? You can get traits from it, and you can have like the father light.
You need to live with your dad in order for him to be a good. Like
he has to be involved to be a good example.
Well, sure, yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean living with them. Like, I don't think you're advocating for that women can't get married until they before leaving their parents' house, right?
No,
I think he's just saying that she had to have been raised that way.
I'm saying that she's raised in that manner, so when she is set up for success when she goes out there and looks for a mate. Correct.
Well, I think another key point to add into that, I don't think that's necessarily true, but I do think you have a good argument for it. And I think the piece that comes with that is her establishing that trust in a man and being able to develop that type of relationship with a man, a male role model, father figure in the household, because then you are, because that's how they're treating you on a daily basis and interacting with you. And that is a piece that teaches you that it's like muscle memory, right?
Well,
How to be treated.
Not just with the daughter. It's the kid sees interactions with the mom and dad.
Mm-hmm.
So if the father,
let me know when I can have a minute before I get too drunk.
Oh, go ahead before you get too smashed.
Go ahead, Tim.
All right. So nice to see everybody. I only came up here because some of the people in chat asked me to. I know some of you may not know me, but just prepare yourself. All right. So, because just if you know me, you get it.
We don't need to prep this.
I don't want to freak anybody out. So, this is what I wrote down. Women are coddled and believe that they are a prize. I watched a TikTok earlier where a person that I know had up. Can you imagine saying that I'm your ex? She has a beard. All right. So, fracked up. Women would tell her she's a prize. But then I'll hear women say if a dude slept with a man, it's gross and they can't be with him. What if the man was SA'd? I've seen many women shame men for being SA'd. But if he did the reverse to her, he'd be called a monster. So this is the whole problem. I don't think that anybody's even looking at any of the problems that, like this social media. Social media is less than a percentage of the problem. Yeah. It's all the other stuff that's the problem. And I know no one up here is going to want to talk about it, but we were talking about it in chat. This is the problem. Is most people don't want to talk about it. They want to sit here and repeat what they saw on an Andrew Wilson video or an Andrew Tate video as if they actually know anything about what they're talking about. Like I was talking to Ryan in chat. He said he's been with, I think, 4 relationships that lasted approximately 2 years. I'm like, that is pocket change, bro. That's pocket change. I've been with more people than that consecutively in polyamorous relationships, living in the same place than he's had relationships in total.
Wait, what are you saying?
So,
well,
I'm not going to get into all the problems.
What he's saying is that people are seeking guidance from the internet of how to have relationships or talk to girls or how women are or this or that or whatever and so on and so forth. And in reality, the real people you should be having the conversations with are probably the people who are in long-term healthy relationships, married for 20 years. Like my role model couple is my best friend Renee and her husband. They've been together forever. She's older than me. I think like a decade older than me. And I always looked up to them in terms of their marriage and their relationship. And when I need good, hardcore, solid relationship advice, I don't just go to her. I go to her and her husband because I have male advice. And I also have my best friend who knows me and knows how I operate. I think maybe 10th Man, you were kind of hitting on that to some degree.
Kinda.
Also, if I could just add something to that, it's to Ivory's point. We disagree on quite a bit, but we found some common ground the last time I was on. It sounds like when you say men should do more, women should do less, it sounds like you're kind of advocating for a feminist ideology of women get to pick and choose. I don't want to bring this whole thing back to the women shouldn't vote.
Let me clarify
thing,
a bit.
But hold on, if I could just finish the point.
Yeah.
I don't want to bring this back to the whole women shouldn't vote thing. But if you're saying that men need to do, sorry, Sarah. If you're saying that men need to do more and women do less, you're basically saying, well, give them carte blanche to do whatever they want, and that doesn't lead to good societies. Sorry.
Let me ask you this, Fight Sport. Back in the day, when women still lived at home with their parents before they were married off, did the man have to first court her?
In what sense?
In a sense that he actually had to ask her father first if he could even take her out, and then he could take her out. And then he had to do all of this effort, and he wasn't getting ass, right? Because women refrained from that. And then, a month or 2 later, he was asking for her hand in marriage, so on and so forth, committed, and now we're done. So that would actually be what Ivory is saying actually takes us back to more traditional values, because the men were doing more and the women were doing less. They weren't attaching to random dudes that they met on Tinder. No, they were attaching to men that their father approved of for them to even be able to date.
100% true. The big difference is that women have more power now than they've ever had before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so they should. I think it would be good if they were able to embody that traditional role, but choose to do it, because I think that role worked. It's just they didn't have the choice.
Hold on, it's Ivory. It's not traditional if women have the power. It's traditional if men have the power.
The power.
Well,
having agency doesn't mean they have all the power.
I'm not advocating for tradition for tradition's sake. I'm saying it really does seem like men are fucking around and not being serious about their relationships, and women are chasing men that don't care about them. And like those are the two problems that I see.
Yeah, well, we don't have enough real men in society. Men do need to do more, but so I agree with half of your statement.
Like,
but I also
like
agree
Andrew Tate is a real man.
Yeah, like so.
Hold on. Hold on.
King is the guest. I do want to let him chime in here.
No, I'll be quick. You know what I mean? Because I know we have 10 people on here, so I'll get to it. But yeah, so I agree with half of your point, right? Where I think that when it comes to my disagreement is that you were saying that men need to do more, but here's the thing, right? Because women do control the access to sex. So, right? So if men, if men are not taking things seriously and the women are still having sex with them, who's more at fault? I'm not absolving the men of guilt, but the women are more at fault, right?
Because that's what I'm saying. The women need to commit less. They need to be more. They need to not try to get the man.
Commit.
By commit, I believe he means like engaging and going to second, third, fourth base, right? I think that's what he's saying. He's not just saying women need to like not marry men he doesn't mean commitment in that aspect. He means they need to back the fuck up and stop jumping in every dude's bed and kind of like limit themselves from access. Limit men's access to them.
And he's also pointing out that like women will go after like the same man that has repeatedly rejected them a bunch, right? Like, and I think that, I think men also do this. Like when there is a woman who they are really interested in and has kind of turned him down, like they will also chase after this girl. Like it's not something that's necessarily unique to women. It's more of an attachment style that is kind of genderless.
I think sometimes that's acceptable for men. Like, and something that's like actually really good for men to do. It kind of depends on.
That's a good point, because what Ryan just said, if you actually like listen to what Sarah said as well, and we're talking about getting to whatever it is, a second, third, fourth base, whatever, like based on what Ryan said, I would think it's more meaningful if someone's sort of examined an attachment style, but there's got to be so much more to that, right? Because I'm like sort of like I'm extroverted when I'm with people, but I'm also cool like kind of being by myself, like not nerdy but like nerdy, and so like to me, I think of those relationship milestones a little closer to like attachment and stuff like that, which I don't think is a bad thing necessarily.
And let me interrupt everyone here for just a moment. I have Bane Bear backstage, the Powdered Dusty, and Ticky Tack all waiting to get on panel.
That's fine. None of you guys are going to address what I say anyway. Bye.
I've already
You gotta wait for the grift at least. All right, so now I have Powder Dusty and Ticky Tack both hanging backstage. If you want to see them up here, you know what to do. The only person that is off limits is Kings and Dreams. Otherwise, everybody else is up for target practice.
Yeah, I would like to earlier.
Neo, go ahead, Neo. Hold on, fight. I want to let Neo talk because he has.
We can talk offline 2 fights, but if you want.
Yeah, sorry, because I'm not going to be on long. I just wanted to say a couple of things here. I was listening to the stream earlier. What's up, Kings, by the way? Welcome to the show.
What's going on, brother?
I'm chilling, man. So the primary topic was dating apps and whether or not they're creating incels or if they're a form of courtship that we should be utilizing in modern day, right? That's sort of like the essence of the talk.
Yeah. That's the crevice of the conversation.
Okay, so I'll say this. Obviously it's anecdotal, but what are anecdotes if not everyone's combined experiences, right? Dating apps, I think personally should be used as an amplifier, kind of the same way you utilize a cell phone game when you're on the toilet. You know what I mean? You're just swiping left and right. I don't really think it's something that you should take.
Use it like a game. Like that, but you know what? It's true though.
No, use it like a game. Like just swipe left and right. Don't pay the obvious fees that they're trying to get from you. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like if you want to amplify your opportunities on dating apps, you could always do basic things like just take better photos and write like a decent description. But I wouldn't get too crazy about it. Like I said, when you're living your day-to-day life and you're working or you're on your hustle, you're on your grind, you're doing whatever it is that you're doing, you're not going to really focus too much on the dating app itself. Hopefully you have a social life of some sort. And I know that in modern day, we don't really have much of a social life, or a lot of people don't, because they stay on the internet, which is also okay, because this is the modern day. We can't go back to the 1950s and court every single woman we see. You know what I mean? You're kind of playing a numbers game. And Kings, I just want to address something you said about because I hear this a lot in these circles, how women are the gatekeepers to sex and men are the gatekeepers to relationships, right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, so I don't think we give ourselves enough credit as men. Honestly, when you're courting a woman, right? Courting, we're gonna use the word courting. When you're doing that, you also have power in whether or not you have sex or not. The problem with most men is that I think they're so starved for choice and they're so thirsty that they just take anyone and they're willing to say and do anything in order to get it. But what I've realized over time is that the dudes that are the most chill, if you just act like a regular human being, you'll get laid. Like put on a clean shirt, make sure there's no like stains on it, get a decent haircut. I know looks maxing, right? Whatever we want to call it. But just like decent things that like small little incremental changes that you can do for yourself will help you in the long term. That's all.
That's based. I think it's like men don't have to do more. They just have to not be so fuckboy. Like just if
you
there's
just
someone that
gotta
you're interested
chill.
in, just engage with them over time. Like a relationship might develop. But you don't
I think if
go
they
in
shift their
expecting a
focus
relationship
too,
either.
that would help a lot.
I wanted to say.
I will add on to what Neo's saying. If you're desperate for ass, we can smell it. Desperation is stinky. And if you're like, I said everything I was supposed to say, I did this, I did that. Yeah, we know. We're very aware, and it's stinky as shit. Get the fuck out of my face. Because if you're,
I think I agree with some of what you had said. Like like if you just kind of chill and not over pursue, kind of like what Sarah was saying. You know what I mean? Because women can smell desperation off of it. You know what I mean? So essentially you've heard the term. You got to act like you've been there before. You know what I mean? If you act like you haven't been there before, a woman gonna say, "Oh, he's creepy," or whatever the case is. They tell their girlfriends about you, and now you're fucked. You know what I mean? So,
but it's not just about acting. It's about just being who you are genuinely. You know what I mean? Like you have to exist as an organic human being. If you like video games, if you're a nerd and that topic of conversation comes up when you're talking to a chick, if she doesn't like it and she thinks you're a loser, don't pretend to be this like hardcore super alpha. That's just like you're pre-programming responses in your head instead of existing organically. Water finds its own level typically in relationships. When you're talking to somebody, if somebody is meant to be with you, or if you're going to have any sort of relationship with anyone, it comes naturally. The way you have any conversation with your homeboys, you should be able to talk the same way to the girl. If you can't talk the same way, if you feel like you have to walk on the eggshells all the time, you're not going to have any type of relationship with them whatsoever. It's going to be fake. You're going to eventually be exposed, and then you're going to move on and do your own thing.
But I have a question. If I can ask a
follow up. Okay.
I was sorry. I hate cutting Ryan off. My bad.
It's okay, Duck. You go, and I'll save. I wrote down my points. Go ahead.
So I'm just curious. I mean, this looks like the right panel for it. What about like just getting into shadow boxing, right? Because we hear so much bad advice. We have so many constraints of lifestyle, and so both men and women should feel a little like not to be the relationship boogeyman, but you should feel a little unprepared for this scary journey you're going to go on. Like, do you or Kings have any tips on like how do you guys resolve that kind of stuff?
you.
Sorry, can you just reiterate that question if you don't mind?
Yeah, I was saying like, just how to avoid men, women looking to get into dating, already doing it. How do you avoid shadow boxing? Stuff that's not a problem or it might be a problem, that kind of stuff.
Social interactions.
Exposure therapy.
With
like
the perfect answer.
I was thinking about kind of preparing when we're talking about putting on a face. We're talking about the things that you just need to do to have like responsibility or be prepared to go on a date, go on a dating app. It's so easy for bullshit to sneak in.
But that's what I was talking about being organic. Don't put on a face. You don't have to shadow box.
Yeah.
Just be who you are.
So
when
I'm
they
being
say
a little
be
bit
yourself,
over the top with it then.
Well, what I think you're in your own head too much. That's what I really think is happening, because how they always say, "Oh, just be yourself." There's some truth to that. That's not a cope. The cope is trying to come up with things that are not who you are. Because again, how I use video games as an example, right? I'll use one of my best friends as an example. He's one of the top speed runners in Mario 64, right? So he's like top 10 in the world, or 12 or whatever. And he found his girlfriend on Twitch because she also liked video games, and they got together, and they're still together up until this day. You know what I mean? Like, this dirty kid that just was in his bedroom playing video games decided to be social and do what he liked, and he got something out of it. I like singing karaoke. When I go to a karaoke bar, that brings attention to me because I like singing. Just do the things that you like doing. That's gonna attract the people that are right for you. If you're a gym rat, you want to go to the gym all the time, then you'll meet people at the gym. You're gonna meet and interact with people based off of the environments that you're in. But don't shadow box and don't be phony. If the person you're talking to doesn't like you because they don't think you're a certain way, then just call it a day and move on. Don't give them your time.
The other thing I'll add is, like, you're talking to people.
Go. I wanted to give Ryan the floor because he was waiting.
I want to say, one thing. First of all, karaoke is huge, and girls love karaoke. Highly recommend if you like singing at all. Even if you're not good at it, it doesn't matter. It's just like, have fun with it. But when it comes to he brought up the relationship with a friend of his who met someone online. There's a 2017 study that says that like 40% of relationships actually start online as of 2017. So the numbers are probably higher now. But like people are meeting online. We talk about like social media and the harms of dating apps and all this stuff, but like a lot of people are actually meeting on these apps and are meeting on not just those like dating apps, but on Facebook and Discord and Instagram, and like people are meeting online. And to the point about like women having access to like celebrities and stuff. I mean, at the end of the day, most people end up dating within their social class, within their social and financial class. And like you're also, it works both ways, right? Like, you're going to have access to more people who you wouldn't have met, even if you're like kind of a weird, like an awkward, undiagnosed autistic guy who's online and like trying to find your own footing. Like you're also going to have access to more people. So that benefits both parties. And the one final thing I'll throw in, when we talk about like women being the gatekeepers of sex, there's some truth to that. But if we're going to talk about the gatekeeper to sex stuff, we should also talk about the orgasm gap, okay? Because the orgasm gap is super huge, all right? Women can have sex super easily. Like almost any woman can hop on a dating app and have sex tonight, but they are probably not going to have good sex tonight. And that's I think an important thing to bring attention to when we're talking about this.
Yeah.
Hold on. Flow State, hit the chat. I need to know which one is the ugly Aussie. I don't know who's the ugly Aussie here. And for the record, folks, I have Powder Dusty, Tiki Tack, and I've got AJ backstage, all hanging out waiting. Flo, can you tell me, ding dong, the cam down one? All right, Fight Sport. I'm putting you to the back, and then Flo's coming up, and then you're welcome to hang backstage. Someone can always pull you back up too. All right, and then I've got Tiki Tack next, and AJ, of course.
Just a comment on the prescription of like being yourself, right? I do think though that in current today dating field, guys hear that they don't know what to do with that, right? Like, what does that even mean? Be yourself, right? And I think the prescription that can help, not saying it's an end all be all, is to actually do self-examination. You have to ask yourself, what do you want, right? You have to go through that mental practice, and then nothing, no matter what you practice, no matter what you read, no matter what YouTube video you watch, it's not going to beat getting in front of somebody and having that conversation. Because if you get in front of them and you start acting, all weird, then nothing's going to happen, right? Like you need to have those reps. You want to put it into gym terms, right? You want to go to the gym, you want to lift, you got to get those reps in. So, and a lot of guys are hurting today because they don't have any direction. They don't have any male figures in there, positive male figures that actually have sit them down and say, hey, look, this is how you should do things, or this is the way you should approach things, or this is how you should, or just generally talking about it. So for a lot of guys, you can also get great advice from books, dead men, people who Plato, Socrates. You can read about all these Stoic principles that can improve you, and then you are becoming closer and closer. Maybe not top 10%, but you're getting up there. You'll set it's easy to set yourself apart when everyone else is mediocre.
And you think that's simplified how to be yourself?
No, I'm saying that you get that's better than be yourself. That's some steps to take, right? Because what does be yourself mean? Everybody's
don't pretend to like football if you don't like football.
Can I answer that real quick? When I say be yourself, I'm not giving necessarily a prescription. I'm just stating that you're in your own head too much.
Right.
Because there is such a thing as consuming too much content on how you should act in a particular situation. Believe it or not, a lot of dudes now are very neurotic because of that. Everybody says that women are neurotic, but so are men, because we get into our own heads so much, and we start thinking about all these different variables on what can happen based off of the interaction that we're going to have with the person, that we lose the plot completely. You're on a date. You're not studying to be like a lawyer. You're not taking the bar exam. You know what I mean? You're having a conversation with another human being. That person gets nervous the same way you do. They fart the way you do. They eat, they fall asleep the same way you do. So when you sort of put them on a pedestal and you make them above human, you're diminishing yourself simultaneously. I will agree with what you said about the, you should read up more and yeah, just give yourself knowledge of life in general. Be an interesting person. I do think that that's also important as well, because if you never have anything to say outside of whatever your own general interests are, then yeah, you can sort of fall into the wayside and be a little boring. But
I think that is, I agree with that. I mean, that is because
You
the
have to
be
grow
yourself,
yourself.
you can fall into the trap of, well, I'm just being myself. I'm 300 pounds, I eat Cheetos. This is me. I'm being myself. I don't want to go anywhere, and that's not.
No, I don't mean like lying to people and telling you're telling somebody you're a 10 when you're obviously not a 10. You know what I mean? What I mean is just don't get into your own head so much towards the point where nothing else fits in there.
Right.
You
And
know?
guys,
like, you just
I-
don't
I-
do that.
Guys will do
Like
that.
even if you are like 300 pounds and eating Cheetos all day, like if you own it, like somebody's gonna see. Like
Someone wants to feed you Cheetos.
I'm
You're gonna get somebody with a fetish.
I think. Well, first off, Tevin King sending in a $20 super sticker. I don't know which persons this came in on. It's either Flo or Kings.
That's mine.
There you go.
That's one of my moderators.
Oh, nice. Well, thank you, Tevin, for sending that.
Did you tell them to pay you?
Huh?
He's being funny.
Oh,
He's
sorry, I
funny.
missed it. Sorry.
It's
But I think to add in, I think to add into that, it's what a piece of what Neo would be saying is like, yeah, I could watch Alex Playing with Fire, right? Who teaches like game and how like lines to use on a girl all day long. But is that really me and who I am, trying to say those same lines to a girl? It's not gonna come out naturally, right? So at the end of the day, Neo's saying you still got to be yourself. Like you could watch all the YouTube videos online of what to say to girls or how to interact with girls, but if you're gonna get too fake to the point where you are not yourself anymore, and instead you should just be focusing inward. Who do I want to be? How do I want to be better? And how can I apply that internally and have it come out externally naturally? I think that's kind of what you're saying. Go ahead.
No,
Ryan.
you hit the nail.
Quick thing is I think like on a lot of those spaces are like really they throw shade on this, but like honestly, like being friends with women who you're not dating will help you in this regard, because you'll be able to treat women that you're dating like a normal person, or women that you're courting like a normal person. And like, not all the time, like obviously you want to be able to escalate and flirt and stuff as well, but like that is invaluable, being able to communicate like as a human being and not just somebody who's trying to fuck, you know.
That's why I said social interaction before.
Are these women that you're attracted to, or these are just women that you're not attracted to?
Lesbians make the best wingmen. Go out there and just, like, you would be shocked. Like, it's crazy.
Go ahead, Bane Bear. I think you've been wanting to chime in.
How many of you have children, and how many of you have donated to Sarah tonight? And I think both of those are very telling signs, because I think if you don't have children and you haven't lived through sonograms or stayed with the same woman for 5 years, you don't know shit about dating, and that's just a personal opinion. I have a boy and a girl. Sarah has a boy and a girl. How many of you are fathers? How many of you have donated to Sarah tonight to help her with doctor bills? How about that as far as
7 years? 7 years.
I don't know.
Father of 2.
Are you wearing a shirt?
No.
No kids I know.
I've been married 17
I
years.
checked both of those boxes.
Congratulations.
I don't have any kids, but I am in a long-term relationship, and I donate to Sarah quite often.
Neo's a very, very big. Neo has been here since the beginning, and he supports the show in many ways more than one. So I will say that.
Well,
I don't have any kids, but I am in a relationship.
I appreciate that. I was mainly calling out Radical Coder because he claims to be a content producer, but I even called him out in the chat.
Ryan has also been a very strong supporter of this show since actually before this show even started. Ryan has.
I remember. I remember Ryan from like two or 3 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good to see you, Kings. Absolutely.
No doubt, man. No doubt.
Yeah,
I'm doing like
the community we've established here is a very supportive one, and there's a lot of originals that we may see pop in it, like Neo. Neo doesn't always show up on panel. I get him on here maybe once a quarter, maybe, if he's being nice. But he's always a very strong supporter of the show, and he has been since the beginning, as is Ryan as well. I was actually for a while.
Sarah, you froze. Oh, okay. You're back.
Oh, sorry. Oops, wrong thing. Little Miss. Oh shit. I can't click anything. Uh-oh. Am I frozen?
Nope. No, you're not frozen, but
just for a moment.
There we go. Okay, there it is. Little kissy cat comes in with a big 10, says, "Sorry, Neo, we got to hear your point of view. Come back in a few minutes." Oh, Neo, you got the boot.
Yo, I got kicked out. Yo, it finally happened. Yeah, that means I made it as a content creator. Let's go.
There you go. You're not a true content creator unless somebody.
Yeah, I know, right? Unless somebody hates on me, it's all good. Let me just say this in closing. Yeah, everybody, you have a great night. I am gonna go do some karaoke, and I'm gonna not touch grass because there's no grass here right now. But
have a good one.
Y'all have fun. Deuces.
Bye, Neo. We love you. Enjoy.
I can't believe that guy was on the opposite side of me in the toxic masculinity debate, because he is such a great example of like positive masculinity, and he seems to address like all the things that that, like we were shitting on, and that like Ghosty and I were pointing out. But like he's great. Yeah, I like that guy.
And Cleaner, I see you backstage. You will need to cam up and show me the middle finger, a peace sign, something like that. And then also behind him in line. Oh, yes, I see you. Thank you. And then behind him in line, I have IFBB, Mr. Marte. He's been here before. So he's hanging out backstage as well. You know what to do.
Is that the South American guy that doesn't wear sleeves?
I don't think he's South American.
Okay.
And he wears sleeves. He showed up on a sip and stream one night. He's Andrew Wilson and Rachel Wilson's trainer, personal trainer.
Someone else.
Daniel McCoyan with the big 5 says, "Can we get Neo and Morgan Freeman to have a conversation sometime?" That would actually be pretty good. All right. Back to you guys. Continue on.
So I agree with the social interaction. Big time.
Oh yeah,
like guys need to know how to communicate with women, and if they're not learning that, and rejection, like they're not going out and talking to ladies and getting rejection and growing the thicker skin to know how to engage in meaningful ways, I think that's extremely important.
Would you recommend they take their
that
somewhere?
So it's horrible for like rejection, right? Because that's like built into our DNA, especially as guys. Like back in the day when you got rejected in the tribe, you were dead, right? So
That's true.
Like
That's
rejection is a huge thing for mental block that men need to get over
Agreed.
to become men. Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah. So you know what one of the things that I mentioned earlier is that you know when I was growing up, there wasn't like social media, you know what I mean? So in order to court or speak to a woman or get her to go out with you, you actually had to engage in face to face. As you know, as some of you gentlemen have mentioned, like when you deal with that rejection, rather, it actually it actually will make you more competitive in the sense where you want to win that woman over. You get what I'm trying to say? So
It
it's like,
teaches you.
okay, you know what? I took this L now, but you know what? I'm gonna keep shooting. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, you know, for me, at Kings and Dreams, I think the point you made, and it may not have been grazed on, maybe I didn't catch it. It's really important to understand, like whether you watch the TED Talks of the creators of these social media platforms, whether they're dating or just general social media, they've stated how they are very restrictive with their children about these apps, you know, and these devices that are used for these apps. So I think that's like a telltale sign to what you're saying, brother. And I understand everybody else's arguments. I love listening to Sarah's show. But it's really, I think it boils down to the social fabrics being decayed. Like you said, there was a time where being told no or having rejection as an answer to your question was totally fine. But now because social fabrics have decayed to a point where people are, you know, refusing to answer the phone and it goes to voicemail, they'll text you back, or eye contact, all these little things we're noticing as people who were born from a time before this crazy internet age where the overstimulation is occurring. I think I just got to say I agree with Mr. Kings and Dreams in regards to tonight's you know, conversation. I think social media has negatively affected the ability for us to find love as humanity. That's just my opinion.
Would you say
Let's
it
bring
is
this
more
out
of
to the
exposed?
open. A lot of those procedural stuff, like the types of things that guys go through to actually find a relationship, the types of things anyone goes through, different types of people, right? That also, like, we can have this almost fear, and it's like natural, like that. This takes away from, you know, the organic nature of it, or that, you know, we have these values that are so important to us as guys, as men. I have things so important to me, and so like it, you know, that's one of the, like, to me, one of like the huge journey things that he just like woke up in my freaking brain, is that, like, you know, if we're not putting together, you know, some picture of something, like, it doesn't have to be the relationship itself, but like if we're not putting together that picture, it's so easy to stay like too protected, too sort of set in our ways. Like, you know, that old dog stuff is kind of like, you know, that stuff rips at my heart, right? Because you know, there's so many guys that suffer with that. So, you know,
true.
Just wanted to mention it.
No doubt. And not only I think it's good for men to get kind of be able to experience rejection healthily, but also like you're gonna get hurt by people, but you're also gonna hurt people, and that's a whole other thing that you have to grapple with. Like, even once you do, like, if you are someone who's struggling with dating, once you do start dating, you also are gonna be on the other side of that, where like you are probably gonna want to reject people, and you're gonna break up with people, and it's gonna feel like shit sometimes, you know.
Yeah,
like,
I think it goes to Dream's point about, like, you know, this is kind of cliche, but like Michael Jordan or Kobe or all these, Tom Brady, all these people that were underestimated, told no, and if they just took that as their influence for the rest of their life, they would have never been who they are, right? And I know that's cliche, but it's a great point towards when you're trying to be confident enough to find the person that, you know, we call our soulmates, or the people we want to spend the rest of our lives with, you know.
Well, I mean, you know, look, like I'm excited, you know, for all of you guys who do watch the NFL and who saw the NFL draft. Shador Sanders, right? You know, got drafted 5th round. Everybody thought he was going 1st round. I think he's going to scorch earth in the NFL. I think he's really pissed.
Daniel McCoy in with the big 5, just to let us know that Destiny chickened out and canceled the debate with Andrew. What a shame.
Imagine my shock.
Chickened out. Andrew's a fucking bitch.
Chef Dylan. Whoa. Whoa. Shots fired. Chef Dylan in with a big 5 says, maybe not good sex with Radical Cooper. Ryan, shots fired at you on this one. I don't know if you're taking
I've always had really good sex with Ryan. I don't know where he's
I wasn't talking about me, all right? I wasn't talking about myself, all right?
Oh, shit. That's
Ryan's
funny.
even leaving panel to go put it down right now, so whatever man said that shit.
Don't worry, Ryan. I'll protect your honor.
Oh my
I'll say
goodness.
for myself, like for me, I've been married 17 years. I have children. I have a home, all of this. I think it's really, really important for people to realize that in-person physical communication with each other, learning what those signs look like from another human being is extremely important. If you're staring at a screen or you're doing it all over the internet, there's a certain level of false reality, and you never actually learn how to communicate with those people. I'm not saying that you can't meet them there and then meet them in person, but you've got to develop those algorithms in your brain that humans need for successful mating rituals and stuff like that.
Abe, I think that's the contention. The perspective changes every generation. So if you're a 15-year-old in 2025 and you're looking to date, not necessarily marry, just you're trying to experiment, which is very, very normal for teenagers in high school, college, all that. It's like, how do you not have an Instagram profile or at least a Facebook or a LinkedIn? You're weird if you don't have that shit. If you're one of these people that just doesn't engage in social media, the majority of the opposition of sex, let's just say if you're straight, you're a straight person, regardless of your gender, the opposition is going to find that kind of peculiar that you don't even have an online profile to show your history. Am I wrong there, Sarah? Am I wrong?
I mean, I only made an Instagram and a Twitter just for YouTube.
Sarah, you're old though.
I know, but like, I just.
God damn it,
no,
yeah, I would have to agree. I think most people nowadays, it's almost like it's like it's one of those things where it's like, all right, people don't even ask for people's phone numbers anymore. It's like, what's your Instagram? You know what I mean?
What's your handle?
Yeah.
Gentlemen,
oh my God, yeah.
Is that
Gentlemen, I'm just going to go refill my coffee. If we could all just play nicely, take turns. This is a great panel. I love this. I feel we're actually productive. Ryan is in charge until I get back, but continue on, please.
Right. What the fuck?
All right, now we just got to start fighting.
Those are great points.
And I only said Sarah was old. Remind people it's still her birthday week.
No, I think that was a great point, though, because
Happy birthday week.
If you're born before the 90s or even in the early 90s up to, I guess you could say 2000, like if you're a pre-2000 baby, these are things that you take into account. The internet was always adversarial. It was a government kind of like, we're being spied upon. But with these kids now, man, it's an extension of their limb. It's like, we get that missing limb syndrome when we lose our smartphone, like in war, when you're missing a limb, you're trying to find it. We get that with our phones now. And these kids are, so I agree with you, Dreams. Like, I really think it's become embedded in their societal fabric. Like they need it to feel normal.
Yeah. So let me ask you, gentlemen, a question. And I know a few of you gentlemen are married, so this may not necessarily apply to you. But have you noticed like the more you're having face-to-face interactions, especially for guys speaking like with the opposite sex, it seems like it's easier and easier, and like for me, like I could read like a woman's body language. I know how to be witty. I know how to be like funny, serious. You know what I mean? Like I'm so adaptable, and I think that like with some guys who just solely hyper focus on social media or dating apps, it really does them a disservice, because when they're with these women face to face, they can't really read small social cues.
I agree. I'll say this: I'm digitally Amish. I've never had Facebook or Instagram. You have to hit on people in person. I got shut down by a British chick a week ago. We parted as friends. Nice lady, no hard feelings.
Yeah. Cool.
I would agree. It's it's like a muscle memory thing, you know. Like when you're around people physically a lot, you're able to, I mean, like you mentioned, picking up on body language and like recognizing when someone is done talking to you, when they are very much not done talking to you. Being able to discern these things is super important, and being practiced in it is like when I was younger, I worked at a bookstore, and so I was engaging with people like constantly. I'm talking to people all day long. Like that was my job, was to just talk to people and like basically a salesman role. And I found like that was when it was the easiest probably to approach women in general, like more than just because I was all day, like all I was doing is talking to people about their interests also, and like so yeah, stuff like that is definitely important to practice.
Right. How many of them said put a baby in me? Did any of them say put a baby in me? Like put a baby in me?
Not in the bookstore. They didn't say that, but
is that the Shannon Sharp thing you go into?
Yeah. Hey, where's John Steinbeck at? You know,
John
Steinbeck. Is there a motel around
what
here?
do you guys think about that? That was kind of weird, right? Like if you're,
I don't think I would say yes if somebody said that to me.
Oh,
I was pointing out that the difference
it can be
between
hot. I don't
saying,
know.
and I'm willing to trust you with a baby for the next few years of my life. Like there's a major difference.
Are you flexing?
No. Should I be?
It seems like you're trying to flex.
They're all flex. Yeah.
I think the human brain is like a skill acquisition machine, and I think the more we interface with other human beings, you build more and more skills at seeing the expressions, the movements, all of that's very important, and especially like we're talking about with meeting the opposite sex and understanding what needs to happen to either win favor with that person or reject that person. I think that's built over time with other people, and not worshiping somebody else. Humans are humans. Men and women are just the same species. Like when we put everyone on pedestals, depending on what sex we are, and all these things, I think it's detrimental to our own psyche. I really do. And so you got to build those skills, realize those are human beings. They live and act as you do in most cases, and go forward.
Going back to the topic discussion.
Oh, sorry, those skills. Real quick, because talking about life skills, I mean, it's so fascinating because, like, one weird sort of observation is like, well, you know, I might have been good at dating, but am I good at dating if I'm on an app? If I'm, you know, am I good at digital dating? Can I present myself online electronically? And am I understanding that this other person I'm talking to is, you know, regardless of who they are, they're trying to do the same thing, right?
Yeah, but
like,
Doc, I think that's the whole argument. It's like if you get really good at the digital dating thing, right? You're really good at meeting
translate.
people.
Yeah,
it doesn't translate to our reality, right? And as a society, as a species, we're dealing with an issue right now, which is there's a generational detachment because of the technology, right?
So just real quick, going back to the topic of the discussion, do you think that social media just exposes a problem that's always been here, and it just puts a highlight on it and allows men who feel this way to point at it and have something to say, look, see, it's happening, and versus back in the day, you know, you might have like a little community.
I agree with everything except for highlight. I think it amplifies it. Sure, I think in a bar, you know, you have men and women, and there's a physical representation. There's almost an animalistic kind of natural system of structure. We call it alphas, betas, whatever. You know, guys, when they're insulting, they call each other cucks now. But I think in the digital world, it's become so askew that whatever you're presenting, if your page is just that hot, you're that guy.
Yeah,
And
I mean
Neo,
that's one of the interesting
sorry.
things. Oh, sorry, Sarah. No, you
Neo,
got soup. You got
and then
money.
the floor's coming back to you in a second. Neo with the big 10 says, "Thanks for having me on. Great chatting with everyone." And cheers. Thank you, Neo. We love you. And Inquisitive Archivist with the big 5 says, "Show us that cute dog again." I'll even solo lay out that puppies. Hi, little weenie.
Oh, what a cute baby.
Yeah, good
I
Umbreon.
love the little weenie. Yes, little
He needs a
cutie
haircut. He's a
patootie.
good boy.
I love dogs. Okay, and then I've got Cleaner coming up next. And for the record, backstage, I still have IFBB, Mr. Marte. I have 10th Man. I have DJ Kuda. Oh my God, I haven't seen DJ Kuda in years. We have Z, and then we have Z Typhoid. So if you want any of them up, you know what to do. You got to boot someone off to make some room because there's only allowed to. Could you imagine more than 10 people being on a panel? That would be absolutely.
It would be a nightmare. It would be chaos.
I mean, 10 is already enough. Was everybody good while I was away?
Yes.
Yeah, AJ was sort of intuiting that most of us we could be cucks without knowing it. That's what that's what I read.
That's what I got.
I'll leave the floor back to you, Duck. You take it away wherever I interrupted you.
No, I'm just gonna say that's like a trigger thing, right? Because like millennials, like okay, real talk. Like millennials grew up, you know, in the age of totally unregulated porn. So like the stuff you would see online, not only is it like sort of questionable, but it's like to take it lightly, but like but the other side of it is that like you know, you see like cheating porn, you see homemade porn, all this other weird stuff, and so like, you know, like
what's your favorite genre?
My favorite genre?
Midgets.
You know, I think gilfs is like the default, but it depends on you know, if I'm drinking or not.
All right, what happens if you're drinking?
Gilfs is default.
Lemon
That's
party.
Default. Gilfs are default.
Yeah.
Holy crap!
He has a playlist.
That's cool. You're just coming into vogue.
well, and I want a conversation afterwards. I feel like Spicoli needs to be here to support me on this, but I don't know.
I can't tell if you're trolling me or not, but right on.
I'm fucking with you.
No,
so
you're
it
not.
sounds
You
like
the
the part of the prescription is to just, if you feel like you're an incel, to get off social media and actually go out and like pursue women face to face.
Stop being a coward. That's the thing.
I don't really think that you're approaching the prompt. I mean, realistically, right? As men, we all know to some degree, most women in the world want a man to lead them, to protect them, to take care of them, to be there for the dark days, all of that. You know, if you don't frame yourself, if you don't build yourself up to show yourself off as a valuable man, then you have nothing to complain about.
What do you
It's
think?
our fault. It is our fault 100%. Everything in society stray from where it is or where it was. It's our fault. If we didn't like the elites doing what they do, we could have stopped them. If we don't like women doing what they do, we all collectively decide to stop them. If we, you know, if we decide to do something like make ourselves valuable again to women, they will value us.
We got a Crucible fan.
Yeah, have fun. Fire at will. And I think Neve's already on it. Happy hunting, chat to the Spurger in the chat.
Sarah, what do you think about that? I think it's just disingenuous for us men to speak when we have a woman on the panel. Do you think Mr. Cleaner 409 is correct in that statement, or do you disagree?
Honestly, I will say very honestly, I wasn't paying quite attention. I was looking into the Spurger in the chat. So if you could give me a brief two-liner of what you were saying, Mr. Cleaner, I will respond.
She was doing her job.
Yes.
Well, I was saying, I mean, really and truly, like, okay, Amp said, or Tomato said, and the other guy, Bear or whatever,
already too long.
The same thing about the social media apps. They just kind of amplify things, right? There's always been an issue in society, and the issue has been, in women's eyes, there aren't enough valuable men. So as men, we need to take the reins on this, make ourselves more valuable to the women that we want to attract. If we don't do that, then we have nothing to complain about.
Yeah,
I
no,
think when women are complaining,
sorry, he wanted me to. I agree. I think if you're gonna sit on your beanbag in your mama's basement and eat Cheetos all day long, I don't think you have the right to complain that women aren't interested in you. There might be a woman out there that finds that attractive, but that's going to be few, and it's not going to be the average population of women. And I think that overall, you need to recognize that if you want to be that top 10% of men that women want, well, you need to do things that the top 10% men are doing, right? I will say jokes. I like funny men, right? That does help, but it's not everything. I think if you're like, to me, I look at it, if you're not taking care of yourself physically, then how are you going to take care of me? If you're not working towards like bigger, better world, like then why would I trust that you would take care of our kids and want the best world for them? And you're not like, are you willing to build that? Like, I will support every single bit of you building what you want for our family, but I'm not going to do the building for you. Right. I mean, I know obviously it's a partnership and we're working together, right? I'm not saying that, but like, if you want to build that dream world, like you have to show me that you are capable of doing it. I don't need that dream world here or now, but I need to see that you can do it and that you're motivated to do it and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I think we feel the same
other
way.
side
A
of
lot of
the two
conservative
things can be.
men feel the same way. They want the same thing, Sarah, from the opposite. You know, there's like roles to fill, and we just want those roles to fill. And I think right now we're dealing.
Did you say holes to fill?
Yeah,
roles.
he did.
Roles. Get your minds out of the get your mind out of the gutter, buddy.
Too late.
Roles. I'm talking about roles.
Go ahead. Try to finish your serious comment.
I just think we're losing the grasp of what our roles are.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of reasons for that. But roles being filled makes us feel validated and loved, right?
So two things can be right at the same time, right? Two things can be correct at the same time. The other side of that is women do have inflated egos on these social apps, right? That's just a
what?
given,
I'm perfect and beautiful, and
You're not-
I'm
you don't
a
count.
full
You don't
10 stunner.
No, but here's the thing. Of course they do, right? Because they've had like 50 fucking plus years of propaganda, like Disney princess shit, and like, oh, you gotta like, you know, you need your Prince Charming. He has to be perfect. He has to be like 6'5" with an 8-pack and have a 2-foot dick that ejaculates money, right? That's what basically they need or they're looking for.
Yeah, that's what's in all the Disney movies.
What do you guys think? Like, I really don't like see women asking for high value men. Like, what I see is women dating people that they think that they'll be compatible with, and then it's just like they don't enjoy it at all. You know?
Well,
I think I actually want to speak to this because I think that what Cleaner was saying about like men needing to like step up their game, I think that's absolutely the case, but it's not always in the way it's sold, like the Andrew Tate kind of like, oh, they need to become like this hyper masculine guy. Like sometimes that means like really practicing emotional intelligence and understanding like how you're making people feel and how they're feel like and being able to communicate your feelings in these things like that women do appreciate. Even if they don't think they appreciate it, they actually do. Okay, they love this shit.
AJ, you can shut your mouth and go fill your holes backstage. And then I've got pro Mr. Marte coming up. And next in line, I've got 10th man back in. I've got DJ Kuda and I've got Z Typhoid waiting backstage. You know what to do, chat, if you want to send somebody else to go fill their holes backstage.
So Ryan actually touched on a really good point that a lot of people miss, right? Emotional intelligence. This is something that a lot of people conflate. They don't understand what emotional intelligence in a man is and emotional intelligence in a woman. The first sign of emotional intelligence in a woman is when she has weapons and doesn't use them. The same thing with a man. If you're capable of using your strength to combat something, but you hold yourself back, you restrain, you refrain, you don't
That
engage.
has nothing to do with emotional intelligence.
No, that does. That actually does. If you're able to hold back your weapons and not use them out on the world, you're showing a virtue.
Well, I think we're mixing up emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence is understanding and like me being able to see how everybody's interacting and know like who needs a little more coddling here and who needs this. It's external with other people. Emotional intelligence is viewing other people. I don't think it's internal regulation.
I think it's both. I think it's both self-regulation and having external like social skills and empathy. But it's also about your own internal motivation, understanding like your self-regulation and stuff like this is also part of emotional intelligence. Absolutely.
Right. What I was speaking to is the steps of gaining emotional intelligence. The first step would be to control and regulate your own anger and your own weaponization of what you have that are weapons. Men, it would be our strength. Women, it would be their social destruction of people, right? So you do that first. Once you've engaged in that and you've completed that, then you can go on to moving on to things like figuring out what it is that you're feeling when you're talking about something with people. As you're growing as a young man in your teenage years, before you become a man, a grown man, an adult, you start learning these things. Not everyone progresses through these steps, though. Not everyone. Some people skip a few because of the way that social media is, because of the way that technology has mainframed everything right in their hands, even all the way back to schools. Schools do this too. They teach kids, engage in your wants, engage in your feels. How many times have each of us watched a dating podcast or anything like that, and women say, I feel, whenever you really expected them to say, I think this. They say, I feel. And we're seeing it more in men now too. They say, I feel instead of I think. It's because this is what school has pushed into them. They skipped a couple of steps. They didn't learn to engage emotionally correctly.
I don't think it's necessarily school. I don't think so. So a lot of the people in the dating market that I've run into are raised by single mothers. And that's a huge problematic issue that we're finding in the dating market. So now when you see a lot of influx in the dating market, you don't have this, I know what a man is like, and I don't have any type of reference as far as to what to even look for. And also another problem is, I know I'm jumping from point to point, a lot of women think they're 10s or above average when they're actually averaging averages now in insults in the dating market. A lot of women don't even know what they're looking for, let alone have fathers. So
well, that's the thing. You're right about that. You're right about that. But that actually speaks to what I was saying. Schools teaching young ladies and young men to engage with their wants and their feelings. What happens is when you say something to them, they hear what they feel. They don't hear what you're actually saying. They don't hear your words. They hear what they feel. So if you tell them you're average, they think, oh, I'm ugly.
Yeah.
But that's not what you're saying. You're just saying, no, you're an average person. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. 90% of the world is average people. Why are you taking that as an insult?
That's because in that context, it's the absence of a compliment, right? You had to set up to give a compliment, and you chose not to give the compliment. That's why.
Yeah, you're not feeding her anything.
You're just calling your wife average from day to day? That's what you're doing? Cleaner?
Me? No, my wife died a year and a half ago.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Sorry to hear that, man.
Oh, that's quite all right. I understand your point, though. And yeah, if she dressed up real nice, I would tell her, hey, you look nice in that dress. I would pay her a compliment where it was due. But she knew just as well as I do, I'm an average guy. She was an average woman. We both knew that. We told each other just what we thought. There was no problem with that. We were honest with each other. But we also grew up in a generation where it was okay to be honest with each other, and people wouldn't get all feely about things.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, what do you think about the biggest weapon that men need to control is like being able to leave?
Being able to leave?
Yeah.
Before you answer that, Kings and Dreams is making his exit for the evening. He was the guest for the night, and thank you so much, Kings, for coming on and bringing such a good topic. And I'll leave the floor to you to make your exit.
Just real quick for Kings. Just real quick, Kings.
Sure.
Did we answer your question? You feel good now?
What question?
I don't know, just like the topic. You feel better now? Did we answer all the questions about incels?
I mean, I didn't. I never felt bad, but
okay, good. Okay.
No, but so first and foremost, Sarah, thank you for having me. I gotta give you your flowers because I see how much your channel has grown, the hard work that you put in, you know what I mean? So I remember your channel. I think you have like 200 or 300 subscribers. Now you surpassed me, so now I'm gonna have to catch up to you. But you know, excellent topic. Thank you for everyone that chimed in here in the conversation. Definitely appreciate it. I appreciate all these different perspectives. I think the most important thing is to have dialogue and make sure that we have a healthy dialogue. And it seems like tonight's conversation was really, really good. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I thoroughly enjoyed everyone's perspectives, and I appreciate you know, having conversations with you all. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thank you, Kings. We appreciate you.
All right. Have a good night, guys.
You as well.
Yeah.
Take it easy, man.
And while we're on the topic, a K2 keeps on trucking in with the big 5. Says kick Meth Man for 10th Man. Ryan, you're going to the back, and I've got 10th Man coming up, but also I've got DJ Kuda. How have you been?
How the fuck was that Ryan?
That's
you
how we
doing?
have officially. We're good.
There's at least half of us that seem like that definition fits better.
We've officially declared that when somebody says kick Meth Man, they are talking about Ryan. It took me a hot second. We had to figure it out the first couple times, but it's official. It is Meth Man is Ryan, and that's just how it's going to be. I don't think Ryan looks like he's on meth. I think there's a lot of other characters out there.
Looks like he's on Adderall.
I would agree with Adderall, but definitely not meth. Definitely not meth. All right,
Adderall's a type of
Kuda.
meth, I guess.
Yeah,
What do
what's
you got
going
for
on?
us?
I wanted to talk to Kings and Dreams. I want to talk about the topic. You guys brought up a lot of good points. Points that I've brought up in the past too about, you know, how the phone is. I call it an external organ, and like millennials, like well, my generation, I know the millennial that I am, half my life was going outside, and then the other half was technology. But even when technology was sitting in, I still went outside. You know, it wasn't really, I didn't really, you know, the internet in its infant stages when we were beta testing it, it wasn't really what it is today now. You know, it wasn't monetized as much and stuff. And with the dating apps and stuff, it's crazy with the dating apps. Like it does mess up a lot of men. You know what I'm saying when it comes to dating, because if you're just swiping right and swiping left, a lot of these guys mentally think that they've actually approached those women, or they get the chance to tell certain women no. Certain women, even if they're undesirable or unattracted to those women, they didn't approach them. You know, most of the people that you're gonna see on the internet, on these dating sites and stuff like that, in real life, you guys would have just walked right past. Y'all would have walked right past each other. You know, y'all would have walked right past each other. Wouldn't say anything. Wouldn't even be thinking about dating or anything like that. So, you know, the
Guys and girls both.
yeah, I mean, you know, a lot of those dating sites like Tinder and OkCupid and all that other stuff is really set up for women. It's not really set up for men. So, you know,
it's for crazy people. A lot of
it kinda
crazies on
is,
there.
yeah. But I mean, with the internet though, everybody's dating pool rose. You know, and
So
then
DJ, can I ask about that? How does that change when we're talking about like a digital footprint or something? Like that's got to be so crazy. Like I used to work as a busser and a server, so if I wanted to date, there were maybe 10 girls my age that worked at the restaurant. You know, not that I'd be like a creeper at work, but like that's where that would happen, right? Like, doesn't that make sense? Like, so shouldn't, you know, I'm just curious how you think technology actually plays into the dynamics, if that makes sense, or you know, whatever kind of you got to say.
Technology has risen everybody's dating pool. It even made it to the point where you don't have to date people at work. You never date people where you work. You never shit where you eat. You know, you don't date people at work. You know,
I
you
thought
put
that
people
was man code anyway.
Right, you put that person directly in position to play with your finances. You never date
When it
where you
ends,
work.
it ends bad.
Yeah, unless you about to leave the job, like if you about to leave in like a week or two, of course, yeah, you know what I'm saying. But you know, you can grab somebody out the door. But it's that the thing is that a lot of people spend time at work, so the tension is there, and you see them all the time and stuff like that. So you get a bunch of chances to do certain things at work, but you never date people at your job. But everybody's dating pool rose
with the internet. And honestly, I hate to say it like this, but like a lot of feminists and average women, they utilize the internet to kill pretty privilege.
I would say conversely, dating.
I got a whole show coming out on that.
The camera angles, bro.
Well, this is reversed too at the same time. We've had dating pools lower at the same time too. So if you're talking about people chasing the only 20%, imagine now we have an 80% that's never really existed before in an exponential matter online. So I would say, since you're saying it's rising, I would say that there's also a lowering as well too. So I think that a lot of people on dating apps, they just don't know how to present themselves online, let alone in person, like you were saying.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. I talk about that too. But the thing is that I mean, and I'm glad that you said that, because I never thought about that some people's dating pool will be lowering. But the thing is that the dating pool is rising so much, you won't feel it lowering, because you still have more options than what you would have, originally went out and
if you're
got.
a woman, yes. The paradox of choice does exponentially rise.
No, a man can too. A man, it's the same thing for men, but it goes back to what you were saying.
I'd say it's very illusory, actually.
No, but this is the thing. If you don't know how to present yourself online, people that would have considered you a candidate probably won't consider you a candidate now. If you don't know how to talk to people online, like I tell the younger generation now, why are you running around asking women for their phone numbers? Get their Instagram. Because you're asking goofy ass questions anyway. You don't know how to follow up on these questions. Dating is not supposed to feel like you're on a job interview. And if you get somebody's Instagram, literally it answers all your questions. You can see all their outfits. You can see if they have a kid.
Are you in a relationship?
Like, huh? Me?
Are you in a?
No. I'm single at the moment. I'm traveling, but I run a whole show. I've been doing this for a long time. I know exactly what I'm talking about.
Let me interrupt for just a moment. Mr. Honest Abe Dinkus is going to make his exit. Do you want to give your final closing thoughts, Abe?
I'll just say thank you, Sarah. This is a great topic, and the more we talk about it, the more it will help.
Thank you, Abe. We appreciate it.
Later, Abe. Thanks, everybody. Bye.
Peace, brother.
And while Mr. Abe is making his exit, I've got Anson, the chairman of the board, coming up. And then next in line, we're getting back to the beginning. We've got AJ, Ryan, 10th Man, and the Ivory Fool all waiting backstage. So if you want to see them back up, you know the drill. And back to you, DJ Kuda. I believe you're going off, and then I do want to hear from Paige.
Yeah, no, it was nothing really. I was just saying, like, a lot of guys, it's better to get the Instagram, but a lot of guys don't want their projection that they project onto women destroyed. So I can get why a lot of guys don't want to see certain things, but.
I mean, you want the Instagram so you can creep on her before you talk to her, right?
No, it's not the creep on her, but the information. A lot of guys don't know how to follow up on the information. They're just aimlessly asking questions. They're just throwing shit at the wall, hoping that it sticks. And
it's a lot of intel.
Isn't that how people are supposed to get to know each other?
People got to learn how to talk on the phone.
Yeah, I mean, I think people should get to know each other person to person, not lurking around in the social media.
No, I know how to talk, but sometimes it's better for y'all to get this social media than to, because Instagram is low risk. It's low risk. It's more low risk. A lot of y'all don't know how to ask a certain question. I know how to ask. Like I said, I've been doing this for a long time. I run a radio station talking about this, so that's
DJ, I want to go ahead and add to what you were saying. A lot of the times when people offer an Instagram, what they don't know is they're exposing and magnifying their own life that they built up and developed. If you do not have anything going for yourself, if you don't have anything else, you will be exposed on Instagram. So that's the advantage that people have. So if you're a real life, whatever it is, it gets exposed. If you don't have a life like what Sarah was talking about in your mom's basement, your basement gets exposed even more so. You either have to fake it or make it. Instagram is like the real deal when it comes to exposure. You're not posting fake shit, I mean, if you are, it's going to get exposed.
Well, I mean, I tell people to go get the Instagram because it's more low risk. Like when people ask for a number, it's kind of more like a personal thing for some weird reason. But like you can do all of that.
It's a personal move. I think that you need to make that move if that's your intentions. If you ask for somebody's Instagram,
I think people might feel safe, especially in today's age. You feel safer giving a social media versus a phone because your phone number is now like your social security number, right? And with it, you can find a lot of information about a person, whereas Instagram, you can kind of minimize what's put out there. You don't even have to put your real name on there, so on and so forth. So I feel like maybe if you're, especially if you're doing like a cold approach on a girl at a bar or something like that, and she might be a little coy or something, I would recommend starting with social media. But if she's very comfortable with you, then I would say just go straight for the phone number. But I don't know if it's necessarily better in a way of one thing versus another, especially if you're meeting in person, you know what they look like. But if it's online dating, I can understand the safety feature built into that of asking for social media. And I think Tinder even lets you link it up anyways. And a lot of people put that on there, like, here's my handle, follow me here. It's weird.
Yeah. There's different layers
chicks
too.
have that. Don't girls have that same problem? Like in terms of, balancing like introductions and social media stuff, right? Like,
No.
one of the realities is that like, someone's like what do you like to read?
Women do not have the same.
I don't actually give a shit. But like, are you a person who reads, or do you go to the gym, or do you plan things with friends? Like, all of that stuff sort of coming out in an authentic way is something that's really important.
No, it's not important. See, the online stuff has made it so that all this other ancillary crap is more important. It used to be, hey, you look hot, let's hook up, right? All this extra crap about where do you like to spend your time? Do you like to go on? That's all bullshit, right? It's all about, hey, you're hot, I like you. Let's go do shit together. That's what dating ought to be. All this other stuff is just extra crap that's complicated because of social media. It's all nonsense.
People want to feel like they have a personality and stuff. Like I said, we live in a society right now where there's really no such thing as privacy. The internet knows everything about you. You got people that spend their whole life on the internet. Their carbon footprint. People don't even have a social life anymore. They have a social media. And like what I'm saying, what I'm saying is, they lean into who they want to be on social media. Social media allows people to be who or whatever they want to be. And what I'm saying is that, like, when people talk about, like, hey, like, creep on the Instagram, it's not about creeping on the Instagram. You can see if she likes pizza. Oh, she hangs out at this spot. Oh, she goes here, she goes there. So when you invite them out on a date, be like, hey, let's go to the pizza spot on such and such. You don't got to say, hey, I saw you there and I know you like there. You know what I'm saying? You could be like,
that's creepy.
You don't say that.
What I say?
But you can say, okay, I know what type of food she likes. I know what she likes to eat.
But then that kind of kills the whole art of getting to know somebody. If you see it all on social media, why? Like, why even? What? It's like
there's no intrigue.
Hey, DJ Kuda, I got you. I guess what? I got you. Lord of the Rings trilogy book for Christmas. But here's the gift. I want you to open it up and be surprised.
You got to be more tactful.
I saw you went to the movie premiere and checked in there on Facebook several years ago.
Cringe.
Y'all in creep mode. No, you got to say, I'm going to a Lord of the Rings expo this weekend. I got some extra tickets.
See,
let me interrupt here.
Why are you doing all the gameplay?
Money always interrupts. Shut up, Flo. Ghost comes in with a big five and says, all you have to do is ask her how you can get a hold of her, so maybe you can go out and do something sometime. Let her decide how. That's a great idea. And then if she feels uncomfortable giving her phone number, she could decide, and so on and so forth. Mr. sends in the big 50 on Cash App and says, ask the panel how situations happen. That's a good question. How do situations happen?
Oh, I can give you one. You talk about with chicks, situations happen with chicks. I've had lots of really good luck.
What they call situationships.
Oh, situationships. I got one of them. I can talk about that too. Yeah, so it's just, two people that want to, get it on. It ain't complicated.
The chick decides to spread her legs early.
Yeah, there you go.
That's pretty much all it takes, and then they've entered into a situationship.
Yeah.
No commitment, no courtship.
Yeah, and there never will be commitment typically in something like that because guys aren't getting what he wants.
It's shacking up.
It's shacking
It
up.
happens when two incompatible people get together,
sleeping together
and
before
stay together
marriage,
for
essentially.
That part, the irony of it is the situationship. I mean, is the commitment.
Yeah.
The situationship is the commitment. That's the irony of the whole thing.
DJ Kuda, I want to bring
But it
something up.
never,
real quick.
never
And it's
achieves
a very-
another level.
Right,
So
right. That's
there-
how far.
There's a very cautionary thing that's happening in dating right now. It's called "Are we dating the same man?" And believe it or not, I've been exposed on this site, and it wasn't for dating. It was because I talked to one woman one week, and then the next week I talked to another woman, and somehow it appeared like I was talking to two women at the same time, even though I stopped talking. And I got these women, it was like 15 trashing me over the period of like 7 years. I'm like, how the fuck does Samantha
It didn't appear that way. They felt that way. I've certainly been slammed, bro.
I got a
Yeah, they do
$50
that. They do that on Facebook and stuff like that. But guess what? It's not with both of those women. Just take it as free advertisement because other women gonna start beating your inbox and shit. So take that as advertisement. Just carry it like a player, honestly, because they just free advertisement.
That is fucked. That is fucked, honestly.
It's not a site for
don't take no woman serious.
I'm aware of that, and it's just like shit, dog.
Don't take no woman
No wonder.
seriously that's from that group though, because if she in that group, then her mind ain't.
No,
she ain't
I
in the right.
agree. I agree. So it was originally set up to warn people about, cheating and infidelity. It's just a trashing site for men to dump on men, and that's really all it is. So
all right. Here is where I'm gonna have some fun.
Oh
all
shit,
right.
throat cancer.
Duck.
Yep.
Do you eat the kitty cat?
Not answering. That was also something racist Trump said, but
what?
Okay. Mo, do you eat kitty cat?
Hell no, that's gay as.
What?
Flo, do you
These
eat
things,
kitty
these
cat?
answers keep getting worse and worse. I ate some this morning.
All right. Cleaner, do you eat kitty cat?
No, not right now.
Well, not
Don't have
right
anybody
now.
here.
Do you willingly eat the vajayjay?
If that's what my woman wants, yeah.
All right, I'll let you
seem
stay.
very,
DJ Kuda, do you eat vajayjay?
I have before, very good at it, but these days, nope.
Z Typhoid, do you eat vajayjay?
Yes.
Marte,
You're only saying that because you don't want to get kicked.
yeah, he knows it
No,
too.
not at all. You can kick me. It's
Marte,
you can kick me easy.
do you like to eat vajayjay?
you talking about kitty cat or vajayjay? Because I've been to Asian restaurants before, so we could.
Oh
The fact that we have to question that
Oh,
bothers me. Caucasian Sasquatch, do you eat vajayjay?
Only every chance I get. Why do you think I'm such a poontity?
Anson, do you eat vajayjay?
Do you have to ask? Of course I do. That's one of my favorite menu items.
Okay.
See,
and
these are
then-
the guys I
hold
fuck
on,
with.
hold on. Ivory Fool, do you eat vajayjay?
Oh yeah.
Coder, do you eat vajayjay?
Of course.
No, he doesn't
Alright.
either. I don't believe that.
AJ, do you eat vajayjay?
I think
AJ's floor is slippery. Look at this guy.
I think it's expected of men in our society.
He's got wet floor
In a
signs
committed
out all around his
relationship.
house for that shit.
Look, listen.
In a
If
committed
you want
relationship especially.
women to give you a head all day, when you pick your partner, you might as well return the favor, folks.
Okay, let
I don't
me
mind
ask
being
you
chapped.
this way. Let me ask you this way. Flo, do you enjoy eating vajayjay?
I do.
Cleaner, do you enjoy it?
As long as she is.
Nope, that's not an answer. Are you enjoying it?
I do, but not if it's not something they don't like. If it's just
Okay.
it feels weird then. You know what I mean?
Okay, I'll let you stay. Typhoid, do you enjoy it?
I don't even need oxygen.
All right.
Fuck yeah.
AJ, do you
Michael
enjoy it?
I think into your
Ryan,
Murda.
Ryan, do you enjoy it?
I'll say most of the time, but not everyone tastes good all the time. Like there's some.
You got to
nasty pussy out
check
there,
the
like, it's
oil
real.
first.
Okay,
Yeah, she better be vegan.
We are presuming all utopia vajayjay going on here. Okay, it's perfect.
Sure, yeah, of
Smells
course. Yeah.
great.
This is
Are you-
familiar friendly box.
Are you putting on your scuba mask and going in like Scuba Steve?
All day.
Okay, Ivory, do you enjoy?
I prefer the skinny dip.
Yeah, that's a put me in, coach.
Sasquatch, I already know your feelings, and enjoy it.
Oh, I more than enjoy it. I'm passionate about it. That's yeah, absolutely 100% down. Any time of day, any time of night.
Flip it.
Whoa. 10th man, you're gay, but I think you've had
as
some
a
wild
51% gay man. Don't mean to interrupt, but I eat pussy like it's motherfucking groceries when I did eat pussy. And what you do is you do it till she calls you God. And I actually did have a lady tell me one time that my girlfriend was the luckiest woman in the world.
So the man who has a husband is more of a man than half the dudes that were on this panel. That's crazy.
And
Nah, bro, I told the other day. One sec. I told the other day that dudes who don't eat vagina are gay.
No,
All
I don't
right.
know about that.
I didn't want anybody to leave.
I'll push back on that.
Hold on just a second. People left. I was playing a little panel scramble with one question, and the guys who I ducked backstage ended up like, oh, sorry, see you later.
They had to bow out for better gay men. That's what it is. They had to bow out for better gay men.
We still have
more bowls
AJ.
of clitoris.
Listen, we still have AJ and we still have Mr. Marte backstage. And Paige has been silent and patient like a true young lady this whole time. I would like to give the floor over to her, please.
Do you eat pussy?
Oh, absolutely not. I am a straight woman, and I do not want men to take a taco buffet of my own. So
Really?
rare.
It's not going to work out with this page.
Really?
I was going to.
Yeah, I've literally had to tell them like, please stop. Please don't do that.
Oh no, if you were my girlfriend, you would be having it happen. Trust me.
So not everyone is going to enjoy.
I'm never going to figure out what I have to say about the topic.
I have a theory, real quick, Paige, that women who don't like it are not willing to be vulnerable, because you have to be incredibly vulnerable in that position to allow somebody to do those things to you. And in the physical position you're in and everything, it's a very big vulnerability. And that is a theory I have. But anyways, the floor is open to
I
you.
think she had somebody be too rough with the man in the boat.
Probably the dude.
All right. Shut up.
Let's leave this to the psychiatrist I do not have. All right. What is?
Yeah, you got 9 of us now.
I'm free anytime.
Congratulations.
I mean, there's definitely a lot of factors that play into people's.
Page the floor.
I'm sorry. I thought it was done. I'm sorry.
I'd like to go like at least 3 shades down from bright magenta, guys. Okay. All right. What is my position on the topic? Absolutely. I think nowadays, especially with the popularization of porn and OnlyFans, and also the I am the table movement that you see in a lot of women, that women are the prize and so on and so forth, and the sprinkle TikToks that were highly popularized about a couple years ago. Yeah, I think it's highly discouraging. I actually have the unique position of being really close with my brother and my dad. My brother is a Gen Zer, and my father is a boomer. And both of them my brother recently got with a girlfriend, yay, brother. But both of them were single for quite some time. And my father's position on it and my brother's position, although they're from different generations, was oddly similar. My brother told me, he said, Paige, there's a lot of women out there that they're online notoriously, or they're anti-committal, or they're obsessed in kind of like the love and leave culture, or worse, they're on OnlyFans. And I don't see the value in hitching my wagon to that type of woman. And my dad told me, Paige, I'm now at a position where I'm retired. I have money. I have resources. I have my own independent life. And I really don't see the value in bringing a modern woman into that. I don't think she's going to do anything but nag me. So weirdly similar positions.
Prenup.
Hold on. Are you going to ask my question from chat, or shall I?
What question?
Have you ever orgasmed from a man giving you oral? Yes or no?
Wow, that is extreme.
TMI.
That's a
no. I don't let men do that to me.
There we go.
No man has ever given me.
We are not psychoanalyzing Paige's sex
tried.
life.
This is
all right. What about you, Sarah?
Is that like a weird question for all of us?
This is very intimate.
No, but see, we have these panels, right? But nobody wants to talk about reality. We just want to spout YouTube talking points. But you guys go ahead, talk amongst yourselves.
Well, no, it's a two-way petting zoo, right? The guy's got the questions.
I was gonna say that like there's definitely a lot of different reasons, a lot of different factors that people might come to their preferences. But at the end of the day, everyone does have preferences, right? So like,
blah 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 blah.
Hey, chill. I was gonna push back earlier when they said that like, oh, if you're like guys who don't eat pussy are gay. Like I mean I like eating pussy, but like for guys who don't like eating pussy, like I don't think they should feel obligated to do it. And just like I don't think girls who don't like sucking dick should feel obligated to suck dick. Like you can find someone who's not super into blowjobs who you can date and will be more sexually compatible with. Like I think that that's a good thing about our society, that we have access to a lot of different kinds of people, you know?
Yeah. I just gave you my entire dating vetting process with one question.
So Paige, let me say this. So I was married for a very long time, and the woman I was with refused to give me head, but I love to do it to her, right? But then after like 8 years of being with her, she started finally coming around and whatever. Like so you may find that in the long term scheme of things, if you're with a guy and become comfortable with him, that you might actually learn to love, getting some Furburger munch done.
This is why I wasn't going to ask Paige this question. Did anyone else notice that I purposefully skipped over her?
We can talk about how I like blowjobs if that'd be a more comfortable topic.
I will be concise. I was with a man for 10 years. I did not like it. There was no comfortability. I do not enjoy it. That said, I am not against the reverse of that. With the right man, that will be my husband, and that is all.
There, gentlemen, now leave it at that.
I also like blowjobs. Receiving.
I have 2 banana washers that charge with USB.
Oh, goodness.
What?
Oh, goodness. I don't even
What's
know.
your number?
I have 2 banana washers that charge with USB, and they have 17 settings. One's charging on my desk right now.
Reminder: AJ is still hanging out backstage.
I don't either. I'm scared to Google it. You Google
I don't
it.
want to know. You know what? Just for purposes of
Look, rock, paper, scissors.
Stupid. All right, chat. Who do we want to come back
Watch
up?
this.
Is it,
I win.
If it's
All right, I'll Google it.
If you want AJ, put a 1 in the chat. If you want Mr. Marte, put a 2 in the chat. I will leave it to you because I made an executive decision to boot 10th Man for talking about banana washers and going totally off board. Anson, okay, I heard you.
Okay.
Just one's fine.
Wait a minute,
0.
0.
How are we're gonna say that? It sounded like I don't know those specific names, but it sounds like he's talking about sex toys, right? Like, is it we can have a whole panel about?
It looks like it's like a flashlight sort of thing.
This is what 10th Man does. He gets off in this weird sex.
Now my
toy.
Amazon search recommendations are going to be weird.
It's his exit strategy.
That's why I didn't do that.
It's totally off topic from the conversation. It's not.
Oral sex is not off topic from sex toys. Like these are
What I'm saying is, I don't want to continue going down that rabbit hole of
going
crazy.
down. Look at all the fucking Freudian flips.
Right.
Why don't you want to continue going down that? Does your jaw
I would
hurt?
love to continue going down, but not
Are you
down
done
that
yet?
route.
My jaw hurts. Now you
It's
got to
the
start
first-
over.
Guys, that's the first panel that I came, albeit camera off, okay, since my hiatus from an Andrew hater threatening to dox me, and we're going to talk about this. Like, all right, but
yeah, I'm kind of curious if
these are some rough topics.
Have you seen any good kitten videos lately? Puppies?
I'm kind of curious
You
if
like
Paige
baseball?
has the same outlook that Sarah does on what I was saying about men.
can you reiterate it briefly?
Yeah, I think that men need to step it up and make themselves more valuable so that they'll be more attractive to women in general. It's our responsibility to do that.
So I have a pretty traditional view on things, but I don't think it's one-sided. So absolutely, I think men should be protectors and providers and be willing to, support a woman if that woman is going to abide by a traditional role. What do I mean by that? Well, she's going to give him a clean home. She's going to have dinner ready when he wants it. If he wants kids, she's going to provide those kids for him. And hopefully she's intelligent enough she can homeschool them, because Lord knows what's happening in the education system nowadays. And I think there needs to be an equal give and take. Now, I'm not saying that's every relationship, right? There might be a relationship wherein the guy still assumes that role, but the woman might work a bit. This is more common in older relationships where the woman's in her 30s. And that's also perfectly fine. But I think there still should be an element of being a traditional woman. Like, even when I was in my 10-year relationship and I worked and he worked, I still had dinner ready for him when he got home. I still did the laundry. I still did the dishes, all that stuff. So I think there's ideal situations, and I think we should try and get close to that. It's not the best, but that is the ideal, in my opinion. Strictly my opinion.
Do you think that men are leading women to want to be in traditional positions?
Well, so men naturally lead women everywhere, right? Like the right man. Obviously, there's men out there that women aren't going to respect, right? Like everybody knows what I'm talking about here, like the simps that are now engaged to Bonnie Blue, and so on and so forth, right? But for a good man, a man that is somebody that, I guess, avoiding any Freudian aspects here, a woman would compare to her father, right? If her father was somebody that she would admire, yeah, I think that the woman should be led by that man towards a common goal. Like biblically, women, again, I'm not going to do a huge Bible study or anything, but women are a man's helpmate. That's what the Bible teaches us. So there are strong women out there, certainly, that aren't fitting into that archetype where they are the breadwinner. But I think in a normal, most common relationship, yeah, the man leads. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
I'm saying in today's society, do you think men as a whole are leading women to?
No.
Okay, so because I would say women, yeah. I would say that women are very reflective of men. And 100%. I mean that by, okay, so we agreed there. So because of that, do you think women have just magically created this whole new environment for themselves? Or do you think we're reflecting based off of how our interactions with men, even in today's society, even growing up as children, do you think our actions are more reflection of how men are leading us? Or do you think that women have just gone astray?
I think it's a combination of things. I think it is in general, yeah, we are a product of our environment. But I think to just base that on what men are doing would be kind of naive. I think fourth wave feminism, and in particular the propaganda that has infiltrated our lives from a very young age, from the very menial things such as Barbie dolls to Disney movies, has educated women that we can be boss babes and we don't need no man. Right. So that in combination with the fact that men are becoming more feminized by virtue of the same propaganda is leading to kind of a perfect combination here.
I don't really think men are becoming more feminized. I feel like they're just leaving.
Isn't that just true? Like women can be boss. They don't actually need men, and like as much as they are in the same way they used to, right? Like women can get jobs and they can do so. Like that's not really. Is it propaganda to acknowledge that women have these rights and like
are they happy
in doing these things?
Is it productive for the society?
That's why we were having this conversation.
So just a second. So where it becomes propaganda is where we outwardly, like through social media and other avenues, kind of demonize women who do take that traditional role. And we see that commonly. We also see a lot of women online who do have kids being very expressive. And when I say very expressive, I mean in a negative way about the woes of motherhood. And it's not productive. It's anti-natalist. Most of the time, it discourages women from adopting a traditional role. It says basically like, yeah, you could, but it's discouraged because why can't you be out there living your full potential in STEM, right? It's ironic because the origination of feminism, and I'm not an expert like Rachel Wilson is or somebody else, that's actually studied. That's actually studied or wrote a book on this. But the original intention of feminism was to allow women to do what they want to do, be a scientist or a doctor or be a homemaker. And now what it seems to have evolved into is you have to be a boss babe and anything else, even if you're pregnant, even if you've had 3 kids, you're still expected to do that. And if you're not doing that, you're a failure. as a woman.
And isn't that where the spiritual comes in? Because you have this concept of there was a enhanced aspect of talent for each traditional role, right? And now we have a confusion in this, which is why we're having this conversation tonight.
Yeah.
Right? The communication. Go ahead, Sarah. Sorry.
Let me read a few of these, and then I want to get back to AJ and Paige. Daniel McCoy, I apologize. I should have read this sooner. I missed it for a second. Says, if it smells like fish, it's a dish. If it smells like cologne, leave it alone. That's actually funny. K2 keep on trucking in with a big 5 says, I want no one to ever tell me that I'm not a gentleman. A fellow coworker lady was having trouble with her landing gears, and I helped needed muscle. I helped.
Close enough.
Close enough. And sarcastic saint in with the big 5. Those toys are the only things Ryan uses on himself, and they don't talk back. Ryan, put a plug in your mouth like a pacifier and be quiet. Take 5, Ryan.
Common cope.
Okay.
Common cope. Can I say one thing before?
Yeah.
Just said it.
Yeah, bye.
Well, yeah, all right, I lost it. All right, I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Fair enough. And then I've got Mr. Marte coming back up, and then behind him I have animated effigy, and then Jeff waiting in line next, and then we'll bring it back around to 10th man, and then Ryan, and then KDK in, I believe, on Flo's side in with 24. Let's go.
Then we'll go.
And if you are watching over on Kings and Dreams, I'm going to go ahead and remove that for now, just because I don't want to be responsible for a channel that's just running off of here.
Can I engage with the prompt?
I wanted to give it back to Paige and AJ, and then as they finish up their little dialogue, then you guys can dig right back in.
Thank you, Sarah. I'll be quick, and I know I never am. Do you think
it's not what your wife says?
Fuck off. Do you think the traditional gender roles are being confused to a point where women and men are trying to replace those roles? And this is why we're having these arguments today, including with the internet influence how we communicate with each other.
Are the lines getting blurred? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, 100%. Because the issue is that, like I said, like this kind of like feminist culture is kind of driving home this thought theory that like men can be women and women can be men, and we can both fulfill a role that the other traditionally holds, which actually defies gender roles. And now I don't want to get much more into this. This is going to spark a huge amount of backlash in the comments section. And look, I'm not, upset to deal with that. I actually had a TikTok panel the other night on this, but we do know there are certain biological aspects of men and women that do make them inherently better at certain things. For instance, women we know are more socially intelligent. We have a higher emotional capability, right? Men are better problem solvers. They focus on a solution as opposed to hearing the long drawn out story and then inventing several avenues by which we might possibly explore a resolution, right? And this is what makes us better at those traditional gender roles. Men as protector, provider, solution maker, and women as caregiver, support system, empathetic ear when needed. So yeah, I think that society is trying to make us androgynous. I don't like it. I won't stand for it. I am a woman. I was born a woman. I am a proud woman. And at some point, I would like to be a wife and mother. And that is all.
I mean, don't you guys think like boys are like...
She actually touched on a really important thing, though, that a lot of people have glazed over. The whole thing about traditional gender roles, there's a reason that we have this understanding of traditional gender roles, because when you go against your nature, it creates mental overload inside your subconscious. It restricts what you can consciously do. It does limit your abilities. So when women who aren't necessarily in that mental space of being a worker or a boss babe or whatnot are doing that, they're lessening their overall capabilities because they're fighting what their nature is. Some women don't have that same nature. I'm not saying all do, right? But the ones that are meant to be mothers, wives, caretakers, that sort of thing, if they're going against that and being pushed out into the world as a boss babe by feminists, they're actually going against their nature, and it creates a conflict in their brain that makes them be able to do less than what they could if they maximize their potential being a good wife or mother. And the opposite is true too.
Well, I think there are physical markers for this too. I'm writing a book called The Female Warrior Fallacy that'll probably be out in the next 6 months. Rachel Wilson's writing the forward, actually, believe it or not. So
Are there
a lot of studies that I've done. Was that?
Will there be pictures?
Fucking army guys.
So
You
what
should
I'm
add
saying is that
pictures. It'd be great.
there are a lot of markers in this. So when women are put into combat zones, you've noticed that the issues of having ovarian cysts rise up like insurmountably. Also, hair falls out at a faster rate, and infertility rises up to 38%, even in non-veterans that leave or veterans that leave long after this. So they have an infertility problem. They also have other markers too, with cysts, hair falling out, blood pressure is another thing too. Lifespan decreases and drops too. So when we see this, Paige is actually right about this. So what we have as the feminist movement is a transformer movement. This is really what this is. We are changing and mapping something onto the ontology of women and transitioning them into the opposite sex. So she's definitely right about that.
AJ looks hard as fuck right now. I just want to point that out.
Let me do a quick grift break. Tara Jackson in over on Flow State side with the Big Five says, know your role and stay in your lane. Who's she talking to? That was right after
I think
AJ.
she's talking to all the men who don't eat box.
That's fair. And little kissy cat over on Flo's side as well says, win, Dusty. That was with your little one-liner back to AJ. And then just a kind reminder, I've got Animated Effigy and Jeff hanging out backstage waiting to come up. You gotta you chat, you know what to do. And then 10th Man and Ryan Radical Coder also pending. So if you want them up, you gotta transition with the donos. All right. Well, can I ask though, is there, because I feel like expecting a woman to go into a traditional role, right, and lean solely on her husband, you know, to be the sole provider for the family, so on and so forth, that's a very big trust fall, especially nowadays, because obviously divorce is very easy. And not only that, with the economy where it stands, I feel like you do need a dual household in order to maintain and establish and all those things, or at least to be able to provide what you believe to be the best for your child. So in order to expect that trust fall, I feel like there's some kind of, maybe it's propaganda oriented, or maybe it's just reality. Women don't trust men to not only provide, but to stay there, be there, you know, either through their own experiences or whatever the case may be. So it's kind of like their safety net, like a safety net for them to say, well, I'll go get my job, you know, get my career, get that boosted, so that I could at least land on my own 2 feet if my husband is not able to, or ends up, you know, failing or whatever, or leaving me, or whatever the case may be. So I wonder if maybe it's because the trust fall isn't trusting at all.
Sounds
yeah,
smart.
I mean, half of our conversation is like casual sex, right? Like, like how, like, we're talking a lot about how there are men that are too weak or too, what is it, like simping? But I think on the other hand, I think there's just been an explosion of fuckboys, especially, and social media exacerbates that. So like, what are we going to talk about that? Because I feel like we haven't really been talking about that.
Well, I mean, that question that Sarah asked really speaks to two sides of this. So when women show that they trust the guy they're with, typically, not always, but typically, the guy feels more loyalty from the woman. He understands she's engendering trust in him. So he rises a little more to the occasion. It doesn't always happen, but generally speaking, when a man knows someone depends on him and trusts him to do the right thing, he will feel like he has to gain responsibility, or I'm sorry, he takes on the responsibility and move up.
Well, it's a chicken or egg thing, or it's like a bootstrapping.
It is. You're right. It is, and that's why I said it's two-sided, right? So the man also has to show he's worth that too, though, to get that trust engendered in him from the woman. So it like you have to have both sides. Women have to be ready to trust a man. Men have to be ready to do what it is they're supposed to do. And the best thing that a man can do is show they're going to do that before the woman even approaches them, before he even
There's another side to this that nobody's talking about. Trust that goes both ways. Are you not going to use me as a walking wallet? Are you going to delete my babies? Like, there's a lot of other issues with this too. We're talking about this as like it may be one-sided, and of course, Paige offered like an opposing point of view. That's what I'm doing right now. Are you going to have at least a decent looking house when I come back? Are you going to like help out on your traditional side of the roles? That's the problem, is that men are becoming walking ATM machines where you're having foodie dates that are happening now. There was a woman that went ahead and fed herself for a whole year. I don't know if it's true or not, off of just dates. So that's another problem too. I think trust is both ways.
So who cares about that? What if there's a one-off and a chick waste her time going on dates with dudes?
Yeah, I'm talking about a bigger picture than just that.
The general population, not the exception.
That's not a concern that's really worth attending to.
So I think you could make the argument this way, Marte, instead. I think you could say if women don't need to depend on men, then they don't have the need to rise up. And I think Cleaner was kind of speaking to that to a degree. So for instance, if I can make my own money, I can buy my own house, I can buy my own car, then why would a man feel the need to do that for me? Right? Therefore, if he doesn't need to rise to the occasion, then why would he rise to the occasion?
Right.
So that would make a better argument, Marte, instead of you're going down like the men hate women route, and it's really like a disgusting display of
Where's your ego? Where's your swagger?
That doesn't help the conversation. That actually divides it further. Like women just want to use men for their wallet. We've heard that talking point already. It's not productive.
Can I talk about this just briefly? Because this comes up a lot, especially in my sphere where I like promote traditional relationships and what have you. And I think what Marte was touching on, although like Sarah said, it does go down like the worst case scenario kind of aspect is completely valid. I think it goes both ways. So what this really kind of gets at is the importance, the essential, like this is one of the most important decisions of your life that you're ever going to make, is who you entrust your marriage with, right? Because ultimately, even with a prenup, sometimes a woman can take advantage of a man and a man can take advantage of a woman. And I think the important thing is to choose right the first time. Ideally, if you are a religious person, have that in the eyes of God, do marriage counseling, right? Figure out whether or not this is or is not going to be sustainable, so you avoid these types of things. Because the unfortunate truth is that the legal system is unfairly biased and that there is incentives. Okay, well, here it is. Unfairly biased.
Are you in the US?
No, I'm in Canada.
Okay.
But I know people in the US that still state that there are.
I know every dude who loses his custody says that the courts are biased. He doesn't want to say he's a loser or the courts thought the mom was better or that he didn't try.
We actually rambled through that study page, and actually if you read a little further in, it actually shows that that high percentage of men who didn't get custody or whatever, or like they might get every other weekend, those are the same men who don't show up to court. They don't file counterclaims. They don't they don't do anything to obtain that. But men who do show up actually get the 50-50, or they get full custody. They actually get what they're looking for. So it's not a problem of a bias. It's a problem of men not showing up and then just playing the victim card later. Well, she took the kids. Well, you didn't show up.
That's completely fair.
Showed up. I got mine.
I got mine twice. I won both custody battles.
My mom lost, but to be fair, it was 1990s, so that was like the.
Well, Paige, the pendulum swung. So, like for men now, the credibility and the ball is in their court per se.
The courts start at a default 50-50. And you have to prove why there is no. You have to prove the 49-51. You have to prove the 30 to the 70.
Every state's different.
But they're the majority. Actually,
not in the U.S.
Yeah, in the spent a year's salary trying to get custody of my kid, and I didn't do it. All right, y'all.
In the U.S., it'd be a violation of discrimination.
No,
So-
he's right. It is dependent on the state. There are some states that are horrible, and there
Which
are
one?
some that I can tell you right now, Louisiana's really bad.
All right, show me the Louisiana law that says that anything besides it starts off 50-50.
Yeah, so Alabama changed their law in 2019 to 50-50, and when I went through it in 2011, it wasn't the way it is now, right? So this is a very modern
violation
change in Alabama.
for it to be any.
The problem with that,
I would just like to say, as someone who actually went through the child
I think you
process
guys
in Louisiana, it is pretty bad, and my lawyer even suggested that I not go down the road because I would get my ass owned.
Most courts would incentivize you. Shut up, AJ. Most courts would incentivize you to try to settle outside of court, because the last thing a judge wants to do is to dictate, because that's what they have to do at the end of it. They have to dictate who gets what and who gets to do this or who gets to do that. They don't want to tell you what to do with your family. They want you to try to settle outside of court. So this is where egos come into play, where people have too big of egos and they get all wrapped up in the, well, no, he can't have this or she can't have that and blah, blah, blah. And this is where I always try to tell people it's the best interest of the child. If you put that first and your ego last, you will actually come to a conclusion and realize, maybe I should, go with a 50-50 route or so on and so forth. And child support is determined based on a calculation. Nobody's taking you for your money. It's all literally calculated by the state. She's
But
not
my
finding
alimony.
Alimony is just a supplemental for if you got a divorce recent or getting a divorce, and she has been a stay-at-home mom for the last 10 years and not out there working her resume. Alimony is meant to be supplemental until she can catch back up to where she belongs.
Or until he can. Men can get it too.
Until he can. You can apply for it too, but it's not meant to be something that's a lifetime. I think California is different, and it's fucking weird. Y'all are weird. You did that to yourselves with your liberal stupidity. But outside of that, alimony is only meant to be supplemental to help let somebody get back on their feet and get back into a job. Finkel with the Big 20 says, women's good for sandwiches, IKEA assembly, and that's it. Yes, that's all women's are good for. And Marte says, doing my part in being a provider. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yes, there's like 99% men watching this show, and I am one young lady. Be a good provider, won't you? All right, back to the panel. Go ahead, AJ.
When did women start doing IKEA assemblies?
Really quick, before I lose my thought, sir, I think you have to realize that like there's a concept there where if you have alimony in a state, right? Of course, there's political bias, but California's in the top 10 of the economies of the world. So like all this money there, which is what creates this legislation.
Isn't California broke?
No. I'm saying it's one of the top 10 economies in the world. So most men and women there are richer than every other American by far, according to statistics. So alimony is very prevalent. Prenuptials, if you ask most divorce attorneys, prenuptials are like very statistically common. In fact, it's like normalized in our culture today if you're wealthy beyond the middle class stature that we are all familiar with. But I guess the point I was just trying to make, I think somebody's kicking me off. Fuck it. The point I was trying to make is
go sprint for the inline.
I'm done. Is that we're at a point where the credibility in court is so much more important because the pendulum has swung. So much time was spent on listening to men because they were the head of the household, but then cops were getting sued, the department was getting sued, and now the pendulum has swung. So there is female bias in liberal states. However, if a man can show up to court and prove he is a providing parent that is responsible and fiscal, he will get just as much authority in the court of law.
I agree. All right, enjoy your time in the back, AJ. And then we have Jeff coming on.
Definitely depends on your resources, though.
And Kissy Cat says the Big Ted says, yeah, men support the women's. I love Kissy Cat.
I want to respond to Jay in chat. Jay is crying, whatever his name is. Any of you, actually, this is to everybody. Any of you dudes who are dead ass set on courts are biased against men, if you're an American, I can't speak for Canadians. If you're an American, it's because you're a bitch and you're a victim.
That's not true.
Yeah,
that is absolutely not true.
It's absolutely true.
A lot of
The only reason people would be so set on being victims in court, who have not been there, especially, is because they want to be the victim. They like being the victim. They're pouty face.
No, there are unfair cases.
Well, what if they are a victim?
There are individual unfair
Get a good
cases.
lawyer.
If you've never been to court and you're positive that courts favor women, that's because you want to engage in victim culture.
Yeah, that's different. I
Okay,
wouldn't.
let me ask.
Wait, isn't that proven out?
Anson, was there something that she was holding against you, like that was preventing you from having custody of your children?
So the first time, no. So what happens is, if you can't demonstrate to the court that you'll be able to agree on who is the custodial parent, like if there's too much animosity, right, the court will pick one person to be the parent, right? So if the woman is unhinged and the guy responds with the same level of being unhinged, what?
She filed first.
Yeah, they both filed first. Yeah,
but you can't have both file first. One party.
Both my exes.
Okay, so yeah, that's why it was defaulted to her. Filing first is a big deal. You being a man is not a factor.
Well, see, now I ran that by a couple of attorneys, and they both said that that's full of crap, right? The biggest determinator is which judge you get, because it's a judge lottery, and the judges are all biased in different ways, right? No matter what the law is, they can write their opinion based on whatever the hell they want.
So what did they have?
Can anyone hear me?
Hold on just a sec. What did she have, or both of them? I feel like if there's a 2 for 2 on this one, it might be a you problem, not a them problem. And then can we trade Ivory for 10th for just a few minutes? Yes, Ivory to the back, and I'll give you about 5 minutes. I want to know.
Can you guys hear me? Sorry, Sarah. Sorry.
Hey, everybody.
We can hear you. Hold on. I want to ask a question. Like, what was the holding factor? What was the holding factor that the judge reasoned as to why it was why the moms got custody and not you?
The opinion of the judge was that he just thought it was in the best interest of the child that the child be with the mother. There was no like, I wasn't abusive. I didn't have any of those kind of issues.
Hold on.
Right. So it was just like he had to make a decision, and he made his decision.
Did you live within the same community, like 10 minutes from each other? Did you get weekend visits, something?
Yeah, I exercised all that, right? Okay. And with the second one, I even stayed in the home all throughout the entirety of the divorce process, so that I wouldn't have that held against me, because that was held against me the first time. Because in the first divorce, I moved out of the house because I thought that's what you're supposed to do when you get separated before a divorce. And I learned later that that's actually bad. You're supposed to stay in the house with the kids so that you can show that you're just as equal a parent as the other one, right? So that was one of the things that was held against me, right? So I did that.
Can I ask you a question?
Hold on.
Can I ask you a question?
Jesus.
But in terms of like silver bullets against me, there was nothing that was on me that I didn't also have on my exes, right? So we were both evenly yoked. It was just a matter of the judge thought that we couldn't co-parent, and so we couldn't do 50-50 custody. So he decided to give her the custody.
So it sounds like you guys were probably throwing everything at each other. Like, well, he said this to me one time, and she said this to me. See, and judges don't give a fuck about any of that. And when you overwhelm them with all of that shit, they're just like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll just make whatever decision I want. They don't want any of all that emotional crap. They want, are you a good parent? Can you parent? Can you get them to practice? Can you get them to school? Can you do homework? And if you, to me, or at least in my worthy opinion, if you walk into the court and say, you know, Your Honor, we're both great parents. We both love the child. Let's do what's best for the child and make this as amicable as possible.
Yeah.
That actually shows better faith than, well, she yelled at me one time and she made threats in a text and he did this and he told me that, because that.
How do you defend against it though? Like if she's unhinged and saying all kinds of crazy crap, you got to respond to it, right? You have to say, look, this is not true. She's actually the one that's like this, right? So it's a catch-22, right? If you defend yourself, you're screwed as a guy.
Well, she has to be able to prove that you are such a way, right?
Oh, you ain't got to prove crap. All you can get up there and say whatever the hell you want. That's
accusations are thrown out. Get out of here. Accusations are not just taken at face value in court.
You're getting the short end of the stick.
Your lawyer would have to come in and further prompt her, because I'm assuming you turned it into a whole a hearing, right? So
it was a 2-day hearing.
Yeah. So, and the fact that you wasted the judge's time on, she said this, he said that, blah blah blah. He's a piece of shit.
Wasted the judge's time trying to get rights with my kid. No, I didn't waste the judge's time. I did
what I'm saying is you're wasting your time on the wrong efforts, right? So yeah, she can come up and spit and say you're this terrible person and yada yada yada. And like my tactic would be, is he a terrible?
They expect that.
Yeah, like are you a good parent? Are you a parent? Can you be a good father? If not, like, because obviously if you were such a shitty parent, right? That's how I would look at it. If I'm such a shitty parent, why wasn't CPS called on me? Why weren't the cops ever called? Why weren't all these things done? Right? That would be the position I would take to say, if he's such a bad dad, why did you trust your children with them from the get-go?
Right. And there was never any of that. There was never any CPS. There were never any police. There wasn't any of that, right? The judges had to make a decision, and they were one of the judges that just decided that women are the better parent, right? It wasn't any more complicated than that.
He decided that your ex was the better parent.
Right.
Please.
So why are
Can
you
I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Tim.
No, you go first.
No,
I'm just beating a dead horse.
All right. Yeah. Hey, bro. My name's 10th Man. I get kicked off a lot. Can I ask you just 2 questions real quick? So, 3. What state did you live in, if you don't mind me asking? You don't have to answer questions.
Yeah, I don't mind answering questions.
Okay, just 3 quick questions.
Yeah. I'll give you one. I'm in Alabama.
Okay. Second, and then I'll go because I got kicked. But but I got paid to ask this. So, second question is, why did you stay in a state that had those type of laws and have children there?
You mean, why did I stay in the state that my family's lived in for like 7 generations?
No. I'm just asking, why did you have children in that state if that was the laws there?
Because this is my home.
Yeah, I don't even think that.
Okay. And last question, and then you can kick me. Last question is, how do you expect anybody to have sympathy for you when you don't understand life, and then you come onto a live internet panel and then cry about your decisions?
I don't want sympathy. I'm not crying. I'm explaining what happened.
No, you're dumb. And that's why people come on the internet and they spout YouTube talking points, waste everybody's time with nonsense like I've listened to this entire time. Sarah is a saint. A saint. I would obliterate all of you people if I had unlimited time.
Don't you have obliterate? Go find your banana cleaner.
And go find the banana washers. And I believe it was Ivory Fool that was traded out. And Paige, did you want to make your exit?
Oui. It is my time to go. I have an early appointment tomorrow, and I do have 2 more things that I want to do with the Crucible Discord before I go to bed. So I will bid you adieu. Bonne nuit.
Bless
and
you.
Thank you for having me on. I look forward to more panels once I ascertain that the crazy psychopath is not after my ass on the internet.
Which one?
I would just say fuck them and just do what you do. That's what they want, is to scare you away.
I didn't have a 9-to-5, and this was entirely my career, perhaps, but I do need to be cautious. Anyways, I appreciate you all. Have a lovely evening, and God bless.
Bye, Paige.
Stay safe.
And then Ryan was waiting so patiently back there. Thank you for your
Hey,
patience,
can I ask
Ryan.
my thing? This thing's kind of hot to wear. Can I get this off my chest? It's a
Yeah.
motorcycle helmet. This is my only headset. But so like I wanted to ask her, like, talk about the whole cunnilingus decision or discussion you guys had and expectations for guys, and why is it that I'm expected to know where the clit is? Like, I've never had one. I don't know. Like, why would I know that? Why would I know like where that is?
The internet?
At all. But they'd expect me to know. And then where's
So
more?
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. No, let me ask you. If I touch your pee-pee, and,
Yeah.
and it reacts a certain way, right? A very obvious way, and you.
How are you touching it?
Stop
I'm
it.
leaving.
And it reacts a certain way, in a way where I can obviously see that this is a good thing, right?
Right. No, I find my way. You know, it's just like I'm expected to know where it is, and then like I'm supposed to take directions from a woman on how to find it. It's just the whole thing.
Oh god.
If I punch it,
Don't
you're
do that.
obviously going to react a certain way that I would be like, probably shouldn't do that anymore, right? So it's all about finding and exploring and watching how she reacts, my friend.
I know. And for the record, I know where it is.
Can you show us your technique?
I mean, if she grabbed your
real
balls
quick,
and started
I'm about
jerking
to
them
get
like she
kicked
does your
again.
shaft, you would have a problem with that, right? Like you would be like, you're doing that wrong.
I'd accept
Indian
it.
burn twist.
You'd be like, hey,
I
this
wouldn't
is
say
new,
no.
but this is not the traditional method.
I think someone
that wasn't my bit. I
ahead,
stole
Ryan.
that from
Go ahead,
somebody,
Ryan.
but I'm out of here.
All right,
All right, bye.
fair enough.
Later, guys.
I'm actually going to leave after I give this a little closing. But first of all, to the cunnilingus discussion, I mean, I will say to the credit of Jeff and to my fellow homies out there, you know, like we need to expect a little bit more of these women. Like they should be communicating what they like and don't like during sex. And like so, like you know, like if you're going down on a woman and she's not enjoying like the spot that you're doing or like how fast you're doing or whatever, like homegirl should tell you. She should say, "Oh, higher, lower, faster, slower." Like these are things that are awesome to communicate. You're way more likely to have look.
That's
if
so
you don't
many
like
words for
communicating
this.
it, I'm just telling you that if like
You can't
if
pick
you
it
want
up.
these things,
That's
if you want the guy
survival
to learn
defense
and he's
telling
not
you you
figuring it
shouldn't
out,
exist.
if you want the guy to learn and he's not figuring it out, then you should probably tell him. But anyway, that was not what my closing statement was. I'm going to say this after I'm going to read the donation.
Naomi with the big 5 says, Flo, I need ear gray.
I don't know what that is.
What is ear gray?
don't
Earl
know, but it
Grey?
sounds
Earl
really
Grey
cool.
tea? Probably Earl Grey tea.
I don't know.
Sarcastic. Oh,
damn it.
I apologize. Sarcastic Saint with the big 5 says, Chairman of the board needs time in the back. Oh, Jesus.
What is going on?
Teabag.
Teabag, bro.
Oh, okay.
And Sarah was the only one to finger it.
Oh, goodness. Sarcastic Saint says, Chairman of the board needs time in the back for interrupting Dusty and sounding more like a whiny radical coder. More action instead of words. I apologize for missing that sooner, Sarcastic. I've got Osron in the back waiting to come up. And then, of course, we kicked 10th man. And then Ryan needs to stay in the back until he admits to lying about not being able to communicate with Andrew about his tooth fund.
So real quick, I guess since I have to speak to that one as well, I've told Andrew already the Discord that he messaged me on. I don't have access to that account anymore. I sent him a friend request in the other one. The ball is entirely in his court. If he's going to give me the money, I will happily take it. Okay, I'm not trying to turn down money, but I mean $500 is also not going to get a tooth implant in this economy. But anyway, so my closing statement, I'm going to leave. You guys won't have to deal with me. No one has to donate anymore to kick me. The court system is flawed, no doubt. But not just for men. It fails poor people, single moms, and anyone without the resources. We wouldn't be arguing about child support if we had strong systems that actually make sure kids get taken care
We
of.
wouldn't be arguing about child support if you didn't just tell people they didn't have to donate to a single mother. What the hell's wrong with you?
Same with dating apps. They can mess with your head, shallow habits, inflated expectations, but they also help people find real connection. In 2017, 40% of couples met online. The issue is not the tool, it's how we use it and whether we have the emotional intelligence and real-world community to back it up. Social media teaches us how to perform often instead of how to relate. And finally, while we argue over women are too picky or men are alpha enough, our democracy is
I get it. He wrote something.
Hey, shut the fuck up. Our democracy is actively being dismantled. The Supreme Court ordered Trump to bring back Kilmar Abrego Garcia, a man who was legally living in the United States when he was deported. Trump said that he could do this, and then he said that he won't. It's not even just
This has nothing to do with anything.
He's literally shut the fuck up. He's literally defying constitutional law.
Oh my God! I hate Trump. Trump derangement syndrome.
Who gives a fuck about hating Trump? It's literally about the Constitution. I love the Constitution in this country.
That has
So if you wanna
nothing
talk
to
about
do with the
Constitution,
topic.
Or you want to talk about relationships.
This is your
talk about whatever.
grandstanding.
We love talking about these things. So come check out my channel.
Your
where
hair
we
looks
have
fabulous
full
today, but your
conversations.
talking points are dick.
I appreciate you, Dusty. I wish you let me finish my talking point.
It is on point.
But anyway, I'm Radical
All right,
Coder.
shut
It's
up,
been a pleasure.
everyone.
Have a good night, Sarah, and everyone else. It's great being here. I'll see y'all soon.
Hi, Ryan. Love you, dude. God bless.
Hi, Ryan.
Can we send Ryan to El Salvador and bring back that other dude?
Sir, can I ask Vern the question about your whole show today in Hindi?
My Hindi is not so good. You'll have to talk to me in Kannada.
Oh, bhai yaar, Kannada nahi aati hai.
Oh,
okay.
मेरा हिंदी थोड़ा खराब है.
English.
Ah, shit.
Vern, do you think social
You're
media
gonna chase the audience away in like 5 seconds.
Hold on, guys.
Bob's and Vagine.
Vern, do you think, as somebody who lives in Asia, one of the most populated places in the world, do you think social media is destroying dating?
Yeah, definitely. Social media is a form of birth control, actually. Nature has weaponized lust and greed in human beings so that they don't procreate. There are already 8 billion people on the planet. Now, scientists have said that if everyone wants to live like the average person in North America or in Western Europe, we'll need 4 Earths. So this is a means by which nature has corrupted mankind so that they don't procreate. How many people will be very rich, very handsome, or very beautiful? Everyone wants that, but how many people can get it? It's what nature is doing to mankind. This is just the beginning. Then there'll be epidemics, wars, famines, so that the population comes down, actually. It's unsustainable to keep growing, actually. If, let's say, there was no such thing as divorce or breakups in relationships, everyone had a family and a family of 4, they'll need electricity, water, food, that too more meat as well, and then they'll need all the other conveniences that the world can provide. How will it be possible to keep feeding growing mouths?
Daniel
But more
with the big
importantly,
five
do you eat
says,
pussy?
That would solve the hunger problem.
That's true.
That's true.
Daniel in with the big 5 says, I want my money back, Sarah. Ryan's not supposed to talk or give me a free one next stream. No, and here's why. Ryan was making his exit statement. And if somebody is getting booted and they're leaving for the evening, we always allow them the ability to make their exit statement. And as you witnessed, it was very interrupted and not very, he didn't have a whole lot of talking space there. So I veto your request. Who dropped? Did Flo drop?
I think so.
Got one guy.
All right. Well, now we'll just end the whole show. Flo left. I don't know what to do anymore.
Wow.
All right. Back to
Stop it. Stop it. I'm even going to stay here instead of going to the place where the havoc ensues. Just for you because I love you.
Where does the havoc ensue?
Wow.
I know Flo gets tired of hearing people whine, because he is a dad and he did win custody and all of that fun stuff. And so,
but Sarah,
I wasn't whining. I was explaining what happened.
Do you know what we do over on Flows? I would like you to come over there a little bit more than you do, because see, what we do usually over there is we end the conversations that you guys have here a lot of times, right? And that's why I really appreciate you sending us people, right?
Yeah.
And they all come up. The people weren't able to get up because you're too full, right? Because you're super, super popular, right? And I actually appreciate you letting me on your show. We have had some pretty deep conversations over the years, right? Over the months.
Deep.
But I'll just say this, and I'll shut up, is I do most of my work in the chat, right? I have probably during the stream 300 tags, 10th man tags, right? Maybe
like a
400.
Reddit mod.
So, no. I don't even have a mod in any of these channels. You understand that? Because I'm the guy who's already had these conversations 17,000 times. So I come up here and make a few jokes. Sarah makes a few bucks. Everybody's happy. On Flows is where I eviscerate people. Go ahead.
It's hard to follow that.
I was going to let you keep going.
Monologuing.
Yeah. Go ahead, 10th man. The
Are you
floor is
pretty drunk?
Tell everyone.
That's all I have to say.
All right. Well, you got 10 minutes in the back.
What an idiot. Anyway.
I don't know. That was a pretty great
Vern, let me ask you a question. Can you ask me if I want a Slurpee?
Oh my gosh.
You're such a dick. We act like that's new every time. And Mr. Marte would like to make his exit statement. He had to send a super chat just to get a word in. Go ahead, Marte.
I wanted to go ahead and send a super chat because that's far more optimal than going ahead and sending a regular chat, right? It's been fun, guys. I always like bullshitting with you guys, but I have a debate tomorrow that I have to get ready for. So talk to you guys later.
Is that going to be over on Fatties? Did you guys set that up?
Yeah, I'm gonna rock this guy so bad.
Oh, fun!
Yeah.
I'm glad that worked out for you.
Yeah, it worked out. Thanks for the alley oop. I appreciate that. Yeah,
absolutely. Is that what that's called? Alley oop?
Yeah. Well, you threw the lob over to him, and he picked it up, and now we're.
That's what it's called, an alley oop.
Well, it's a basketball reference for when you throw the ball to somebody on your team, and they help you out by putting it in the net somehow.
Oh
yeah,
my
it's an alley-oop.
God, that's not called an assist.
They
It
call
is
it an
an
alley-oop
assist,
too.
but so basically an assist can be a dribble pass and you shoot it, but an alley oop is in the air. It's like you catch it in the air and put it in the basket. Mostly in
I
That's
thought
more stylish.
Yeah, because Fatty wrote on there alley oop or whatever, and I thought it was just a like autocorrect or.
You can say assist.
I thought he was trying to say something else like thanks for the something, but I figured I don't know, he just either fat fingered it or did it wrong or said the wrong, I don't know, because his English language isn't always the best. So I thought it was just, I was like, I just presume he's just saying thanks for the handoff or whatever. But I had no idea alley oop is an actual thing.
Sarah, shut your stinking face up. Let me tell you this here. No, hold on. Let me tell you. An assist is if one of these guys helps somebody get a 300-pound woman who's 5'7". And alley-oop is, oh, you got Sarah? Like, yeah, it's more stylish. Like, you landed somebody big. So you would be the alley-oop, if that makes sense to you. And I'm going to leave it at that.
Yeah.
Facts.
No, I mean, I understand what it's referring to.
The glaze.
When
I love the glaze donuts.
When we wrote it on Twitter, I thought he just made an autocorrect error or something. But yeah, that's awesome. Well, good luck on your debate tomorrow. Everyone tune in. Team Fatty.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
What time is it going off tomorrow?
5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You're going to see this guy dismantled. So be great.
There you go. Awesome. Do you want to tell everyone your topic?
Is it harmful to call Black women masculine? That's my topic. Yeah. So
it's gonna be a rough one. I could already see it. The chat.
What side of the debate are you on?
Go.
Yeah. I agree. That Gemini. Yeah, you're totally right about that. Yeah.
Sarah.
Yeah.
I need to go now. I have some work to do. I just wanted to be brief. So thank you for having me on your show.
Thank you, Osfron, and thank you, Marte. Good luck tomorrow.
All right, guys. Peace out.
Bye.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's smooth. In America, they think that's a sexy voice. In his country, he's irritating. So it just shows you have to work your demographics. I'm listening.
And Sarcastic Saint says, oh, wait. No, I missed one here. Inquisitive Archivist says with a big 5, making fun of someone's race or religion is the lowest form of debating. I think that's fair. Sarcastic Saint says tech support is missing one of their employees or 7-Eleven is missing a manager. Keep the guy with the fake Indian accent and give Baldy chairman 5 minutes in the back. All right, Anson, you got 5 in the back. And Daniel McCoy in with the big 2. Fine, keep my money, but Ryan still lied. All right, let me set my timer here. Bad Gemini, what is your thoughts on the topic of the evening?
First off, I have to speak quickly because everybody's getting kicked off left and right. So, my favorite thoughts are the thoughts that you used to be when you used to be a thought, but now I think differently about you. So let me start there. So yes, bars upon bars. Typhoid, I like that he's highly confident. Any guy that's gonna wear a shirt that looks like bad art means that he doesn't care about what other women say about him. So shout out to bad art. Cleaner, yeah, And we leave it there and we keep on moving. He looks like a dust ball on white tile, so I feel bad for him and anybody who has to clean them up and throw them in the trash. Look,
I thought you could only make fun of an Indian guy.
First off, I would never make fun of any guy. Not when we have Thelvery the Fool on here. Ooh. Like he looks like he looks like a white barn candle that's scented with Asian passive aggressive. I don't even know if they make those scents, but you know what? Something about you is quite off, but they keep making candles for you. So sniff it and white on to the wilderness. Look, Real Tomato, you're all right with me. I'm not going to beef with you. Any guy that's going to wear a nice little like rose salmon colored shirt, that means you're very affirmed in how you feel as a guy. And so you get a pass. So Sarah, you asked me how I feel about everything. I feel great about it, but the chairman of the board jumped on, and I hate that he had the shadows, but even the shadows couldn't hide his hairline. So something is just like not making sense to me about that when I see that. Get darker shadows. But back to what I was saying. So Sarah, the topic of tonight, when you're talking about incels and dating and apps. Look, I love incels. There's room for everybody. You know what I'm saying? Because you have to have incels. The reason you have to have incels is the guys who are elite, who can talk to a woman, who are confident, you have to have a distinction. Everybody can't be in the same category. So I don't look at incels as being a negative. I look at it as being a balance to this whole equation of dating. So you stay in your lane, incels. And those guys who depend on social media apps and can't talk to women in real life, we need you, because guys like me will always stand out. Like, that's how I look at it. Like, why does everybody want to have every guy in one category? That sucks for us as men. You need to have distinction. Incels need to have room, virgins, awkward guys, gamers, everybody. So I know my lane. So shout out to those guys, because I need them to fail at a high level. When they fail at a high level, I can win at a low level, because I'm still the best option when women have to choose. So that's how I look at it. So fail at a high level and I'll win at a low level. Thank you guys. Yeah, appreciate it.
That actually makes sense.
That was good, Tyrone.
I like that he gave me the blackest name possible. Sorry. Go ahead.
Mike, who are you talking about? Are you talking about Bad Gemini? Confirm in the chat who you want me to boot, please. I'm assuming.
Get her all this money.
I'm assuming you mean Bad Gemini.
Dang, they're always beating them. Go ahead, just boot the brothers off.
It's only 5 minutes. It's only 5 minutes.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, all right, you got brothers. 5 minutes in the back. You'll be all right.
What was so bad with it? That was some good shit.
Yeah, so
I thought it would make sense
for that.
Can I engage with the prompt now? Because I wanted to do that a while ago.
Sure, go ahead.
So apps and social media, they absolutely do create men who are involuntarily celibate because they don't learn the social skills. You don't even need to talk to a woman in order to get a woman. All you got to do is walk past her, look her up and down the right way, and if she's into you, you've got her, right? It's not complicated. Men who get online and think it's about all that other stuff that's online and like creating these apps and getting the right photos and scrolling or whatever, like that's all. You don't even need any of that. You just got to use your eyeballs the right way on a woman and you'll get her. It ain't complicated.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Well, yes and no. I mean, I think it's not too hard to get our attention. I think it's harder to keep our attention, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but the incel guys don't even learn how to get it. That's their problem. They're caught up on like their total lack of social skills because they think everything's online. When in reality, if like all the guys just turned off their computers all at the same time and went outside and started just like looking at the ladies, they'd have a lot more luck, right? Because they'd be actually around them in the wild instead of in this controlled environment where the women can only pick Bad Gemini because he's the Tyrone with the good looking face and the chiseled body, right? Because that's all the women see on the internet.
If women were picking Bad Gemini, he wouldn't fucking be here right now.
Oh, he's a good-looking dude. What are you talking about? That dude's a player.
I mean, he wouldn't be streaming right now.
Yeah, but
he's already.
He'd
No,
be.
he's already.
It
I know
depends
his.
what time, but
He's already taken.
Yeah, but brother, that's
Sarcastic
kind of a
say-
shitty argument, right? I mean,
Well, not only that, you got to let him defend a personal attack like that when he's on screen. Bad Gemini looks like he just came back from a P. Diddy party with AJ
Sorry.
as his side chick.
Who was that?
Bad
Comic?
Gemini, AJ loves when you go low on him. Baldy, 5 minutes. Which one's Baldy? Who's Baldy?
yeah, which one?
Anson, you got your 5 in the back. And then Mike Ball comes back to say Anson stays. Okay, fair enough.
Flex, Mike.
All right. The chat has spoken.
I think Friday's an optimal time for adults to avoid getting arrested or paying hundreds of dollars for drinks and food they could cook at home.
You know, that's how I looked at it when I started the Saturday night sipping streams. It was because it was like one weekend I didn't have the kids. And I'm like, man, like I want to hang out with people, but I don't want to go out and spend money and, you know, be in loud music and all that stuff. And I started a sip and stream, and I even titled it like it's, you know, cheaper. Like, I forget how I put it, basically like it's cheaper to hang out here or something like that. And that's how Saturday night sip and streams kind of like kicked off, was for that very reason. It's not like I didn't have anybody to hang with or do anything with. It's that I didn't want to. I would rather just did the online thing and have some fun there. Hold on, we got some.
I feel that. That's epic.
Sounds like you were a smart woman.
Well, I mean, I guess if you just kind of like, I don't know, I look at the net gain kind of concept, and to me, the net gain would be, you know, especially at that time, because this was what, like last summer, I like didn't have a whole lot of money to like spend, and I'm like, I spend $10 on an Uber ride.
Sarah, it's not
money on the drink.
I'm sorry I wasn't around during that time to help you.
I didn't have all of my male providers in the chat. But
I just didn't know. I didn't know needed help. Joe Cool sent me to Flo, and he said, "Hey, you should check these people out." And I said,
Sarah,
"You know what?
Sarah,
I'll
what do
come
you-
out of retirement for you guys."
Okay, 10th man, thank you. We all know you're special. Sarah, if you're a straight,
AJ,
if you're a straight,
how many AJ tags were there in chat today?
Hold on, 10th man, thank you. Sarah, if you're straight or gay, if
Let's
you're a
listen to
straight,
you.
oh Jesus, if you're a straight or gay female or male, the fact of the matter is, isn't the appeal just kind of overplayed after a while when you go to these areas, these places of commerce, and spend all this money and try to communicate with human beings? It's like, isn't this why the internet is so attractive? Hence the conversation today.
And
Why-
then we adopt all the kids that you straight dudes refuse to take care of, and then you call us a bunch of imbeciles for taking care of your kids.
Oh my god. I think I just look at it as net loss versus net gain. I could go and spend $30, go out for a night, have fun with my friends, whatever, or I can go online and stream and, you know, potentially make some money on a Saturday night instead of spending it. And I mean, obviously now it's turned into a whole thing, but you know, it's not, I'm old enough, right? I'm old enough that going out on a Saturday night is not necessarily as appealing as it was when I was, per se, 22, right? There is a whole different world. And, you know, quite honestly, it's just kind of, it is a little overwhelming and dealing with people and all that, but it just, I don't know. It's
like, Sarah, even drinks. You go buy a couple of double shots of not Wells liquor, like good quality liquor out of a well-branded bottle. You're paying $40 for that double shot, but you could pay that same for a bottle at home and, you know, have wings and pizza ordered. And it's like, you know what I mean? Like, it just starts to change as you get older.
I mean, especially when you pay a mortgage and it's like, I pay for this house. I'm going to be in this fucking house. And our young friend Alexander sends the big 5 to say, haven't been able to super chat for 2 weeks. Any help? Wanted to wish happy birthday, but scuffed. Says error occurred every time if might no. That didn't make sense. Okay, but
Can I get
sent in a bunch of money. Go ahead.
I want to get my glazing out the way. So Sarah, and these guys are making valid points depending on the side of the argument they're coming from. But because they said I'm glazing, so sure, let's add extra sprinkles. I want to just let you know that your bangs are hitting. Like whatever you did to correct the failure of the bangs you had 6 months ago, I'm glad that you got this money. You went to a freaking, hair doctor, and there's like, look, these bangs are killing your whole persona. So they're very shimmery, they're clean, they're trimmed nicely. You're even hiding your thick eyebrows well with that. So I love that, and the fact that you still look like a female Chucky doll means that, you like to be you show the female human side of you. We need to get down in the trenches with you. So if you had a striped shirt and a knife, that would be a perfect Halloween costume, female Chucky. And there goes the lip gloss. A long time you haven't worn it because you know what? You needed the lip plumpers as well. You have very thin lips to be putting on lip gloss, but I'm glad that you have the plumper and the lip gloss. There's my glazing, fellas. Y'all heard the glazing, Front Street. I'm tired. I'm over her. Anyhow, so back to this guy's talk.
Do you eat vagina? Yes or no? Yes or no? That's the fucking
First off,
question.
let me tell you, I'm going to answer the question. I like the face rodeo.
I'm sorry.
Look, I love the face rodeo. It's called 8 and 8. I need her to ride my face for about 8 minutes.
Yeah, but do you make sure she orgasms and trust
That's the
that
whole
she
point.
actually is
You don't
truthful with you?
understand.
Yes or no?
Listen to you. You don't understand what
You
I
ever
just
troll
said.
my sister, bro? I will tear you down.
Faced rodeo is going to get her to orgasm.
I
call it 8 and 8.
and I lost my mind.
8 minutes of rodeo.
Stop. Let's stop.
I need the
Bad
8 and 8.
Gemini and Bad Gemini's been here since probably the first sipping stream, actually. Shut up for a second.
Let us fight.
I'll take a shot with you, Gemini.
You don't. Hold on. I got to address Sarah. Sarah, you don't get to. When I first left, because I was started getting a little bit dizzy from drinking, and I was like, I can't. And then you go, oh, support the grift, and then I come up here, support the grift, and you're like, I just don't get what's going on. Stop it.
I think 10th Man got kicked, Sarah. You should check your.
He did. So, sarcastic Jay with the big 5 says Baldy in the back for 5 minutes. AJ, we know you're gay. Don't deny it. Talk more about 10th Man, even when he isn't here. Time to come out. All right, Baldy in the back. And then Chairman says 10th Man is way too smart for this stream. He should get off this panel and stop gracing us with his wisdom. All right, you got 10 in the back. And Mike doesn't seem to like you, Gemini. What's up?
I love it. But this is my job. Run that money up, Sarah. Bye-bye.
Yes, sir. You got 5 in the back. All right. Damn, you guys are dropping like flies tonight.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I honestly, I can't stay focused. This has been a wild ride of.
It started very productive though.
And then it took a turn for the worse.
Fair enough. All right, I'm gonna give you guys one last final 30-minute goal. Hit that goal, or we all go home. All right. I
think I'll just end by saying I think we just need to pay more attention to, like, we call people simps, but kind of simps are they're staying committed to someone. Obviously, you don't want to chase someone that doesn't want you, but the fuckboy culture and the kind of like the counter backlash to whatever you're perceiving as wokeism or whatever. And I'm not very articulate right now. I think is like exacerbating fuckboy culture, especially exacerbated by social media and dating apps. So definitely something that need to be wary of. Appreciate it, everyone.
Are you heading out, Ivory?
Yeah, I'm cooked.
Please, Ivory.
I can't keep my eyes open.
Fair enough. Ivory, thanks again for coming back to the panel. I certainly enjoy having you on here and expect to see more of you.
Yeah, I'll be here whenever I feel like I got something to contribute.
Fair enough. Have a good one, Ivory. All right.
And it's getting smaller.
No, there's still we still got bad. Oh, I guess Anson left. And Bad Gemini's still hanging on. 10th man left, but 10th man's really drunk, so he probably needed to leave anyways.
Sarah, can I ask you a question?
Maybe.
Would you rather have a man hit you up on online, or actually have a man walk up to you and say, "Hello, my name is such and such. I think you're very pretty, and I would like to take you out to dinner or coffee," or literally actually put himself out there?
Yeah, no, I hear the question. I think the default though is presuming that both the man that's online and both the man in person are both within my vicinity, right, and have access. So if presuming that both men live in the same community and I could bump into them here or there or whatever, or they would have the opportunity and instead choose to go online instead, yeah, of course I would rather have him be in person. I think anybody messaging me online or whatever, like if he DM'd me in my Insta or something weird like that,
like a dating app there within your local vicinity.
Well, a dating app though, it's expected, right? I'm there too. I'm on the dating app too, so I'm presuming that that's going to be the default of how these men are going to talk to me is through the dating app. So like if I was there on the dating app, yeah, I should expect men to message me online. Now, if I'm not on the dating app and somebody randomly reaches out to me on Instagram, then obviously now that's a different option. Now, and we're presuming he lives within the same community as me and would still have access to run into me at a bar or at the grocery store or something like, or maybe he has ran into me or something.
What would you prefer?
Of course, I prefer in person. I'm a people person in terms of
Old school.
I'm very old school. And then K2 Keep on Trucking says, Sarah, I would like to help you out with your super chat goal, but my sugar mama, she knows who she is in the chat, hasn't given me my allowance yet. Meow. Kissy cat. Kissy cat. Well, that's because Kissy cat wants to spend her allowance. No, Kissy cat wants to spend your allowance. How's that sound? Let Kissy cat do the spending. Women do all the spending anyways. But yeah, naturally I would rather have in person. But the way you pose the question, be mindful how you ask that. If you were to ask that outright, it wouldn't make sense, because obviously if somebody's on an online dating app, then that's how they're reaching out to you, right?
Right, but you can filter or change your filter to create a larger radius. You can literally,
proximity is the number one decider. It's interesting that we're talking about this
for hundreds and hundreds of miles.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying is if I choose to go onto a dating app and I choose to open up the proximity range, right? Then I am obviously choosing for men to message me online versus going to the local bar and meeting them in person. I'm already making that choice by default.
I didn't ask what you chose. I asked what would you rather?
Yeah, she already answered that though.
Yeah.
I agree.
But they're not two. If you really break down the question, they're not two in the same thing, right?
No, they're not.
You have to, with that question, you'd have to presume like a man would have physical access to, based on the question. It's just semantics. That's all. It's a stupid.
She could be 1,000 miles away. I mean, if it matters, if you're clicking, I mean, you're flying out.
Right. So
what's the difference?
That's a thing now that exists, right? These long-term long distance relationships are a lot more prevalent now that the internet exists.
With modern dating, women are finding more access to men online than they did before the internet. So they're raising their preferences without actually actually thinking about what they're getting themselves into, and how
it expands your options. It expands your options. So now you have the ability to be more picky. If I live in a podunk nowhere town where the population is 10,000 people, obviously I have very, very, very limited options. So there's, drunk Johnny at the bar. There's, plumber crack Harry down the street, or there's like the one guy that's promising. So
you just attacked so many Midwesterners.
I did. I'm from the Midwest originally.
Sarah, I think you forgot the hobos sitting outside the bar.
Right.
He hits on every
They're
woman.
just scenery.
I am from the podunk town nowhere in the middle of the Midwest. So I lived there. I know what I'm talking about. So when you have limited options, it's very obvious that if you have the internet, you can expand your options more. Right. So now you have the ability to be more picky.
Do you think that made women more delusional of what their options are?
I don't think it's delusional. I think it's actually, I think there is a realistic aspect to the idea of saying, well, I want a 6 foot tall man that makes 6 figures and has a 6-pack. Well, there might be one of those, 3,000 miles away, just waiting for me to swipe right on him. I've increased my chances. Now, would I be delusional in the aspect of believing that he would want me? Now that's a different ballgame, but that doesn't mean that there isn't one that exists out there.
Why is the framing of these questions always like the women are the delusional ones, or they're the ones who don't understand what's happening? It's these red pill framing is always weird to me.
You would be putting
yourself. I actually agree with you on that, Effigy.
I
was just going to say the same thing.
Hold on just a second. I want to veto Sarcastic Saints $5. I'm going to actually put a 10-minute timer to keep Bad Gemini on screen for 10 minutes, and then I'll put him backstage. I want him to at least be part of the conversation.
Wow.
I met him
No,
for a very
I'm okay with it.
Look,
they paying the money for it. I'm going to pay the rules. There's no special vetoes.
All
I'm in the back for 5 minutes. Holla at your boy.
All right, 5 minutes.
That's a man right there. It's like no exceptions.
You got lucky, Sarcastic Saint. I was going to veto or at least delay for a little bit so I could get some conversation out of him. And Nate with the Big 10 says, this is for the content. Been watching for a little bit now, and I feel like I should send something here and there. Thank you for being a kind provider. I should call you all daddies now.
No.
No.
Let's not start that. That's no shit.
No.
You can call me daddy all you want.
No. See, I knew I'd find one in the mix.
Don't do it.
That was very kind of you, Nate. Thank you. All right. So anyways, so women have the ability to expand their options. So maybe in Podunk Nowhere, maybe she is the ugly duckling. She's thick and the men there maybe don't like the thicker women or whatever. But then if she skedaddles out, right, and goes maybe to Florida in her Tinder dating app, and there's some dude out there that thinks that her 500-pound Cheeto-eating ass is the hottest thing since sliced bread, and he's a total simp for her. It is possible. I don't think it's delusional to believe that there's somebody out there because we've expanded our search area. And little Miss Kissy Cat says, or mommy. Yes.
It's not delusional at all.
Mommy.
No, I mean that happens. That certainly happens.
So, like, I'm from a really small town as well.
We're delusional.
When I moved to a city for the first time, that was the first time I ran into tons of kind of people. And just exactly what you're saying, Sarah. I didn't meet a guy who was down with the big girls until I moved into a big city. But they exist. There are guys out there.
You were in a town with a bunch of athletic people, FGs.
Well, no, it's just normal people who,
normal people.
I just didn't.
Wow.
This fucking effigy guy.
Right on.
Well, what it does is because when you are when you're actually in a smaller arena, more people stick to what the narrative, the normative, or whatever is, and more people are less inclined to come out and say, oh, I have I like women who beat the shit out of me and call me names or make me walk on a leash, or I like big women, or I like it because it goes against the typical normal behavior, right? But
Yeah.
where you're in a bigger city, like if you come out and say, I like big women, your community can't disown you because guess what? There's 1,000,001 other people out there in that community who you can find and pick someone who isn't going to judge you or hate you for that. So that's where that kind of little
Right.
piece
Smaller
comes in.
communities breed more homogeneity. It takes larger communities to get diversity. Even the okay to have certain kinds of diversity of thought.
Mhm.
But I wouldn't even necessarily disagree that it doesn't create at least some level of delusion, though, because when you're talking about like actually being able to get the guy or get the girl, you know, like you're talking about getting the ring, getting the full relationship, right? We're not just talking about the one night stand crap, because I mean that that's crap. That's not beneficial to anybody, not in the long term. So I do think that to some degree, women having a massive amount more options in their dating pool and their selection process will make them limit those options down to just the 5 that they normally wouldn't have been able to choose from. And having 1,000,000 women choose those same 5 and all thinking they have a shot with those same 5 guys I mean that is kind of a little delusional for a million women to all think they could, get a ring from the same 5 guys.
Yeah, but it's kind of like arrogant to assume men don't also do that to each other.
Right. I didn't say that they didn't. I said both sides.
We always look for the pinnacle of what women are, and if our coworkers, our friends don't have that pinnacle of a woman, we are so quick to criticize.
Right. And I don't disagree. I do think it happens both directions. But what we were speaking about earlier was just the question was posed specifically to Sarah about does she think women, do this? And so that's what I was speaking to. But
And
I would agree.
Sarcastic Saint in with the big 5 says, Sarah, the men on the panel have a choice to either call you mommy for the rest of the stream or you put them in the back for 5 minutes. This goes for all. So I will now be referred to as mommy and no longer Sarah, I guess. So
I, for one, am in favor of our new mommy overlord.
We found the kink. We found the kink. Well, I want to answer. Yeah, I do agree with that. That's not enough money because the boot has to be $5 per
$5 per.
person.
Yeah, exactly.
So this only accounts for one person. Sarcastic.
I'm leaving.
Good catch, Gemini. Good catch.
Damn.
So I will say for the delusional aspect to it, there's nothing wrong with thinking. I mean, in my aspect or in how we're kind of talking about swiping right on Tinder, right? And having that slight chance of hope that they might swipe right as well. I don't think that's delusional. I think that's, hey, I'm going to swipe for anybody I'm attracted to and I'm interested in. Whether that message comes back or not, that's a whole nother ball game. But you're still going to, because the concept of Tinder is, am I attracted to them? Can I see myself dating them? Yes or no, right? That's the starter. That's the default. Now, even if these women go out into the real world and they're at a bar and they look at a man and they're like, damn, he's a tall drink of water. I'd fuck him or take him home or I'd want to have his babies or whatever. I still don't think that's delusional. You're still just attracted to somebody. It may be a one-way attraction and, maybe she's holding out for that one guy in the world that she's attracted to that's a 6 foot, 6-pack, 6-figure man. She's maybe holding out, but hey, at least she's holding herself to a standard that she chooses. Is that delusional?
Sarah,
or is that
Sarah,
actually-
what are you holding out for? That's very descriptive. Like, we all concerned as guys. Like, you salivating. Like, is there a guy you saw in a magazine? Has somebody approached you? Like, you gave this full description of what you would like. Like, what would you like if you were out here actively dating? What's your type? Because that's what I need to know. Inquiring minds need to know.
Bro, you be killing me, bro.
I just need to know. Because she came with a whole dissertation.
She described it.
This tall, this tan, this complexion, works out, likes
That's what
kids.
he's referring to. That's
No,
what,
what are
he's
you referring to, though?
to.
That's what I'm asking.
He's saying the women that are delusional, right? These are women that he's saying like they're, overweight or this or that, blah, 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 blah. And he's saying that they're delusional if they're
No.
then
That wasn't that actually wasn't what I was
and need
at
a
all.
device.
That actually wasn't what I was speaking to at all. But you did bring up a good thing about the individual, and I would agree on an individual basis. Maybe it doesn't look delusional, right? What I'm saying is it delusional for 1 million women to think that they can get a ring from the same 5 men?
Right, but Brother Cleaner, that's what I'm saying, Brother Cleaner, and Brother Gemini, Sarah too, panel, everybody. This is what I'm saying. Like, we're in a time right now where we're seeing very young women who are even of legal age in big cities, like Effigy was talking about. All these more issues we deal with in cities, right? They're dating men way older that are way more prominent than men of their age range. It's becoming normalized, and it goes the same for men who are being recluse to playing video games and just watching porn or whatever these arguments about, on Tinder, meeting women who just want to get paid for dinners, whatever. This is what we're dealing with. I think with this technology, we're experiencing a time that we've never experienced before.
Say that last part again.
You talk. That sounds like a hopeless generation. I'm listening to you.
Yes, Brother Gemini, I know, and I get it. We got to be positive. We got to be hopeful. But I think we also need to be realists and understand that we're in a society now where the fabrics of what we thought were how we do things has been completely devolved. And now it's being reconstructed. And a lot of people don't think the reconstruction is going anywhere. But then you have a lot of people who think the reconstruction is a form of evolution, right? And I think this is why we have these great debates, respectfully.
Well,
it's probably de-evolution.
Right?
This shit happened in ancient times. These age differences and shit, just like, having mentors and having such a large age difference and wild shit happening. Like, I mean, realistically, the social media, fucking dating apps, it's just more iterations of socialization. It's just like going to a bar a fucking 1,000 times a night and finding that one that you just think, you know what I mean? It's the same shit, but in reality, the physical nature of how humans exist, that's the real shit. As soon as you meet someone, you can call their bullshit. You ought to be able to by the time you're ready to find a mate.
So
and
religion
is a great fucking basis for doing this.
Yeah, but
people would want religion. Consequence of apps has been to elevate and echo the most psychotic behavior in apps.
Hold on, though. Here's a good question, Effigy. Did catfishing exist in the Middle Ages, in the Roman times, in the Renaissance era? Did catfishing exist?
Yes. Deceptions always existed. And that's what I'm saying. Like, while as a tool, and we made this tool for a function, it's also magnified the worst aspects, the most psychopathic aspects of dating, the using another person for your own benefit aspects of human interaction. And I think that's what kind of taints it the wrong way for a lot of us, because that's what happens the most. That's like what its MO has become. Because those guys who only use it for a sex app, is using one of these dating apps for a sex app the same as the intention of using it for a dating app? Do you guys think?
No, absolutely not.
I heard the gentleman above say arranged marriage, right? And I thought that was so intriguing, because I know people have their opinions on like the divorce rates and all that. But don't you guys think like arranged marriage to a certain degree is a completely different categorical approach? It's almost like a business agreement between two families where
100%.
Marriage is essentially not about how you feel. It's about the progression of your generational evolution and success through your family, combination. And so it's
Let me say this, though.
Is that the same as what we're talking about, like catfishing,
It still involves, no, that's different, because
catfishing is pretending to be something you're not, right?
Deception on its onset. Like, you can't hide from that. When we're talking about arranged There's deception in it, but the deception is I have to suppress how I feel about my significant soon-to-be other, whether male or female, which means that's when the contractual part, comes into the arrangement, which means I might hate your guts, but our parents decided that we need to match up. It's a done deal. There's nothing I can do to say I don't want any parts of this. Sometimes you can, depending on the family stature and if they think there are other viable candidates. But in most instances, when they agree to that, that's that. Catfishing is just initially deception out the gate.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah,
different
there's no
story.
hiding from that.
Orca Speaks and with the big 5 says, how do dating apps affect birth rates? Anybody
Well,
have
and
a thought on that?
I think this actually speaks to what I was talking about with the million women after the 5 men. If you have a million women that are all chasing the same 5 guys, I mean, yeah, all right, they might get a hookup, but if those are 5 virtuous good men who are like, no, I'm not going to sleep with you until we get married, then I mean, obviously that's going to lower the birth rate.
Well, even technically, it poses a great question. Like pre-condom era in the West, how did people approach physical intercourse? As opposed to now on dating apps, it's kind of expected.
I mean, we have to
It's
go
almost,
way back in time to get
considered
pre-condom
rude.
era.
It's
Right.
almost
Like modern condoms.
Well,
Not
the
modern.
consequence. There's
rude
no
if you
lo-
don't have a
we don't have consequences for if you
Right.
like you can wear a condom, which is preventative maintenance. You can be on birth control, which is preventative maintenance. You can have an abortion, which is preventative maintenance, right? So all of the consequences that would have come with premarital sex or casual sex are no longer exist. So you can go do whatever you want, and there's
Well,
no
I mean,
penalty.
let's be
to
clear.
pay.
There's almost no time in modern civilization, and even pre-modern civilization, where humans haven't been trying to find a way around that.
Right.
There was a thing in the Roman era called moon tea that
Yeah.
was used to create abortions, and they can't even find the plant that made it because they think it went extinct because it was used so much.
Damn.
And so even like reading women's ovulation cycles goes back even
Mhm.
further than I think we even know.
Right.
Humans
And
have
they used to use
always been trying to
sheepskin,
get
I think.
around the connection between sex and procreation because they want to have sex without the procreation, and that's a very, very old want in humanity.
Yeah,
Because
because we are one of the few that do it just for pleasure.
Well, because we're not animals, right?
Right.
Like the biological mechanism is there to make us procreate. But
Yeah,
if
but
we're
it's
actual
like-
thinking creatures, we can separate the two, and we have. Sex
So
is
we're
a
animals,
lot
yeah. Animals-
more than just procreation to human beings. Yeah,
Effigy,
and I
do
think you would all
animals
have to
attempt
admit
to
that.
procreate when they're graping each other? Because that happens same sex all the time with like predators in the jungle and the Sahara. Like
There are all kinds
Do
of
you
crazy
think animals
variations
call it
of
that
sex
though?
in
Look
the
what you
animal
just
kingdom.
said.
I mean,
No, sir. We call it that, sir.
Yeah, I'm saying so. Animals ain't. So when you talk about animalistic behavior, we're
Well, no, you-
associated with animals, but they don't even call it that. That's
there are
human
species
behavior.
of animals that have lifelong mates. Like there are
Yeah,
species of animals
we
that
call it
only
that.
reproduce through grape. There are species of animals that only reproduce by like shooting out stuff into the ocean and then running away until someone else comes there. There are any
species of animals
spectrum
that
of
only
ways to reproduce in animals.
species.
K2 keep on trucking says, "Can you play the Hey Mammy You Sexy song?" LOL, just kidding. And then Kissy Cat says, "We need some tea in here."
No.
Horse video. I agree.
This message is sponsored in part by
Thank you, Kissy Cat, for
That is
bringing
a
the
fine
tea
horse.
levels
I
back
don't know who
up.
that woman
Damn,
was,
she works
sir,
out.
she-
That
yeah,
horse had a great ponytail.
Mm.
Oh, there was a
great-
woman
great-
in there
great-
too.
Great
Horrible.
body, like
That
a
was horrible.
Greek goddess, real shit.
All I saw was a ponytail.
Cleaner, you were talking about millions of women going for like the 5 dudes. I think
Right.
and we're kind of on the topic of historically speaking, right? As animated effigy was kind of referring to with the preventative maintenance for child making, baby making. I think we could historically say that that's always been the case. Like, that the women want the top, the best, the best of the best, because that is a resource, that is your protector, your provider, that is the father of your children. So we are all naturally inclined to all want the best of the best. I don't think that's delusional. I don't think that's crazy. I think it's normal and natural for a million women to all want the same 5 men. Now, how that works out later in the long run is the 999 whatever, eventually settle for someone that and I say that with air quotes here, settles for someone that actually is compatible with her and works, because that is how she can obtain a husband and have babies,
Well,
so on and so
Well,
forth.
no, like outside
That's the thing, though, Sarah. Just by saying settle using air quotes, you're showing that to some degree they are being delusional.
Yeah, because outside of the economic stability, you then have to. This is why we have like you can listen to divorce lawyers and listen to them talk about it. Like we have a normalization of, especially if you're in the wealthy class, of getting divorced every 5 to 10 years. It's almost not even like taboo anymore, whereas it used to be taboo. Having children out of wedlock, getting divorced, all these things. Now it's like normalized. So it's like, I think after the economic stability, it's what Sarah's talking about. It's the compatibility of your emotion, your soul, your consciousness. But it really boils down to, I think, what Effigy was saying. If you're in a town of like 1,000 people, those 1,000 people are probably going to be less judgmental and competitive with each other, regardless of how they look and think and who they worship. Maybe not who they worship, but as opposed to like big cities, where that competition becomes so high and the product is the people we see on the magazines and the TV. So everyone's trying to implicate that they are what we all look up to,
Mm-hmm. And Orca Speaks says with the big 5, doesn't change the fact that it's killing a baby. Yeah, we all recognize abortion is abortion. I don't believe it's a good route to go. Abstinence is key, but be preventative in other ways so that you don't have to kill a child just because you were being stupid on a drunk night. Back to you, Cleaner. I believe you were saying something.
Oh no, I had said it. I think that just by using the air quotes and saying that women are settling for a guy that's actually in their range or their league or whatever, that's showing that to some degree they are being delusional, chasing after the same 5 guys.
I think we could say it both ways. Okay, so a supermodel, a sexy supermodel.
I don't think we can.
Yes, we can. I think it's reasonable to say that most men would look at that supermodel and be like, "God damn, I want that," right? But they would settle for the average 6 in town because she makes him laugh and she's funny and willy-nilly.
This is the difference, though. Okay, guys typically have an understanding, because this is what happens in society. Okay, whenever we go out there, we start dating, we start swiping, doing all this stuff, we get rejected by a lot of women, and so we kind of understand by the type of women, how they look, their status, their value, things like that, right? We kind of get a feel for where we range, and we understand where we range. Women don't. Women will get swiped whatever direction is yes by men who are fucking 500 billionaires left and right. Women will get higher status men that just want to bang them and leave them.
Yep.
So it's not actually
common knowledge now. It's just changing a little.
Brother Cleaner, I don't think we're disagreeing that men will date, downgrade specifically to build up a woman in that regard. Like there's a trend. I think we agree with you, but we got to understand both ways that exists.
Privilege is a thing that exists on both sides.
Even as a man, if you date a woman that's not the prom queen of high school or just the greatest looking woman in the gym, multiple men look at her when she's in her skin tight spandex, you're going to get criticized by your brothers, your cousins, your coworkers, your friends. And I think as a man, you're being disingenuous when you just kind of blindside that whole argument and go, all women are looking for that Greek god, Chris Hemsworth, Thor, and Marvel man.
Yeah, I didn't say all.
We do the same as men. And I agree with you. A lot of men will settle, but at the same time, it's not, those men aren't held to a more, respectful position. They're criticized just as much for not having a woman that we would all call it 10 or a 9.
It affects people equally. It's just economics. It's supply and demand.
Okay.
It's not the supply.
So when a guy is looking for a girl to bang, I would agree. Yeah. Okay. He'll be looking for like supermodel. He'll never get her, right? Obviously. Not if he's not in her
Is
zone
he
or has something
delusional? Is he delusional then?
by thinking that she's hot.
Is he delusional for looking for the hot lady and knowing that he's not going to get it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And other guys will call him out on it. And that's where he gains his understanding of where he belongs in the social score of things, in the dating marketplace, right? His value is by his friends going, dude, you had no chance with that chick. I don't know what you were fucking thinking. Why'd you even step to her, right? I mean, we've all done this to each other at some point. You know, if a dude steps to some chick who's just way out of his fucking league. It happens.
Me to white knight, bro. But it's like I don't want a white knight, but it's like, let's be real. Are there not girls being used by dudes who don't think they were wife worthy and just play with them for 3 years, dump them, find another one, upgrade?
Yeah, I'm not saying there's not. And you're actually speaking to my
dog. It happens both ways.
You're actually reinforcing my point with what you said there, though, Tomato. Because what I'm saying is these girls are misunderstanding sexual advances from men for relationship advances. And so they are getting delusional, thinking that they can get higher class men than what they can actually get a ring on their finger for.
Let me say this. Look, the only reason a man can say to another guy that this woman is outside your league is if he's had experience in getting women outside of his league or those guys' league. Like, if you have not accomplished that, then you can't limit this guy. You don't know what he can do, right? Because one thing I've learned is when beautiful women who are in a certain tax bracket, you know, the number one compliment, hey, beautiful. You know how many times? Look, think about Sarah. She has to hear this all the freaking time. That can't be a great entry point. Hey, baby, you beautiful. That comes without saying. She even thinks she's beautiful, even though we know she's a strong 7. Like, I'm not gonna fool myself, right? So when I look at her, I'm not gonna lead with, "Hey, Sarah, you're beautiful." I'm gonna lead with how I led, which I'm gonna talk about her bangs, right? Because I'm gonna say, obviously, you have a lot of forehead to hide there, and I'm not saying that you're not an attractive woman, but why do you have your bangs so long to not be 3 or 5 years old? So that's the thing. And when she talks to me, we can indulge in that. But if I come, hey, beautiful, sexy, she's like, I'm going to take this free drink you're going to buy me, but after that, I don't want to talk to you. And so we have to have some nuance when it comes to these conversations. And that's all I'm at. Like, I don't want to hear all of this. I can never discredit any guy because I've seen some of the most techish, lamest, nerdiest guys get women you would never imagine, but they had a different approach. They didn't lead with their balls. They didn't lead with, oh, you the finest thing on earth. They led with, this is me. And that woman was like, you know what? Something is intriguing about this guy. He was himself, and I like him. So I'm always going to encourage guys to be themselves. That's all I'm saying.
I don't agree with that, though. I think as like friends,
let me interrupt for just a moment.
Money will always win.
Speaking of strong 7s, here's for you, K2.
This message is sponsored in part by...
You disrespected her. She a 9. Stop it, Sarah. That's a strong 9. You will not put her.
I was talking about the horse.
Oh, okay. Well, the woman was a strong 9, but yeah, the horse is a 7. You know.
Oh,
so
yeah.
You're on par with the horse. Good job.
Everybody, we don't. There is no woman in that video. It's just a horse.
No
I
way.
can't
What are you
tell
talking
because the
about?
first time I saw the horse, the second time I
European,
saw the
probably
woman.
American descendant cowgirl that hops off that beautiful horse every time.
I loved it, and her tank top was great. She didn't even need to be in a wet t-shirt contest. The shirt was already wet, and my contest was already a winner. But look, I'm gonna say this: when it comes to you, Sarah, look, you have a great smile. I like how you blush, even though you don't have to do much to turn red because you were born red. I get that, so I'm not gonna talk about that. But when it comes to us guys, like selling these dreams, really. As a guy, because it's limited in the type of guys that women have to deal with, first off, you have to consider the women that were broken up with, the women that came from failed relationships, the women that hate their baby daddies, the women that think all guys are of a certain persuasion, right? Part of the community. So when you eliminate all these certain factors, like as a guy, you have a lot of traction. You have to capitalize on that. So that's why I can't fall to the whole premise of, oh, you know, they out of your league. Out of what league? These women are just glad that they can find a respectable, approachable, loving guy. And I've seen it. You can got geeks that are getting 9s and 10s. It can happen. So work on your game. I'm not going to use that as an excuse. Any guy can get a woman like Sarah, even though that's not quite what they may want, but she's a good baseline to settle with. If you wanted to have like just like a you know, a middle ground, I would say Sarah would be the middle ground. But if that's your middle ground, that's a great middle ground to have at Sarah. If you want a guy, if you want a woman better than Sarah, you can accomplish that. But if you end up with Sarah, that's a win. That's a great, you know, Sarah, don't you think you're a good win?
I think I'm an all right catch.
Oh, now she diminishes herself. I'm not going to listen to her. I'm going to be quiet. Let me mute myself.
Look, if you want to talk about what I'm capable of,
he's trying to get into
then
them toes.
yes,
People these
I
days,
think I bring a lot to the table comparatively because not only can I put your IKEA furniture together, but I could build you a patio, and I could bake you lasagna, or I could take care of your babies, and I could do
she
all
gonna
this.
bring her beautiful kids too. She gonna bring her kids too.
I'm gonna bring my beautiful 2 kids too.
And
so
you better be ready to parent as a dad. Be ready to parent as a dad. That's what you got to be, because if you playing these games, first off, Sarah don't have time to play games. It's a all inclusive package, right? And so. Look, have I done enough pandering? I'm done. I'm gonna pass it off to these guys. They know what to do from here, because obviously they're not your type and you're not their type.
I thought you were about to propose.
No, I can't do that. No, Sarah, this is
might have used the rename Gemini the Pander Bear.
Look, yes, the pander. I pander the para. Pander the bearer.
He has insulted me enough. We're well balanced.
Yeah, yeah.
Goddamn.
Don't worry about me. Y'all need to do y'all job. Sarah's never worried about me. She understands that if I was single, me and her would be in some cabin in Colorado having a good time. I feel bad for y'all guys that are actually available and y'all can't make it happen. This sucks.
You snowboard?
Yeah, but I'm married.
You snowboard or ski?
Valid question.
I just go hunt for snow bunnies.
I'm married too. So now what we talking about? I gave that. I said if I
okay.
was single. Yeah.
If you weren't, all right.
And Gemini is
Nobody's great, dude. Like if you're a real man and you're not white and you hate on snow bunnies, there's something wrong with you, dude. There's something wrong.
Dog,
snow
bunnies. Snow bunnies
she
are
has
so
a
fluffy.
hint of rosacea. She has a hint of rosacea, so she's a red bunny. She's not your classic snow bunny, but her bangs are way better than they used to. I'm telling you, if y'all would go revisit an old video, her bangs were struggling. She was from Bangladesh.
They go through waves depending on their growth and where they're at and what I can do with them.
You inherited their bad karma with them bangs, with that Indian hair.
Yes, it was, but she's good though. She's swacked out. But anyway, back to the conversation, because you guys were trying to say some insightful thing about women, even though I know half of y'all failed because y'all don't know how to approach women. But I'm going to listen just because I may.
What's your number, John? What's your body count, bro?
Why would
it's low. It's extremely low. I'm not going to get into that. I'm married. Yeah,
okay, good.
No, let me tell you why it's low, because I spent most of my time talking
dude.
like
it's
this.
Wild out here. It's wild out here. People don't want to commit.
I wouldn't.
You get past 10, it's like shit.
Here's what I'll say. I wouldn't say that a man having a high body count is commendable, and I wouldn't say it's even something to brag about.
It's not positive.
It's natural.
Neither side is it positive.
It's natural.
But chick fucking 1,000 dudes in a day, like, dude, society is wild out here.
That is unnatural. That is unnatural.
Yeah, when we're allowing it.
That's weird.
Kind of wild.
I need
Shame.
to talk like somebody, grandmama. That's nasty, baby. That's nasty.
Man.
You can't be letting all these boys get their pogo stick in your hoo-ha, baby.
Mama, I'm grown. I'm grown, Mama. You ain't telling me.
That's a great redirection indirectly to what we're talking about, because we're living in a time where with dating apps, it's okay to have a higher body count, man or woman.
It's a society. It's a society.
It's
transgender.
That was a red flag.
I don't think it's
You're nuts.
I don't think it's something anybody should brag about by any means. I mean, you could joke about it, have fun with it, but I don't think it's bragging rights. I wouldn't like hang that as a trophy on my case or put that as a trophy.
No.
There's a
It's
difference
definitely an
between
indicator
men.
of behavior, though.
There's a difference between men and women. But
Can I add this? This goes back to what I'm hoping to talk to Ivory about. I talked about him before.
Real quick, what do you mean there's not a difference?
There is a
or
difference.
there is a difference. What do you mean?
Just men are programmed like that, and women get used up. I mean, it's just how
So
it is.
men should be able to dip it, and women can't.
Women can do whatever they want, but I don't think I can't agree with a woman getting run through by 1,000 dudes at once. I mean,
this is the point.
A lot about both sides.
This is the point I was going to get to that I want to talk to Ivory about. Is it goes a big reason why we have to have this conversation is because of what's pushed in the media, and he was disputing what I said about how the wrong ideas are pushed in the media. Women who do, in this particular conversation, women who do have high body counts are often applauded by too many influential people, and it shouldn't be that way.
It spreads.
Yeah, exactly. So the wrong messages are being spread. Now, I'm not saying that men should go out and bang 1,000 women at once and discipline all of them to stay at home and be housewives while he goes and does what he wants. I don't condone that behavior.
There's nothing wrong with that if the woman wants it.
Yeah, but men having high body counts is different to women. But the women who do have high body counts are applauded by too many influential people in society, and that's a problem.
But I can't do much judging.
It's maybe socially different, but I don't think it's spiritually different.
We might have to do some addition, subtraction, a little bit of division too, to figure it all out. But I mean, at the end, it might not be a spiritual thing.
It's just, what's crazy? Maybe it's because my brain's analytical. So I'm looking at both sides of the coin, and I'm going, how do we even have women making money digitally, or how they say prostitution was the first form of employment since the beginning of time? Well, that's it's like mainstream theory, right?
It's the oldest.
No, it's not.
It's what they say. It's the oldest. It's what they fucking say. It's a saying.
Oldest form of employment.
Not.
What if there were
the oldest
profession? There were male
the oldest profession. Thank you. They say that. We all know it's not, but it's just saying that it's been around for a really long time. Right. Nothing about it has changed in dynamics. Like it's maintained the same consistency. Fuck me, give me money. Thank you.
All it's saying is that that is the oldest want. And the second you invented money, you gave that money to someone for the oldest want.
Just really quick, guys. If the consumership didn't exist, would there be such a criticism of the product?
Well, one of the reasons why there's unfortunately a big consumer base for sex work is because men, and this is what I was talking to Ivory about. Yeah, men aren't doing as well as they used to. Now, we can talk about the reasons for that. Men do need to do better, but I mean it's a two-way street. Men are more desperate. Yeah, men are more desperate than they've ever been, but women are also more promiscuous than they've ever been, and they've had more power than they've ever had. And I know we can disagree on that all the time. But
funny with you saying that. Hold on. With you saying that women are more promiscuous, but yet men aren't getting as much ass. It actually makes men look even worse because it's like you really have to fail and fuck up if women are practically giving it away for free and you're still not on that list.
Right. Sarah, hold on. Can I respond to that? Hold on. Can I respond to that? Like, Sarah,
You may not want to
Sarah,
be with
I
somebody
said-
that's been rent to 100 people.
Well, Sarah, I said, Sarah,
Some of us are dogs.
Sarah,
too. We don't give a damn.
Sarah, I said.
That's it. That's what I was gonna say, Gemini.
I mean, you could say that, but on the guy's side, you could say like, women are out there with even more men nowadays than ever before, and they're not getting a ring.
Hold
They're not getting a ring.
Sarah, just responding to Sarah, just responding to the point.
Hold on. With what Cleaner just said, no, like they're not out there with more men. They're out with the same exact men putting out, but then the same losers aren't getting it. I don't get it.
Yeah,
Like,
I get what you're saying. I'm saying they're having more sexual experience, but not getting a ring. So it kind of works both ways.
Sarah,
But it all has to do with what our imperatives are, what it is that we care about, and what our preferences are. And our preferences are guided.
It doesn't sound like the rings are that important to those women.
Well, Sarah,
or-
you mentioned you
What
brought
I
up a
mean
point.
about one-sided bias, because I
real
mean
tomato. I could just
westernized bias, right? Hold on, Fight Sports, just really quick. You've been trying to talk and everyone's not letting you. So let me just get this in. I genuinely believe we're having a one-sided westernized bias here. Because when you look at places like Asia, a lot, and as a brown dude, I hate saying this, large parts of like India, Islam countries, right, Islamic nations, they've been drowning females in milk the moment they're born because of the fact of the dowry and all this, like, oh, we got to take care of this, it's going to cost money, we'd rather have a boy to go make money and work. This is why they have 5-to-1 in some countries, 6-to-1 ratios of male to females, even though they hold some of the largest populations in the world, right? And over there, these arguments just don't work. What you guys are talking about don't work. Like, we have at least 40,000 rapes recorded. Oh, I'm sorry, Sarah, grapes recorded in India every day, and that's just recorded in a country like that. God knows how many girls are getting raped that aren't. It's not being recorded, and some census is putting it down. But we know as of now, every day it's 40,000 people, and that's a country with over a billion people. So this concept that women are just out there doing this, it's not a worldwide concept; it's a westernized concept.
Well, to responding to your point, Sarah, you mentioned something that I mentioned, which is, yeah, men. You said it makes men look worse. Yeah, it does make men look worse because men as a whole do need to do better, and we can talk about the reasons why. It goes back to that word traditionalism, which again, I know what I said upset a lot of people, but when you go away from traditional roles, you end up with a lot of everything becomes convoluted, and that's what we have here, where men typically are doing worse, and women are doing better in some ways, but
why is this
not
always
so
the
great in
argument?
others.
Most of the divorce rate comes from evangelical Protestants. Like,
So?
why is this always the argument?
Yeah, but no,
it's
Effigy,
like it's
Effigy,
this
what's the
catch-all that you
point?
guys think will reverse
What's your
time and put
point?
you back on top.
Yeah, but Effigy, a good argument against that.
What do
is
you mean,
someone-
you guys? What do you mean, you guys?
A good argument against that is arranged marriage is not confounded on whether you feel happy or not. It's a familial legacy-based like contract. So if you're not happy, that doesn't matter. Like, all these people are going to get involved, and before you ever get divorced, even if you're unhappy, the marriage will conclude, right? Like, I think that's something we miss out.
Why are you talking about arranged marriages?
Arranged marriages are. It's not just you as the couple or you as the individual matched with somebody else. Now your entire family is involved and invested. So it's a community. Actually, there's a whole like board system of community members, family members that are involved in this choosing. So you're not just like saying, oh, well, I don't like you anymore. I don't want to be with you anymore. Now you have to tell your family, hey, the decision you made was wrong and good luck. Because if I ever had to tell my father he was wrong, like I'd rather eat a pile of shit than tell my dad he was wrong.
Yeah, I don't know what Figgy meant when he said "you guys." Like, I don't know who he was talking to.
Well,
but
he's probably referring to the typical Christianity speaking point, right? Which
no, I didn't mention Christianity. I just mentioned traditionalism.
Sarah, when you got married the first time, did your fiance ask your father for your hand?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's kind of
my dad told me. He said, he's like, don't make me walk down the aisle behind your back with a shotgun to you. He's like, you will marry this man. And I said, yes, sir.
And now you got dudes knocking their dads out, and the woman's
I'm
like,
still confused as to why we're bringing up arranged marriages. Like arranged marriages in the
Yeah,
U.S. are only
he's bringing
legal
it
if they're
back to
consensual.
tradition. It was traditionalism. That's where AJ was going with it.
I don't
But
know
still,
if we can
I mean,
go
you don't
back to
have
that.
the same kind of arranged marriages that the rest of the world
Sarah
has,
was a
like where
borderline
you
arranged
can't get out of it.
The
In the
thing
U.S.,
I don't know
it's
if we
only
can go
legal
back
if
to
it's
that
consensual.
level of traditionalism.
The thing is though, even if we're going to talk about traditionalism, even in prehistoric times, if we want to call it that, 100 years ago, 200 years ago, whatever, right? Arranged marriages were like less than 5% of the population of the planet was doing arranged marriages, which it's still pretty close to the same thing today. There's
Not
still
true.
less than 5% of the population is engaging in arranged marriages, so that's an exception
That's
to the
just
rule.
mathematically not
So
true.
I don't even
The
think
world's population is
no.
China and India, and they do mostly arranged marriages. So you're talking about 4 billion people. That's less than 5%. That's wild. No, bro, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, they don't still do arranged marriages all over everywhere. This is something that's in a higher class of area of the world, right? This isn't something that happens. Poor families decide, okay, well, our son and your daughter, right? This isn't something that's happening like that all over the world. So you're actually mistaken there.
I think that's theoretical, but I think the numbers don't lie. Like there's
It's
clearly
not theoretical.
you now have, like, as opposed to parents of our generation prior, where they just had a picture of who they were going to marry. Now you can FaceTime that person. You can actually meet that person
Exactly.
through the internet. It's changed, but I think you're living in La La Land if you think mothers and fathers
I think
aren't
the
involved with
statistics
Asian
were
children
like
marriages today. You're
half
crazy.
of marriages in
Yeah,
the world
real
are arranged.
real tomato.
I was born and raised in the United States, and I'm married with 2 kids, and I didn't have a choice with who I was going to marry. Every girl I brought into my house that I dated was shunned because she wasn't of my race, and that's a huge issue from that part of the world. The caste system, the racism, like that's a huge frustration I have with Westerners about America being so racist, and our slave system and all that we used to have. But the reality is, like, currently we are not the most racist. In fact, we have the most diverse success, and the paperwork proves that. Like, you can't name one country with more minority success than the United States of America outside of the country of that homogenous indigenous race. You just can't. There's not one country that invites guests and allows them to become as wealthy as we do. So it's just like, for me, the perspective is very different.
Why were you shunned to want to marry somebody outside of your race?
Because the reality is, my cultural perspective from the elders in my family and whatnot, including my parents, is that the culture is so decayed, the divorce rate in itself is intimidating enough to not even risk. Because marriage in itself is a gamble. So they are more comfortable with the concept of religious familiarity, cultural familiarity, and through that, they find it a good gamble. Everything is an investment to these people. I've never said these cultures are morally correct. In fact, I fight for the West in that regard, but I think we're arguing these philosophical reasons because we're at this point in human civilization. So the reality is, these people are living 200 years ago, and they're not going to let their next of kin choose who they get to reproduce with, let alone accidentally reproduce with, right? So it becomes a huge stress level, and the suicide rates in these that deletion rate in those countries is very high because of the pressure that the parents put on these children, whether it's educational, whether it's who they choose to fall in love with. And these are just like human experiments that we're seeing throughout the world that I think as people in advanced civilizations need to acknowledge. We can't just sit in these one tunnel kind of opinions. We got to just step back and look at everything and go, okay, this is what's really going on.
Well, real.
So are you describing arranged marriages for the future of humanity?
Dude, this is what I think. I think you're generalizing it too much.
I'm not. I'm actually just asking you a question.
Let me answer your question. My parents didn't even know who each other were before they got married. Their parents decided that, right? My dad was coming to the United States. I was lucky enough to be born in New York City, and then we moved to the West after. But the reality is like, these people didn't know who they were going to be married to. And the whole operation was built on a legacy platform, not how you make me feel and all this stuff that we are genuinely giving appreciation to now as human beings with rights and all this stuff. So it's like, now if you're talking about my generation, you get to FaceTime, you get to get on a plane and go talk to that person. And if it doesn't work out, you get to continue seeing other families. So it's like, I think there's just this kind of, bias for what we know as each other's experience. But if we just step out and look at like how they work over there, it's very like cerebral. It's not morally correct according to the West, but they're very cerebral about how they reproduce and how they form. Like, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the caste system. There's a group called the Untouchables, and it's 600 million of the population in India, and they're all in poverty. Like, they're not, only about 180 million people in India are actually of the like first world economy, and some of the billionaires in India hold more wealth than most Western billionaires.
Thank God for America.
Okay,
Right?
so I'm not understanding.
Hold on, let him explain.
Thank you. I know I take a long time. Over 600 million people don't speak any real language or have any real education, and they're so stupid they're just reproducing because that's what their religion or their familial culture tells them. And if they have a girl, they'll drown it in milk. If they have a boy, they raise it and get it to work to bring money back to the herd, right? So, like, I think these are like tribal behaviors that we don't give enough credit to, and if we did, maybe it would help us understand our problems today more.
That's
so
crazy.
is that a
What?
yes, you're
Religious.
describing arranged marriages, or a no?
Really
You didn't
quickly,
answer
just
my question.
as
I
a
don't know,
tangent,
but
I'd like to
when I'm
throw out that the
70
birth
when
rate
I'm
is going
70,
down
then I'm
even in arranged marriage countries.
When I'm 70, we can talk about it, but I have no idea how to even genuinely answer that question. If you want me to be disingenuous and take a
I can
side
answer that.
argument, which is what you guys like to do on YouTube, I can't do that.
No. Please understand my
I'm
question.
telling you, this is the
Please
situation.
please
I'm at.
understand my
think
question.
here's what I could say. I think the point
I don't
that
think you're
AJ is
understanding.
trying to was originally trying to make is that the cultures understand that as the best case scenario. That's how they understand it. They're raised that way. They get it that way. He was giving comparisons to the wealth versus the poor. He called the poor the untouchables, which means no family of stature would allow their baby girl or son to go and marry with the untouchables. So they choose and they procreate with intention of raising their family and continuing their legacy with intention. Whereas out here in the West, oh, you want to marry Joe Schmo because you love him? Okay, baby girl. We have no idea, like, I mean, of course, you can get to know them, but you don't know their bloodline. You don't know their we're a habosh of anything, and that's what AJ's kind of saying is that the arranged marriages may not be morally intact in terms of like matching with love and association and all of those things, or giving somebody the opportunity for free will. But he is saying that it did create a path for the legacy of a family to continue that legacy of the family in a very intentional way.
I understand what
and
you
like
were
I
saying.
said,
A baby with
But
another
what I
person.
was-
you
hold on,
need
real
to
quick.
be more
Yeah, was
disciplined,
just that-
right? Like, you're trying to get me to answer a yes or no question for something very complex. If you're trying to recreate one of the few tools we have as a
that's
society,
actually not what I was
that
doing.
is actually very powerful. Like, you have to understand that, like, some people take it in a very different light than what we're taking it in the West. That's all I'm trying
Right,
to.
you misunderstood the question that I was actually asking, though. I wasn't asking if you prescribe no one do arranged marriages or everyone. I was just saying, would you prescribe arranged marriages or would you not prescribe them?
Dude, that's
And
so.
I'm not saying like by
Okay.
saying you're not. You're saying nobody has a question, you know.
Can I
go ahead,
throw
go
something in there?
The point that I was getting at with this was just
Yeah,
that
Cleaner, you
we've
made
gone
your
off
point,
on a
but I-
tangent with
Hold on, Fight.
arranged marriages, whereas we were talking about how people look at the body count issue, and then we brought it into arranged marriages. And I'm saying, you know, I understand what you're saying, and I don't necessarily disagree that in the arranged marriages, you know, the body count thing isn't even something they think about because you're assuming the other person hasn't been with anybody or something to that degree, right? And so I understand that, right? But I'm saying that's an exception nowadays to the rule. That's not necessarily where everybody's at. So I was trying to reapproach the generality of people. You know what I mean?
No, I get what you're saying, but like social media has changed that even in those countries. Like, if you think the blue jeans culture,
true, yeah.
you think they can't access TikTok or Instagram, you're tripping. Like, they can.
Yeah,
So
yeah, that's true.
the culture over there, but I think we're talking about the origin of our approach, and like genuinely, when you ask me as another human being, do you prescribe to this? I can't speak on that because I feel like I'm too young and inexperienced, or even without credibility to speak on whether it's a yes or no answer. I don't know if love marriage works better than arranged marriage. I just know that there's a large population on Earth that prescribes it, and it's kind of like anti-educational for us to just pretend like it doesn't exist. Like,
Right.
it exists, and people don't prioritize their happiness and whether their love story is Disneyland perfect or fairy tale perfect. You know, they're all about like, that animalistic sense of reproduction, and we need to be the best in this.
Yeah. I understand that, and that's why I left the question as yes, it's a prescription, or just no, I wouldn't prescribe it, but not. I was leaving the no side open ended because I mean, there could be other prescriptions, right? I wasn't making it a dialectic.
Now, I don't want to play devil's advocate, but do you prescribe it?
Looks like her internet just cut out. God damn.
I don't think we can. I don't think we
That is
can go.
unfortunate.
I don't think we can. I don't think we can actually go back to arranged marriages because of social media. I don't think it's possible to convince children. I mean, maybe the real traditional parents, and I argue for traditionalism all the time on this. I've been on this channel twice, and first time I was, for like half an hour, I was debating 4 people on why we should go back to traditionalism, but it's going to be almost impossible, I think, to make arranged Western traditions, because we all live in the West. But as far as arranged marriages, I don't think it's possible with social media, because you're going to have to convince people to ignore their cell phone, and unless you don't give them a cell phone, which again is I don't know if that even happens. It's arranged marriages would be good, because again, society was better when we had a lot of traditionalism, which I've upset a lot of people on this page when I brought that up, but some of the stuff you have to change all of society, and that's just not doable.
Right, and I think to sum up, the answer would just be, if I thought it was something we could do, I would prescribe it, but I don't think it's something that we'll be capable of doing.
No, never. Never ever.
Yeah.
All right, brothers. I'm
One of
rolling
the
out.
things that
I'll see y'all later.
Hi,
Sarah,
all
thanks
right,
for having me on.
It was a pleasure talking to you.
Oh yeah, great discussion.
Yeah, man.
I'll see y'all later.
Yeah. I
gotta
think
keep it going
this is what I was saying to.
Back, so because she's gonna end the show, but we got to keep it going until she's back, guys.
Okay, cool.
Well, what I was saying to Ivory earlier, like he was debating whether we needed influence out of the media, because I talked about one of the reasons why men aren't doing so well and why we're having this discussion, because if men were doing as good as they used to be, then we wouldn't need to talk about, well, why do men need to be better leaders? They would just be doing it. But the reason why we have so many failures at the moment is partly, and a big reason, is because of influence in Western media. And so the more you can divert your children away from taking that in, the better. And the more that better leaders they can be.
Propaganda, so to speak.
Yeah, propaganda. I mean, propaganda, and a lot of people who disagree with me on this, they either they just have different views, or they're just being dishonest intentionally.
I wouldn't disagree.
The Western propaganda is telling men not to be men.
Let me give you a genuine perspective, right? Like this is kind of a third party perspective, right? And I don't need to get into details. We're all smart on this panel in the chat.
Sure.
But I think that people in the West they have a lot of time, and then people around the world that have to prioritize survivability are actually seeing this circus show, and they know their governments are even worse, and the circus shows are even more easily exposed. So they're kind of seeing it all as what it is. But we're over here getting caught up in the propaganda. And my perspective is the propaganda over there is even worse. So it's like, if you can see that, then it's actually a good thing to be on this side of the earth. It really is. And look, I have no hate in my heart for radical left and right people who are trying to present, legislation or whatever that's becoming so controversial these days. For me, it's more so, why are we destroying something that the whole world envies? Like, this is what...
I don't want to demonize one side of the political aisle, because I've got plenty of friends who are leftists, and a lot of people. I used to be a leftist, but I believe the biggest, if we had to point to one single biggest cause, it would be progressivism, because progressivism has pushed so many things which, they're just bad for society. And one of them, you could say, was getting women into the workforce, which I debated that first time I was on the show. So going back to tradition again, the question is, well, how much tradition? And it's always debatable how much you want to go back to, but really going back to when men were strong enough leaders to where we didn't need these other things, like women influence in the workforce, like men being told that they can't do certain things, like women having as much power as they do in society, then I don't think we would be in this position.
So if
Well,
you
no.
were
I
an
don't-
oppressive
I don't
force
think I
that
disagree.
caused half of humanity to not actually exercise their own will, you would be in a better place. Got it. Cool.
Well, that's no, Effigy. That's not actually fair, okay? Because half
that's-
of the
Am I-
world
am I being
will
bad
not be
faith?
doing
Gotcha.
their will. I mean, half of that half wants to be moms, and they're getting pushed into the workforce. You know, so that's not really being genuine.
Are they being literally pushed? They don't have that choice. There are not plenty of people who choose right now
It's
just to be a
it's
mom.
being
and they're
encouraged.
allowed.
How many women have you heard give the argument that they want to stay at home and raise their kids, but they have to go to work because they have to have a 2-income household?
Well, is that an ideology doing that, or is that the economy and capitalism and the way things are running that way?
Both.
Like,
Because
There are a lot of
because
strong correlates. There are a lot of strong correlates.
It's not a one issue thing. Both men.
both
hold on.
sides, as far
If
as
you
the
want
right
an
and
answer,
left
if you want an answer,
are
you're gonna have to
a
stop
large
talking.
group of
I'm about
many
to-
different
I'm
beliefs,
about to
right?
give you an
so you can't
answer.
take like something that, like, say, a radical feminist
if you want an
believes
answer, you're gonna have
and
to
paint
stop
it over
talking.
the entire left, right? The same way I
Right.
couldn't
You're
take
gonna-
what a
you're
specific
gonna-
sect
you're gonna-
of religion
I
believes
didn't
and paint it over the
say-
entire right. Shut the
again,
fuck up, fight sport. You can't even get your thought out before us are talking.
You don't want
so
an
just
answer.
shut the fuck
You
up
don't
for a
want an
second.
answer.
I'm answering, and I'll let you answer afterward. So, like, by taking this one thing and painting the entire left with it, you're just making this little straw man, and that's all it is, right?
Okay, the only
It'd be
one
the
painting
exact same
straw
thing
man
if I
is you.
chose like a religion and painted the entire right with it, because you don't all believe that thing.
Let
so
me
stop doing that.
Let me say this slowly so that a retard can understand. I said, you can rewind this, it's not all on the left. I said the idea of progressivism has pushed a lot of things which aren't good for society. Now, the right, I don't believe in this whole right wing, all women are terrible thing. This whole left right argument is pretty silly a lot of the time. I'm just saying that, so I never said it was all leftists. So there goes your argument.
That way either.
Say again?
Well, I think that wasn't his argument. I think that was kind of my side notation, is that the whole foundation is the philosophical complexity, right? We're in a time where we have stopped being cordial because there is no cordiality anymore, because there is such polarization amongst man in the most advanced countries. People have even gotten to a point where they don't believe their human vessel is what they need to biologically identify as, and it's just where we're at, you know. So I think you have to address the liberal and the conservative aspect of it, the left-right aspect of it, because those are the two kind of divide and conquer tactics the elite use to get us to think we're each other's enemies, right?
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, but it's not a modern day thing, that this divide and conquer thing. The powers that be have been pushing this divide and conquer strategy for decades and centuries. So it's not like they're doing. We just have social media now, which makes it more influential because people are learning from their technology instead of each other. So
it's easier for them to reach the masses through propaganda.
Exactly. Yeah. But it's also easier for us to reach each other through the same means, like we're having this debate, for example. So it's, again, men should be better. And I forget who it was, maybe it was the guy who insulted me earlier, it brought up the economy. The economy does play a factor, but of course, but also if men were more disciplined, and it's not like one thing that Ivory brought up, which I really want to debate him on, is that he talked about men doing more, which I agree with, because men are the leaders. Men are the ones who build society, and through leadership. But he also said that women should do less, which I think I completely disagree with. Women have a role to do, but that role has been unfortunately pushed out through propaganda.
Right, and I think that's what I saw one of the mods in the chat mention this. It's like, this is what I mean about philosophical complexity, right? Because you have to understand there's cultures around the world who aren't this far on this argument. But here in the West, we are. Here in the West, we have a situation where people are so far in this philosophical argument, and whether it's beneficial to a small group or not, these conspiracy theories, we've heard of them, yes or no, but the reality is the argument is now a female can also do everything a male can do. And in fact, a male is not important, right? Like, this is a huge thing we see with the feminist movement. It's this idea that men have kind of, abused their privilege, and we aren't that important. It's really the women that are. And we need to respect that, allow them to enter the infrastructure of our society and our civilization. And so I think this is something we deal with in the West because we are just that far ahead of the totem pole.
Well, I would say we're probably behind, to be honest, because I mean, most there's all kinds of problems with China. One of them is being an authoritarian, brutal regime, but one of the things they do get right is that they preserve their culture well. And again, we don't want to repeat the ways that they do it, but as far as the goal of preserving their culture, they do it well. So do the Japanese, and that's a very different system. But again,
China is about to go through one of the greatest self-inflicted wounds in the history of the world.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
well,
it is.
I never said
like.
Dude, Effigy, I've been hearing that for the last 2 decades in school from very educated professors and teachers and people that are very involved in economics and commerce and all this stuff and fiscal, patterns throughout the world. And all I've seen is China go from agrarian to now they have more cars than the U.S., which used to be the most consumer for vehicles. They have 50 New York cities to ours. It's insane what they're doing there. You look at even just the social media of the glimpses of what they're building there. I think
what's going to be insane is what they have to do to keep up that, because they're about to go through a population collapse.
I've been hearing that
unmatched in human history.
20 years.
No, we haven't been talking about the China population collapse for 20 years because we just figured out that they've been fudging their numbers in the last few years.
Pretty bad too.
All I know is the idea that China isn't manufacturing most of the. This is the advantage we have. We consume about 70% of the world's imported products in any nation. This whole tariff thing being the argument it is because.
Yeah, but that's kind of not fair too, though, because a lot of the products that we used to buy that weren't imported are now imported because they could be made cheaper elsewhere.
Hold on,
so
though. How do you guys,
fair.
Hold on. How do you? Because I didn't say anything about the tariffs. How do you guys just forget
I wasn't either.
that China and a lot of these small countries in Southeast Asia that are produced by the government of China via their economies vis-a-vis are not the ones making all of this stuff that we buy in all these brand name stores? How are we just going to pretend like they haven't been doing that and benefited from that over the last 2 decades? Instead, we're sitting here saying they're really going to fail. It's almost like Russia Cold War thing, right? Oh, you guys, you got to build something in your basement. China.
Anybody said fail. We said they're about to go through hard times.
They're about to go through a demographic collapse.
I don't think anybody's
going through tough times.
I think what we were saying was they were about to go through some really rough times.
We can't recover from. Wasn't that what you guys implied? There's going to be a grave self-inflicted wound that they can't recover.
Well, no, we're saying that the fear-mongering that China is ascendant and about to take over the world is ridiculous, considering what they're about to go through.
Figgy, nobody said that except you.
Nobody said that. I think the only people
I wasn't even saying that. I wasn't even saying that. I wasn't giving any more than just, I agree that right now, because of what they've been doing with the females and getting rid of them when they were babies, their male to female ratio is so absurdly out of skew that they're gonna start going through some things soon.
Yeah, you're right about that. But what does their economy have anything to do with that, as opposed to our elite in our country exporting the jobs that we are now finding?
Well, I can explain that actually. I can explain how this has something to do with. Here, I'll give it to you. Okay, so if you go to an oil rig in China, right? You'll see about, 50 to 100 Chinese guys standing at the entrance to the oil rig waiting for one of the Chinese guys that's there to die so they can step over his cold dead corpse and start doing his job.
Yeah, have you seen the movie on BP where almost 300 people died? Matt Damon was in it, or Mark Wahlberg.
Right, they don't value human life at all.
They just have a great medium.
They have no value for human life.
20 years in the oil field.
God. Dude, cleaner. Listen, this is why all these crazy people have traffic on the internet and in public now when they're doing their protests. Because when you say those statements, you are blatantly ignoring that the greatest engineered nation on earth, the greatest empire before Rome and the Britannica Empire, where the sun never set on it when it colonized the world, this country was founded on not having value for human life. Bro, we showed up with beef because of the monarchs and the...
No, not true. Not true. We had value for our people's lives. We had value for our people's lives. What I'm saying is they don't have value for their own people's lives. See, you're conflating two ideas here, okay? We had value for our people's lives when we came to this country. We may not have had value for other people's lives because we were taking it from them. But
actually,
hold on. Convenient or not, it's still a conflation you're making. All right. I'm telling you right now, they don't have value for their own people's lives.
Okay,
That matters.
Let's have a respect. Let's have a respect. What continent outside? I'm sorry, Sarah. What continent outside of Europe? What continent outside of Europe has gained enough profit from resources around the world, which allowed a revolution like the American Revolution? Had we lost, we'd have been a terrorist state and a British country today. Our founding fathers spoke in a British accent. So
what if I think
you sound so
here's a theory
from what you're saying? They don't have human value now because we didn't 100+ years ago.
I believe this.
No. Can I back up, Clean? Before I head off, can I back up what Clean is saying? Yeah, I just want to add what Clean is saying. Like, he's 100% right. Like, China's done a good job of preserving its culture, but yeah, it doesn't have respect for its own people because it's a communist. No communist regime. I don't know if we want to get into this. No communist regime.
Let him talk.
No communist regime has effect for its own people. Has respect for its own people. You can look at Vladimir Putin. You can look at Fidel Castro. You can look at Muammar Gaddafi. Saddam Hussein. None of these people had respect for their own culture. And the West, we can talk about how we have fake freedoms or whatever. Still have more freedoms than the rest of the world. So yes, China's good at preserving its own culture, but it does it for its own benefits because it's a completely authoritarian, brutal regime.
Right, but
I would even say that right now.
Let me add on to what Fight Sport talked with him completely. Another thing is that China's problem right now is that Xi has been killing everyone who is extremely educated in the country for decades at this point. We know for a fact from reports out of the country is that people at this point are scared to bring him bad news.
A lot of people.
So Putin is doing the same thing.
This is one of the problems with totalitarian governments is the worse your leader gets, the more scared people are to actually bring him the truth. And so you're going to see that kind of spiraling, and they're not going to be able to fix this because this kind of demographic problem bottlenecks.
Yeah,
it starts with one-shot policy, and then it bottlenecks at the point where you don't have enough women to actually birth the population to carry the older population as they age.
It's just awfully convenient coming from people who are disregarding the concept of how this country was very prosperous before the Opium Wars. And also now, who's to blame for this country being prosperous?
It doesn't have, that's a conflation again. Because you're adding in something that has nothing to do with China and its population.
They have the wealthiest bank in the world. It's superseded Bank of America and JP Morgan Chase about 9 years ago. So who's to blame for that? Is it those Chinese peasants, or is it the American elite that exported the jobs? The
I'd say it's the Chinese people.
Is shocking to me. It's shocking.
I would say it was the Chinese people because they had the numbers to stop it if they wanted to. They could have literally just thrown bodies.
So why did we move all those manufacturing jobs out when we could have had them here the whole time? Why did our people sell us out, and now we're blaming them?
See, that's a different point. See, you keep jumping.
It has everything to do with
tomato.
But the thing is, you keep jumping through different points to try and get back to the problem that China has right now is that they're going through a population collapse, right? Yeah, and okay, there may be other minor contributing factors. The major factor is that the population allowed it.
Yeah, that wasn't the point, sir. The point was that they're going to have a self-inflicted wound, which I think Effigy said, which has been propaganda in America for the last 20 years, while our elite have been selling out most of our middle class to Chinese profit. And China's been showing it. You can see it. It's all out there for you to see. They have the most powerful bank in the world right now. Nobody's to blame for that other than the American government and the American.
Well, hold on, tomato. This again, I got to side with Cleaner here. This is a different point. Like, where you're saying, well, who's to blame for the Chinese being who they are? It's the Chinese, but yeah, it's the Chinese for because. No. Hold on. No. Come on.
The Chinese let our guys go over there and make factories.
Waiting now. This is crazy.
The Chinese let industrialists go over there and make factories.
Gentlemen. I'm trying to enjoy my lasagna peacefully and enjoy the conversation. I don't want to have to yell at you every couple minutes. One at a time. Fight talk. Go ahead. Finish your thought.
And I've loved listening to you guys, but
are you fight talk? Shut up.
Yeah. The last point I was.
You guys, but hold on, you guys are conflating now. Nobody
No,
said
no.
I blame the Chinese for being. Hold on, buddy. Did you not just hear the host? Nobody said we should blame the Chinese for being Chinese. You guys said that. What I'm saying is,
I didn't.
Completely different.
That's not what we said.
Look, you
just said they have a problem.
You guys are respecting another person to just finish. Once I finish, you can talk, and then I'll listen. Like I said, I've loved listening to you guys. We made great points. Let's not let this devolve into a shit show. Nobody's saying let's blame the Chinese for being Chinese. We're saying let's not blame the Chinese for the fact that we are pissed off that they're taking advantage of our economy like they are, which is the biggest argument in the West right now. Vis-a-vis, social media is destroying our ability to talk to each other and get married.
Yeah, but
I
that
don't know
what
hold on, can I just make the
Go ahead.
Sorry, Cleaner. Yeah, this is the point I was going to make earlier. I feel like Cleaner's playing mental gymnastics here, saying something. We get to who's to blame for China being the authoritarian regime that it is. It's that way because of the Chinese predominantly. But yeah, America's to blame, or the elites in America are to blame for outsourcing jobs to there because they wanted cheap workers, they wanted cheap labor, and they got that with China. So there's blame to go around both sides, but who's to blame for having the authority? Yeah.
To be fair, though, the Chinese people let them take advantage of the Chinese people. So, I mean, you can keep shifting the blame however you want. It all boils down to if you are a human being and you make a choice, you're responsible for your choice, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's all transactional at the end of the day. We went out and exploited them for the ability to utilize their manufacturing, cheap labor, so on and so forth, and they utilized it as a way to help boost their economy by keeping people in jobs. I mean, it was all transactional. Everybody was winning in that time.
And you see how this conversation doesn't have anything to do now with what we were talking about, which was the collapse of the Chinese population, right? That's where we were at. And you just kind of brought this in as if it was a point to it, but it's conflation. It's
like
not.
That when they are still the most popular.
It's not speaking to it at all.
They are the most population nation in the world. They're the most population.
No.
They continue to grow more. Only India is going to surpass them because of their tax rate on children. This is how it worked, right? The reason why they had a small dip was, let me educate you on this, was because they told people who had parents with siblings they could not have more than one child, and if they chose to, they had to pay the taxes for it. And because of that, they had a dip in about 150 million. But they still have 300 more million people than their neighbors, India, who together they hold about 4 billion estimatedly population. We're tipping 8 billion right now. That's half the world's population. So to sit here and say your population has no, do you know whose population has collapsed? Our great European nations who are struggling to create one baby per death rate.
I've never debated that.
Whoa, guys, let's get back to reality.
Look, I've never debated that. I brought up how the Chinese actually protect their identity very well, but they do it via tyrannical authoritarian measures, which I don't want in the West, and none of us do. So I feel like we've danced around. We've somehow got onto different topics here because yes, the birth rate in America is going down, and I pointed to propaganda being the biggest cause of that because that's what people have received, and now we've got social media to replace it, but people are learning from their cell phones instead of from each other. So I feel like
modern countries, it's a modern thing. It's not a propaganda thing. All modern countries. In fact, you can see the difference in India, which Real Tomato brought up. The difference between the rural parts with the untouchables and stuff like that, where the divorce rate is something like below 1%, and the modern places in India where it's upwards of 30+. It's a modernization. It's not propaganda.
Well, I'm talking about it going down in the West. I'm not saying propaganda is the only reason for that, but it's a big part of it because we've gone away from traditional roles.
It's a stronger correlative.
Why do you think that is, Brother Fight?
Because of politicians. Politicians have pushed
really quickly.
Propaganda.
I would also like to point out that the birth rate peaked in our estimates in 1825 in the United States and has been going down since.
Yep.
Yeah.
Everything that I can find. So
yeah. Well, like I said,
modernization started in 1825.
I didn't say it was just down to social media and propaganda. I'm talking about the present.
He just said it's a strong correlate. He didn't say it's the definitive causative.
Yeah, I didn't say it was the only cause, but I'm talking about the modern day. It's going down bigger than ever because of what is pushed in the propaganda.
I don't think we could even really.
Okay, I can agree with them more than everything.
Much,
yeah,
you know,
I can agree with that.
I mean, we have seen it kind of push this whole hookup culture and massive abortion rates and like all this other stuff that's just like ruining the birth rate. So I mean, it has kind of pushed it. You know,
this is why I try
and
to
also, Tomato, if I could just
philosophical education, just really quick, because I feel like I don't want to be disrespectful, because at the end of the day, when I get on like really red pill conservative panels, cleaner fight, everybody on the panel chat, I get called a lottery baby, right? So like when it comes to like the real deep arguments, I get called a lottery baby, so I got to sit out, right?
Yeah,
and it sucks.
I'm not
But the reality is, I walk on eggshells when I'm talking about that, and that's why I say it's philosophical evolution. But we need to address why just biological people that are assigned certain genders are now questioning the very ideology of it. Like that's just where we're at as a society. And I think it's disingenuous to go, hey, the stupid people over there are even worse than us. You know what I mean?
Well, I wasn't talking about other people being stupid.
that wasn't what anybody was saying. All it was said was just that we're seeing a declination in birth rate everywhere, and China is in fact getting hit the hardest right now by it. With what they've done to their people, you know.
Yeah,
that was really all that was said.
Yeah, and Russia's also going to go through a similar thing because I mean, so many people are opposing what Putin is doing with this war, but he's just so hell bent on winning it that it's going to his authoritarianism in a different way to China, because China's not in the full-scale war Russia is, that's going to get hit as well, but Putin's got his own ways to get around it. But yeah, going back to what
that's actually another great point.
Hold on. Tomato.
You guys can't say shit that's not true, right? You just said
I barely got a point.
As of 2025, according to the population census, right? In 2025, none of the countries. Hold on, none of the countries that one of you stated was China is in the top 10. Right, it's the Central African Republic, the Somalia, Nigeria, the nation of Congo, some European countries. So it's like, dude, you can't just say China is having the least amount of children, and then people that might not research.
All right. Look,
what we're saying is that they are about to go through a recession of birthing because of what they've done as far as incentivizing people to get rid of female babies.
So it's a whataboutism.
Exactly.
All right, cool.
And
it's not a whataboutism. It's a logical entailment.
You just said about to. We're waiting.
No,
we'll see.
It's not even a logical entailment. You can see by their actions. They've unrestricted family size. They've offered financial incentives for having babies. They've even pushed propaganda for promoting childbirth as a patriotic duty. Like, they understand that they have a problem. Like, we're not trying to make this up. We're showing you what they are doing. Like, we're looking at them and seeing what they are doing.
It's real.
And one thing that China does very well is that it's banned certain social media. Now it's also gone the extra tyrannical way of banning media outside media that they don't like. So again, I'm not saying that we should repeat what China's doing.
Can somebody explain to me why? And I'm sure there's a commonsensical kind of reasoning behind it, but could somebody elaborate like why the birth rate going low is so traumatic for a country? I mean, I kind of get that it supports the older generations, but I kind of like a little bit of a deeper dive. AJ,
I could explain that if you'd like.
But I'll let somebody go.
Go for it.
Go ahead, AJ.
Thank you. I genuinely think it's because of the politics we're talking about. You have conservative people who think it's important to be religious and reproduce. And in their generations, when they had peak in politics, that was happening, right? But now you have liberal populations who think it's actually anti-earthly. It's not good for the environment. And in fact, there should be an immigrant population that comes from more impoverished areas. So that's what we're dealing with. Like, who knows who's right or wrong, but that's my opinion.
I actually see a little bit different problem, and I would say it's a stronger correlate to what you're asking. So as people get older, we retire from our jobs. and that's just necessity. You have to. You're not able to do the job at some point. If we don't continue to reproduce, we won't have enough people to do those jobs in the future.
Yeah, that's why it's
the biggest problem.
And that's why it's that's why it's such a problem. And it's going back to what Real Tomato.
Well, let me ask. I mean, with the amount of technology that we're developing and establishing, isn't there some type of supplementary piece to that between AI, robotics,
yes,
technology that requires you just to run a remote control in order to dig a hole? I mean, wouldn't
this is a great point, because so why are we stopping China from getting Taiwan?
There
Because
is
Taiwan makes the advanced supercapacitors for all really high-end microchips. We're choking them out of high-end technology so that they can't do
this
that.
whole situation where we had lockdowns. All these Ford trucks were getting molded because they didn't have the computer chips for it. It's crazy. I learned about that out of all the companies in the world, most of the computer chips that create our electronics and vehicular electronics come from Taiwan. I was like, what?
Yeah.
So-
Taiwan creates 90% of high-end electronic supercapacitors.
Let me ask then. So then, if essentially, I mean, we do have. I recognize we have a lot of blue collar jobs, but we also have a lot of white collar jobs too. Pencil pushers, things like that. There's or even jobs like I said that you could do with a remote control. So if that need is no longer existent, right, and it's simply I just need somebody to push buttons, so therefore somebody could essentially work until a later in life kind of, or one job could accomplish 5 jobs in one if you set it up the right way. I mean, I've done a lot of operational work where I geared things functionally on a computer to where my one job covered 5 positions.
Right.
So I think if we are able to advance further in that aspect, then would this rat race to have more babies and have that be a fear factor, would that even be, I mean, would that kind of slow down or dissipate that fear factor if we're able to supplement?
You can buffer it some, but the problem is with the new automation technologies, you can buffer that some. You can kind of take a little bit of the pain away from the birth rate declining, right? But because the more automation you create, the more resources you use to create the automation, the more resources you have to create the automation that creates the automation. You see, there's always still going to be need for hand workers, machine operators, people that can troubleshoot and repair these things. The more of them there are, the more troubleshooters, the more repair technicians you'll need. So you're still going to end up having to have a certain amount of population to support the machines.
So they have to educate their population more than they are.
But it still condenses it, right? You don't need one mechanic per vehicle to fix, right? You could have one mechanic covering 10, 20 vehicles, because not every vehicle or operating machinery, whatever, is going to break down all at the same time. Well, at least you hope not, right?
Right.
But
A lot of these.
I feel like if you backtrack it far enough, you would actually minimize the need for human, and by expanding the need for technology, right? Because then if I only need a button pusher and a machinist, then now that's just 2 people I need, and they can operate 20 different vehicles or
feeds the
machinery.
cycle, though.
With electric vehicles, that's actually happening, because a lot of these electric vehicles, there's no internal combustion engine, and there's no transmission, no gear shifter. So you just have tire wear and the frame and exterior interior, and it's computerized. So a lot of these machines are doing exactly what you're saying, and people are against it. But that's kind of, it's really, we dive into the conspiracy realm because it's
the problem with that though is still going to be
really quick, man. Please, just really quick. I wasn't done.
You're veering away, that's all.
We dive into 1984 and Brave New World with Aldous Huxley and George Orwell, right? Where what Sarah's saying is there's going to be classes of civilization where the highest classes are allowed to have certain privileges like emotions and all this stuff, or even you don't need to have babies because you control such a large amount of the peasant class. And I see what you're saying, because it's kind of like that's where things are heading with how much money a single person can make in these parts of the world. It totally changes the demographic of what is normal for that person.
I wasn't going that route. I was just
I didn't
simply
assume that.
going, yeah, that was a
I was
whole
just
different
answering her
direction.
question.
And
And
also,
sorry.
so let me jump in. Let me
Like
jump in really quick, so just
ahead,
to
FJ.
jump on the basic number stuff. So, like, if you have to think about what it would cause, especially for a place that's not prepared for it, like shrinking workforces does all kinds of things. If you think about in your mechanic example, if you have fewer and fewer mechanics, then each mechanic can charge more. If that happens across all employment, then that means you have to raise wages more so that people can afford the things that people are charging more for now, and it feeds the cycle. And then if you try to fix that all of a sudden while jumping from an agrarian society all the way to a high-tech automation society, the shock of needing to not only educate your population at an extremely higher rate, but also needing to manufacture things at a level that you've never done before will also increase the cost of everything.
And a higher level education too.
So they're it's not just that they're facing this age decline, they're facing this like churn. And yeah, like, so a totalitarian government might have the will or means to actually completely transform their entirety of society into this weird robotic utopia that it has to do to survive the decline it's about to put itself through. But I don't think anyone believes that it will.
Well, and the thing is, like, with this, you also have to take into account, at least here in the U.S., okay, not all nations, because I don't know what every nation is having as far as their college rates, but for the longest time, kids are getting told you go to college to get a good job. And so there are so many fewer hand workers out there that are actually doing the construction jobs, doing the mechanic jobs. We have immigrants coming in to fill those jobs.
Yeah, the trades are being highly paid right now and super.
Yeah, really high.
That's kind of fallacious. Like, on average college degree people still make way more on average, right? So, like, the idea that getting a college degree gets you paid more is a general.
No.
It was
and
just
I would back that up too, to say that like, even my uncle always used to tell me, don't get paid for what you can do, to get paid for what you can know. And the United States, as much as we have a lot of laborious work, we still have a lot of incredibly smart people and knowledge-based jobs and types of employment, careers, so on and so forth.
Right.
And so, I mean, we're not a third world country where everyone has to build something or do something to survive. We are a first world country where we can work in order to advance society or adjust or accommodate. We're not in survival mode. So we can afford, if you think about it, and here's how I look at it, right? Let's say I get to a point where my day job and streaming is paying really well and I'm doing super well, but I'm losing a lot of time at home. Like, I'm home right now, right? But I'm losing time, let's say, at cleaning the house or doing the laundry or doing these other things. And it's actually more financially beneficial for me to pay somebody to come in to do those tedious little things, because that time that I save there, I could actually be streaming and making, 3 times the amount or whatever it is. Right. So, and I look at that as America, we could do these tedious little jobs, or we could work in a corporate or this or that in a position or own a company where we're actually doing something that harnesses more money than, let's say, picking crops.
Right. I understand what you're saying, but you're actually speaking to my point, because by you making more money and not having as much time to do the things at home, you've hired someone to do those things. So you've created a job need because you're at a higher, you see what I'm saying? So even in the model where you start to increase knowledge, technology, intellect, all of these things, and more automation and whatnot, you still have a need for people to come in and get dirty with their hands and do the job. And the problem is that for a very large portion, we had people that were being told, hey, college is the way to go. And so there were a lot of people going to college, and we have a lot less hand workers right now. And I'm actually watching people who are 40 years my senior who are just now getting to retire because I'm entering their area to help them and to work in their area because they couldn't find somebody 20 years ago so they could retire at 62.
But isn't that the whole argument? Like, this is kind of like I'm freaking out here because the whole point of this country is the middle class. It built the economy that is now being robbed by corporate America. And so it's like we sit here and we go, well, we're too rich to build now, when there's a dying middle class with overeducated people who can't get paid for what they got educated for with student loans. And then you got a bunch of plumbers and electricians and car mechanics that like are backed out months. And if you need something fixed now, you can't get it because there's not like
because we don't have enough people doing the handwork.
It's just
well, I think we are seeing a turnover though back to the trades, back to the technical schools. More people have realized. Unfortunately, it was us poor millennials that had to go through it. But more people are realizing that a college education isn't the end all be all answer. And we're recognizing, hey, like you can still go do a trade and live a very wealthy or very comfortable life doing a trade. It's just a matter of, do you want to be laborious on your body? And I will still say that even the physically demanding labor can it is a more short-lived career because of that. If you break crack a hip, break a leg, break your wrist, like you're out of work for however long it takes you to heal, if you heal. So it's a higher risk, and in some degree it could be lower gain, right? Whereas you can go be a pencil pusher and make $200,000 a year just because you're really smart at numbers or something. So I think it's kind of it's a trade-off, but it stands on what you truly want to do and where you want.
Don't you think even there, smart Americans got gypped because they were more expensive employees? Like Microsoft CEO, Indian, Google CEO, Indian, right? Like TikTok CEO, Singaporean. Like these people that run these college educated people that come from other countries are getting hired into these companies, and the majority, like you call Xbox, right, which is from Washington State, a freaking game company through Microsoft, and it's like an Indian dude, like, thank you for calling Xbox my customer service. Like, it's just insane. Like, I feel like
how many Americans want to do customer service or I mean, like answering cold calls, answering, like it's a job for I'm 18 and just graduated high school and need a job on the weekends kind of job. I mean, it's not really looked up to. It's looked down
people
upon.
want to do it. It's just that the companies don't want to pay the base wages that you'd have to pay in this country.
Yep. Well,
there
and
used
the
to be
other
call
thing though
centers
is
all around.
What she just said this way. Sorry, what she just said is true. It's more of an entry level type job. The entry level type jobs, though, for a while now, haven't been getting filled by entry level people because they've been going to college. And so the internships to start being a welder, a concrete cementer, bricklayer, I'm saying they haven't been getting filled at the same rates they were.
The college rates for men has been dropping, and it's
the
always
college
been hovering steady around like 33%.
Yeah, we have a turnover. We're flipping back over.
When you go men to women, but if you go to actual numbers, they've decreased a little bit over the past 10 years, but they were increasing for a good portion of the 90s and early 2000s.
Yeah, but it's never really peaked above that mid 30s range.
Right. All I'm saying is that it's put enough
on
the hand workers.
Bye.
Brother.
That would feel it. Have a good one, Fight.
Speaking of guys,
well,
I got a long drive tomorrow. Sarah, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I love you so much, Sarah. You're one of my favorite hosts on the internet. Just people in general. I'm blessed to know you. Everybody on the panel, it was so great. I gotta go though, and a lot of you are probably happy I am. But I love you guys. Good
Not
night.
at all.
Yeah. Good night. Thanks for hanging. We'll wrap this up here in just a few minutes, actually. But I wanted to. Oh, where was my thought?
Talking hand workers.
Yeah.
College.
fuck. Go ahead. I'll get it.
I want to actually kind of back up Effigy a little bit in this situation. Is ultimately, yeah, there are people that definitely want to do customer service work and such, but the companies don't want to pay what they should get paid. And I also agree a little bit with you, Cleaner, in the situation that, yeah, because the fact of the matter is, the trades aren't being fulfilled as much, and they're being looked down upon. But reality is I worked both. I started off very young as an IT person, and then I moved into manual labor because I didn't want to sit behind a desk, and now I work as an analyst, and it's a situation that I'm behind a desk, but I did many, many, many years of construction, concrete, and everything. What I wanted was more consistency, because in the trades, you're, like Sarah stated, you're only as good as you're able to physically work or the environment is capable of working. So during concrete, if it freezes, you really can't do anything. So you're at the mercy of the weather. So there's an absolute need. And yeah, millennials kind of got screwed in the situation because it was .com everything, go. And then it was dead. Everything went dead after that moment, and it was like, the bubble went away. But
and all the mycomputercareer.com and all of the all of them were pushing a lot of IT jobs and technical jobs and desk jobs and things like that for a good long time.
Well, and even at that, I don't know if anybody else noticed, but a lot of companies kind of began this whole tussle of you have to have a college degree. Like experience was like supplemental, but it wasn't. If you had to have a college degree to be competitive anywhere. I mean, I know my master's puts me above level, like when, on my resume, I know I've got like 15 plus years of experience in my industry and what I do. I know I stand out, but it didn't start off that way. And it was rough, like even just trying to kind of make your place in an industry. It was very difficult. And at the time I was still going to school, so I didn't have the degree yet, and it hurt. It really hurt. But I think that now more companies are relaxing on that. And I think they're finding that people with more experience is actually more meaningful than just going, because you can go to college and get a degree in, underwater basket weaving, and it just counted as, I got a degree. Well, do you have any experience? No. But I want to do this job, and I think companies have come around to realize that experience speaks louder sometimes than just that piece of paper. And I feel like there's a turn.
Well, it was the idea that you would finish something that you started that would take you a long time to work toward, right? Like that base level of commitment.
Yeah. That's what they were finding attractive for a while, and then they came to the understanding that that doesn't necessarily materialize in someone that was actually good at doing the job. So why don't we find somebody that's been doing the job for those 4 years that the other guy was in college and give him the job or her the job?
And another big
I would say it
piece
doesn't mean anything when the colleges are there to graduate students just to make money.
True too.
I would even go as far as like when I was I had to do some hiring for one. I fucking hated every minute of it. But all of the resumes I looked at, one of the bigger things I looked at was longevity in a job. And you actually don't see that very often. It's very rare because we can carry our 401k over. We can move our money around with us. There's no like gold watch at the end of 20 years, and your retirement isn't dead set with just that company. So we see more and more people. Yeah, there's no pension. There's nothing. It's just your 401k that you move, or a TSP. So, in essence, there's like no loyalties that are required in order to work for a company anymore, and you can just follow the money or follow the trend or follow wherever you want to go. And I think that works out a lot for people because that allows people to move as they see fit, with their families, or do what they think is best, or get out from a company that's not treating them well. But at the end of it, we also have lost longevity. And so one of the most important things that I always looked at was, I want at least 3 years somewhere on somebody's resume, like at least 3 years. And you'd be surprised at how rare that was actually to find, to have at least 3 years in one
I'd
place.
say companies did that culture change to themselves, though.
Yeah,
they're the ones that started getting rid of pensions and started getting rid of all kinds of benefits, and it started not being worth it to dedicate yourself to a company that was just going to throw you away.
Yeah. One of the things that's real pervasive in the handworker field is that a lot of handworking jobs, you won't get a raise every year. And so the only way that you get more money is if you go to another company every couple of years. And I agree with Effigy. Companies have done this to themselves.
Oh, listen to the guys in the tech sector. Their advice is to never stay with the company more than a year or two.
Yeah,
they say the only way you will ever get a raise is by moving companies.
Yep. That's literally it. At most you'll see 6 months to 18 months. That's about the time frame that they stay in. Once they start feeling that little bit of like they're getting overworked and they're not getting paid what they should be getting for, they're gone out the door. Goodbye. I'm going to another company. And the companies have destroyed any loyalty, any capability of that for people to want to stay. It's always, well, we need more out of you than before, and you're not going to get this little extra, or they really screw you over by, you've been there for a while, so we're going to keep you at this rate, but all the new hires that come in are so much closer to your rate, and you're not allowed to talk about your actual wage because it's against the company policy, even though it's not against federal laws to be able to do it. But they threaten you. While you talk about it, you lose your job.
You lose your job for it.
You do better. Actually, if you kind of watch the the economy, and when companies are raising and when they are dropping, hi K2, you'll that's when it's like time to start looking, when the the wages start going up in your industry. If you watch the market of them, like if you there's a lot of websites you can go to like see the general market for your years of experience and all that fun stuff. And if you start to watch that number go up, that's when it's time to shift, because that's when the market value's going higher. And that's how you get your raise right there, is just by leaving during that time. And then if you're searching and the market value is like either at the same amount you're making or less, then you don't want to move yet.
Yeah. Well, and something else to consider is the retirements, because whenever they go through kind of retirement surges, there's a lot of people getting out of career fields because they're in that Social Security bracket where they're like, hey, I can collect SSI now, I'd like to retire. And you'll see, like, I saw this company that I just came on with, 16 people over the last year, and they only have like 80 people. So a quarter of their work pool almost.
Oh, wow.
I mean, that's a large number. And I've seen that all over in the area where I work, where, I mean, over the past 2 or 3 years, people have been just dropping like flies on retirements. And it's because, there's no reason to stick around. They're tired. They're worked out. They are like, I'm done. I've done it. I can't do it anymore. And so we have to fill those with something, though,
Yeah.
And if there's nobody there to fill it with, then they have to raise the price, which means that somebody from another company who isn't getting a raise is going to come and jump in there.
Yeah.
You see, so it's one of those things that they incentivize people to leave by not giving raises and by not having a pension or something like that for you to be loyal for. So it is. I agree with Effigy. It's the companies have done this to themselves, and they're going to have to figure something out at some point if they want to keep loyalty.
I think this is a first time ever in the time of me listening that the entire panel agrees with Effigy. Oh no, that's bad. No, but one of the other things that I've noticed is in the sectors is over specialization. when it comes into companies. You over specialize. You're the specialist of this situation, and then all of a sudden you move, and now the company has absolutely nobody that's able to fill it. And so you now have to take this point of, I'm going to bring somebody in and try to train them to come in to do it this way, and they fight against it, or you try to bring somebody up and promote them up, but you've kept whatever they've done in that specialization a secret or whatever type of way, and it creates that point that that person's job cannot be filled in anymore, and now it's a burden on the company, and the company goes, well, now we have to downsize another area because, you know, this one person was doing 5 jobs like you brought up, Sarah, but now all of a sudden they're gone. So now we have 5 more people that we have to employ to do it. And now we have to sacrifice somewhere. Bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Didn't get the mute fast enough.
Yeah, I got one. I couldn't get the other.
Be glad you weren't driving. That sounded like an accident causer.
Oh, good. Oh my goodness. I've like sneezed myself out of chairs before.
I can beat you there. I sneezed so hard I popped both of my shoulders and cracked my entire back at the same time. Yep.
What?
Wow.
Yep.
That's impressive.
How do you do that?
I sneeze with so much force because of all the years of construction work and everything. My muscles overspasm and pull. Yeah.
Oh.
Ouch.
Yeah.
That's a weird expression. I sneeze because I'm the Hulk.
Hulk sneeze.
I had a coworker walk right behind me as I sneezed one time, and the literal stop, look, tapped me on the shoulder. Did you just break your entire back? No.
And long live Liberty drops in a big 5 just to say super chat. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think with employment and stuff and everything and how it operates, I think we just we got away from. I think you're right, Effigy, in terms of we got away from a culture of loyalty, but we also got away from a culture of even staying in the same career or like finding one thing and sticking to it. Like,
that's a symptom, though, right? Like, that's not a cause, though. So, like, we went from a business culture to a corporate culture at some point in the 80s.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's where everything changed. That's when the dissolution of the unions happened. That's when mom and pop started to go away. That's when big box stores like Walmart started to take over all the market share.
Yeah.
Corporate people started to become expendable.
Corporate is really weird to me. I worked for a small firm for many years, and the ins and outs of the operation, I mean, it's significantly harder when you're working for a small company, right? Because you're trying to grow and grow, but also you only have so many people, and then even hiring one more person like can put a really big hurt on the wallet, but you know you need it, but you like it's, you know, and going from that level of really having a strong hold of who we are and what we're doing and like the loyalties that came with that. Like, I'm with this firm and this is what we're doing, to going into corporate. It like corporate to me is a bunch of little busy bees running around an office. Nobody knows what the hell they're doing. It's very disconnected.
So when I'm working for a business that's in a town and that the owners are in that town, you know, every bit of that business is helping that place. Every person that's hired, if something bad happens to it, then something bad happens to someone there. But the disconnection is it infecting everywhere. And this is why I'm like a really not against like the big push for charter schools, because I deal with charter schools a lot in my state, in Louisiana, because we've got one of the most saturated states for it. And I've dealt with them, and it's really strange to hear a teacher say, in regards to what they can get their kids, let me ask corporate. It really it puts a perspective into it, and you're just like, ugh, I don't know about this anymore, because this is really what it comes down to is a disconnect between what is happening and where the people in power are. And I would argue even right now that we're actually we're going beyond what we've been, which is the corporate business model, and now we have like transnational corporations. We have corporations that are like small states unto themselves, and if say like America got pissed off at one of our bigger corporations, they could just, it would cost them money, but they could just go somewhere else. And I think that's dangerous.
Yeah, and it would effectively hurt America if they went somewhere else.
No, it does, because they have an interest in trying to make like your country have the same rules as the place that they get slave labor from.
Yep.
So that's why like keeping the corporate state under control is a really big important thing for places like democracies.
Yeah.
And I would even say when like corporate companies, you see a lot of layoffs with corporate companies. You know, that we're restructuring this, we're, you know, rebudgeting that, we're redoing this, we're, you know, and like, let's just shake up and change everything around. And then like 40 people get laid off. And the thing about that is you were talking to that disconnect. It's, I mean, and I've seen them myself, like they just come in, hey, thanks for your time. We appreciate you being here. We're going to let you go. And it's like, and they just get them in, get them in, get them out, get them in, get them out. Yeah. And I've watched it from the back, like from the back end of that, in the position I'm in, like I see it come in and I see it go and I'm like, oh fuck, like here we go again. You know, and it's not very reassuring, because as easily as these people are hired, they're just actually more quickly fired and let go without blinking an eye. Nobody blinks a fucking eye. It's just like we all look up for a minute like, oh man, that sucks, and then back down to the grind, you know. And it's just a matter of who's next at that point.
I can even go on top of that as a situation. You could have somebody that you've worked with for many years, you moved into another department, and then all of a sudden one day you try to reach out to them and they're not there anymore, and they're like, hey, where's Tom? Tom was let go like 3 years ago. What?
Yep.
It's like, where did that, what happened? Oh, the entire department decided to downsize.
Yep.
It's like,
and I think what you're talking about and what Effigy's talking about actually pair up really well together, because the whole multinational of companies makes them less likely to understand what's going on in all of the different legs of their departments and their smaller entities, their sub companies, you know. So you may have a CEO that's in Antarctica. I don't know. I choose Antarctica because there shouldn't be a CEO there, right? So let's say you have a CEO in Antarctica, doesn't have any idea what's going on in Cuba. Let's go of a whole department in Cuba. The company damn near falls apart. Well, Cuba took a major hit to their economy because of that, but that guy doesn't know. He doesn't understand it because he's not in touch with what's going on down there. And this is a real problem right now. It's happening in companies all over.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
anyways, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, and that this is where, you know, in the situation where I also kind of agree with AJ in the situation is that the middle class is getting just destroyed. Like there's absolutely nothing left of it. And then like your kind of little comment about the Midwest. Yeah, the Midwest is a lot of those jobs. And so what are they supposed to do? Go to the bigger, you know, coasts and bigger cities and try to go there? I mean, it creates such an issue in that terms. So it's unfortunate they've created this, and they're going to continue to do it because they see the dollar signs.
Yeah.
And that's
which, can you be mad at that? I mean, if you could, if you have two pairs of socks in front of you and they're the same thing, same material, same whatever, and one of them is 25 cents cheaper, you're probably going to go for the one that's 25 cents cheaper. Like you're not losing anything there. You're only gaining. So it's just common sense and in a very smart business approach. It's not stupid by any means. It's very strategic. Now, what the symptom is, as Effigy was saying, like the what we lose from all of that is everything we're talking about now, because they chose that 25 cents was more important than the culture of their company or the side effects, the symptoms and things that can trickle down if they choose to, focused solely on the dollar and not the fact that your company is based on the people that work for you. A company's always only as good as the people that work for it.
Well, and the other side of what Effigy was saying, if I understood him correctly, was that some of these companies are so large in America that if they left America, it would hurt America and American government so bad that the government bends and changes laws to suit that company and make it cheaper or whatever for them to stay. And so
our biggest corporations are bigger than, they have bigger GDPs than most of the countries on the earth.
Yeah. Yeah. And so they have a lot of power with that, and they can force government to change law, to change the tariffs, the taxes, the whatever, so that they can make more money or limit how much money they have to pay their workers, or, you know, various different.
That's a vantage point. I would hold that stance too if I had access to it, right? Hey, I have this great business that provides thousands upon thousands of jobs for the people in this area, and then I could use that as a threatening tactic and say, hey, by the way, this one place over here offers the same exact amount of labor, just significantly cheaper. If you want me to stay, I will, but I need some incentivization. And that's a power move. That's not foolish at all. That's a power move, and I would play that card too if I had it.
Right, but I would say that would be where we would need strong leaders in government who would say, well, if you go over there, we're going to institute a tax for everything coming from, that way they're like, oh, never mind.
Yeah, I mean,
can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We got you.
All right, sweet. I don't think my mic was working earlier. Sorry.
Oh, I thought you were just putting on a show of wherever you were. I was like, whatever.
I'm in Detroit. You don't want to see that.
Ugh. So what's up, K2? I'm gonna just for the record, I'll let you go. We'll finish up a couple more minutes, and then I'm definitely shutting down. It's 4 a.m. for me. But go ahead, K2.
Oh, it's same here. I just wanted to make a quick point. It's shocking hearing all this. I've been at the same company since 2011. Worked my way up part-time to a full-time delivery guy to driving these big trucks around. And it's weird hearing that nobody has any pension, like when I still have a pension. And I also want it, like, it's crazy not hearing that. But then I'm also hearing in the South, like, Teamsters been winning organization for like months now since Trump won presidency, and his labor board making Amazon come to negotiations with Teamsters because they didn't want to negotiate in California. Like, it's crazy. Like, all this is happening at once.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just shocked.
No, it's kind of neat to see some of what's going on, and the fact that that companies that haven't been treating their employees as good are starting to come to the table, because they're like, all right, man, we're about to get screwed over if we don't,
Can we also say what an insane 180 it is to see anyone on the right supporting unions?
Yeah,
actually,
a lot. It is
seriously like a neck-breaking 180 from the last 40 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, our Teamsters, like, there was 60% of us that were in favor for Trump over Kamala when they sent out those polls,
which frankly historically makes no sense.
I know. I guess they just realized it was time for change.
Let's vote for the party whose entire MO is the destruction of all unions. Fucking insanity, man.
Well, here's the crazy part. Like, what Shane O'Brien said about Joe Biden basically sticking the middle finger to them when they were trying to negotiate the national rail contract, and he just forced them to take the contract instead of, like, I guess, I know it's their job or whatever, but it's not the conductors, it's the guys who work on it who get random calls throughout the night. They wanted so they could live a little bit more and spend some time with their family. Like, it's crazy that they didn't even want a pay raise; they just wanted more time. Like a set schedule. Like,
yeah,
I know it's kind of hard, but
working 80 hours a week every week gets old real fast.
It does. It does.
I can only work.
I'm still here.
Legally, I can only work 70 on the highway.
Right.
Only 70 hours a week, but cleaner knows that.
Mm-hmm. You're still up,
When
even though you can only put 70 on the clock as far as your drive time. You're still up doing other things for the truck. You got to maintain it, make sure you're in a good spot. You know, all kinds of things.
Oh no, that's what the mechanics do. I park it, and they maintain it.
Oh, now I know
write up what's wrong.
You just narrowed it down for me, brother. Good company. Stay with them. Get your pension, bro.
I know. I don't know if that from Chris's. I figured I gave it away when I said what color uniform I have to wear every day. Shiny boots.
No, there was still a couple options.
They measured my beard today and said it's too long. No. Before the COVID happened, they wouldn't allow beards. And if you had stubble, they would have them those cheap $2 razors that make you go shave without shaving cream.
Mm-hmm.
Freaking crazy, but whatever.
Well, I guess though, if that company is holding itself to a high standard of what it provides to its employees, then I guess them expecting you to do that, measure up to their standard. That makes sense. Makes a lot of sense.
I meant that it's I mean, it's crazy that they went from no beards to
now it's measured.
You have a beard. Now it's measured. Yeah. Well, before they didn't measure it when they let the standards go, and then they're like, no more 3 inches. That's good.
Well, now they realize
what we're allowing now. But
beards are sexy. Women love beards, and it hides all of your weak jaws. It's like makeup for girls. It's like makeup for girls. Come on now. Tell me I'm wrong. All right, gentlemen, I am pooped out. My eyes are doing that thing, and it is time to say goodnight. So let's do a little roundabout, and we'll let everybody give their final thoughts. K2, you want to go ahead and kick it off?
I don't really have anything much to say. Thanks for letting me up here for the last few minutes. Thank you, Sarah.
Absolutely, K2. You're always welcome. Dragon Rage to you.
I wanted to kind of just end with a little bit of note on the main topic of the situation, ultimately about the actual dating websites and such creating incels. Realistically, they're a tool you to utilize, just like the situation of going to a bar or going to a grocery store or meeting people there. It's a tool. You have your extremes on one side and the other side, but really what creates more incels of men is the situation of not wanting to have growth, as well as the actual desire to never want to leave. Going into the chairman when he was like, I don't want to leave the state that I've grew up in. I have how many generations here. How you create yourself that incel situation is you're stuck in that area. You don't want to move. Eventually, at some point in reality, you have to change something about yourself, and one of the biggest ones is finding a new area. You can always come back and visit. You can always move back, but in the situation, if you stay there, you just created it yourself, and you're always going to continue to repeat the same problems. So ultimately, I don't think it creates an incel. It's their choice to do it. And ultimately, if you can choose it, you can only blame yourself in this situation. So that's it. Thanks for always having me up here. And I still have to laugh at the fact that you kind of dissed the Midwest a little bit there earlier.
I'm allowed to. I lived there. I'm allowed.
Uh-huh.
Thanks, Dragon Rage. Effigy to you.
Thanks for having me on, as always. Look, if you made it this far to the end, you've got to have a prize. So I'm going to give you the secret. I'm going to give you the secret, cunnilingus secret to all my guys out there. If you want to be known as a sex god, it's really easy. You got to go downtown. You got to get that woman off, then have sex with her and get her off again. Bam. That's the formula for sex goddom. Elevate yourselves.
But I thought it started with the hand first before you went down there.
Oh, Samantha.
No matter how you start, man, it's how you finish.
Exactly.
Thought it was all about how she finished.
No. Sometimes, just sometimes, I hate being the only girl here.
I can imagine.
Mr. Cleaner, to you.
It was nice on my my first time up here. I appreciate it. I had a lot of fun. The conversations between the debate quips were pretty fun. I enjoyed it a lot. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. You are always welcome, Mr. Cleaner. Everybody tonight was such a good addition to the conversation. Everybody was productive and it was moving towards something. And it's kind of refreshing, honestly. There's been too much of just degenerative yelling back and forth lately, with shows, which of course I love that. But sometimes you actually have to have a good conversation to be like, yeah, this is meaningful. We're getting somewhere. Mm-hmm. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, yours truly, Ryan the Radical Coder, who cannot get booted off the next show because Ryan will be debating with Craig McNeil from FTFE this coming Sunday night. May the 4th be with you. For Star Wars Day for us, we will actually be having a DC versus Marvel debate. It's a debate of the universe. And I'm so excited for this. I've had this one cooking in the books for well over a month, and I'm trying to make a little video for it and everything. And I'm super, super duper uber excited. So go to the live tab and go click on notifications for, oh, look, you got the Mr. Hulk there. Notification bell for it, because if it's not only going to be nerd central, but it's going to be two of your favorite nerds duking out a debate over fictional characters. It's beautiful. Anyways, check the live tab, ladies and gentlemen. The whole month is planned out with the exception of a few. I'm very organized. I like to think ahead. Outside of that, fuck off.
This video was somewhat informative.
That's all I got for today. Until next time, see ya.